Hello, you alive? Hello. I'm gonna play a song while I do the setup. Oh shit. Hold on. Hello?
You alright, brother?
Yeah, pal. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get the text?
No, I don't get notified anymore on my phone. My phone's fucked.
Try to have a little read of them.
Oh.
When you back.
Yeah, one sec.
Well, no, when you're back in a minute. Are you in? What are you up to?
I've just gone live on YouTube. Yeah.
No worries. Well, I'll bring you back in a minute.
Alright, cheers, pal. I'll see you in a bit. Right, check my text. Alright, he's gonna ring. Right, I'll do. Oh, hello, Pixie, and hello, Trusty, and hello, Monkey. I've still not done the setup yet. Yeah, and I've got phone calls and shit going on. I'll play the song while what happens. I can wait for love in heaven. I can wait for you. Far away, not treat you better. Better than now, yeah. Because I've done wrong. I'm too strong. This is what take this bottle. Take this bottle. And just walk away. And if you I love you. I can hope we'll be together with a better roof over our heads. I can hope the stormy weather it passes on. It passes on, but I hope too long. Hope for me to change, and I hope it's gone. So this is what I say. Take this problem. Oh, welcome, Will, and welcome, Dwayne Burke.
How are you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah. Good chap, good chap.
Yeah. I'm still doing the setup. I've got a view on YouTube and then send a link and all that stuff.
You bastard.
You bastard.
Are you on the musical interlude?
Yeah. Oh, I've got a phone call. Then. Hello?
Right, listen, mate, I'm sorry to be a pain in the ass.
No, you can't.
You're not appreciating nothing like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, well, what I've got left to do with this bike,
Yeah.
I can sell it for a tenner if you can get 10 for cash, and then I can use the 10 pounds you won't pay my mate, and I can get another big bike of it.
Right, it might take about 10, 20 minutes, something like that.
It's fine, listen, I'll even leave
Yeah.
the bike up there, there's all, you know, when I speak to you this first, that way there, you can what through, and I can explain it to you that.
Yeah. Alright, yeah.
It's what you're doing, I'm just thinking of you, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine,
It's about 720 legs in one bag.
Alright, cool, yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, if you could get 20, that would be a bigger help, but 10 pounds at the minimum I'll have to say. If you could get 20, that would be excellent. I'd be able to charge a bit extra.
Yeah, no, I'll be able to give you like 30, I think. Yeah, I should be able to sort that
In about 20 minutes.
out. Yeah.
Right, well, what I'll do then, I'll put the rest of what I've got, because that'll be plenty to give me €5.
Yeah.
Right, do you know what you understand what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I owe my mate a bit of money.
Right.
We'll pay him a bit of money tonight. I'll be able to get another match by $5.
Yeah. No problem.
That's what I've got for the last fight.
Yeah, I'll text you in a bit. I can't, my phone's booked, so I can't ring anyone. But I'll text you in a bit.
Oh, you're doing well. Good to see you, Paul.
Like about 10, 20 minutes, yeah.
Alright, well, what I'll do is I'll put this one.
Alright, cheers, bro. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Alright, cheers, bro. Thanks a lot. Alright, yeah. Cheers. Yeah. Alright, cheers, bro. Oh, I apologise muchly, Dwayne. Something's just come up. So. Oh, Pixie's here as well. Sorry, if you can talk amongst
Was that
yourselves.
Taz?
No.
Are you lying to me?
Cook.
I shall remind him of my leverage soon.
Is he dealer? I hope you're doing well, Pixie, anyway.
Oh, you know. No complaints. I have reading and experiencing, and my favorite person in the whole world's getting married in November, so no complaints. Lots of pain. Hoping some decisions will be made and some follow through will be over before her wedding. But yeah.
What you in pain with, like, Pixie? Are you in pain?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Well, that's kind of hard to explain. Some issues I knew I'd run into when some stuff happened when I was younger. Like I knew I'd run into issues when I got older, and it's either I start doing things to fix those issues now, which is very, very painful.
Yeah. Oh, I hope it works out for you.
Or I do it later, which would be more painful. So yeah.
Well, I hope it works out for you.
The the worst case scenario is I'm back at square one, but I don't think that that's going to be the case because I would say we've probably reduced the pain about like 30% ish. So, but there's a lot of like intense pain in between. So I don't know. It's just a process. But I'm doing good. Super Munchkin has to have surgery in April. Bless her tiny little heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your mum doing?
Good. She's almost through with radiation. And so when she finishes radiation, she'll just be on hormone blockers.
Wow, done well.
Yeah.
Pixie, yeah, I'm sorry, but I was lying to you. It is
Well,
the guy.
I know you were lying to me. And let me remind you of what I have, because I can help you stop talking to him if you have a problem not talking to him.
Oh, what, sorry?
I can help you stop talking to him if you have a problem not talking to him.
No, he's fine. He's been very kind to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I still have that thing written down though.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Will Freeman says, "Can you play?"
Can you hear Wild? I can't hear him.
Private chat. Oh, I get you. Yeah, I get you, Pixie. Yeah.
Yeah, I can help. I can help
Yeah,
cut communication.
no, he's helping me out, like seriously. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Helping you out how? Do I giving you more?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not helping.
Yeah, but he's giving me a lot for very little money. But
Yeah,
I
that's
need
not
to.
helping.
Yeah, but I need to go out now, so I'll be right back.
You naughty bastard.
I'm
And
sorry.
our later days, Wild.
Oh, Pixie, no, don't, please. But I have to now. I have to go out. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Is he taking coke?
Hello, sorry, I've just got back. Everyone's left and no one's watching. Shit. I fucked up and I've still not done the setup. I don't know why I'm laughing. Very much join. Shit, I still not done the setup. Oh yeah.
I can wait to love heaven. I can wait for you. Far away, I'll treat you better than down, because I'm turned around and I'm a little, and I ain't too strong, and this ain't to say. Take this bottle, take this bottle, and just walk away the way. Yeah, let me feel it. I've done it. Like and hope we'll be together with a better roof over our heads. I can hope the stormy weather it passes on. It passes on, but I hope too long. Hope for me to change, but that hope is gone. Listen to what I say. Take this bottle. Take this bottle, and just walk away. Yeah, let me feel the pain I'm losing. Wait to love in heaven. I can wait for you. Take this bottle and just walk away. Take this bottle and just walk away. Take this bottle. You gotta take it away. Gotta take it away. Take this bottle. You gotta take it away. Gotta take it away. And just walk away. Come on, and let me feel the pain I've done to you.
If anyone wants to join, Link is in the side chat. Sorry, I started the stream up and then some things came up. So if anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat and I'll be right back. After I welcome Midnight. Good to see you, man. How's it going? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry about that. I had my mic off.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I started the stream up and then I had to go out for a bit. So, yeah, I've just finished doing the setup. How's it going?
Okay, I'm just looking at the chat. Let's see, you have Pixie in here. Always good. Monkey, Pixie again, Monkey again, Will, always Will.
Yeah.
Did you have a nice nap?
I did. I had a couple of hours, 3 or 4 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I went on a stream, Chaotic Truths, he's called. I don't know if you know him. He's a black fella.
Good to know.
What?
I said good to know.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was on that stream for a bit and then I left and I started this stream up. But I had to go out like immediately after. So I've just finished doing the setup. So you are brand new to the panel and the channel and stuff. Yeah. I've just got back literally. So how's it going with you? What's going on in Midnight's World?
I'm good.
Cool. And this one guy is here. Buongiorno. I presume that's Spanish?
That's Italian. That's Italian.
Is it Italian?
Buongiorno.
Good to see you, Noel. Yeah. Join if you can. Link is in the side chat. I've just finished doing the setup. Yeah. And I've just been up 5 flights of stairs again. My mum says I'm losing weight again. I've got to start eating. That's my key. Sorry to show my nipples, but yeah.
I'm not even looking at the screen, so show away, you little bitch.
No, Midnight. I done fucked up again.
What do you mean?
Pixie and Dwayne were in before, but my cocaine dealer from downstairs came up. And he wanted £30, but he gave me like £100 worth of cocaine for £30. So I couldn't refuse that, do you know what I mean? So I had to go out and get bank card off my mum. But I think Pixie's a bit pissed off with me for
No,
getting caught.
really? Of course.
Yeah, yeah. So I done fucked up again. And I apologise. Yeah. Yeah, so I done fucked up. Which I always do. Oh, what's that? I'll be right back. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. And welcome back, Dwayne Burke. Good to see you, man.
I'm here, you bastard.
I hear you, bastard. Yeah, grown man bought coke. Oh no. Yeah, it's not really a bad thing. Everyone does coke, don't they? Do you know what I mean?
What?
Yeah. I don't know. I should be apologising for it. Will Freeman says hello, Sparkle.
Hello, Will.
Mohawk. And Pixie, I do have to apologise.
No. Why don't you tell me how it's not a bad thing, Wild? How everybody does it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You'll leave again. It's just.
And everyone does it the way you do it, huh? In complete excess without the ability to say no. Everybody does it like that, right? Everybody. What's the big deal?
No.
You think I do that?
No, not everybody. But he came up and said, if you give me £30, I'll give you like £100.
I don't care what he said, Wild.
I could
justify it to yourself, validate it to yourself. Don't bring me into it when you do that bullshit. Because I will come up here and remind you. Do you understand?
Yeah, and I do apologise. I'm sorry.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, but like £30 for £100 worth of coke.
Don't try to justify it to me because it's not happening.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And don't bring my name up when you're validating your bullshit to yourself.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
That you've been told.
Yeah. I've been rebuked and reproved. Yeah.
Yep.
Not to bring up Jill, but yeah. No, Pixie, seriously, I do apologise. I know it hurts you and I hate doing it.
But you're going to do it anyway. So, there's that.
Yeah, pretty much.
You'd think you'd have enough coke in your drink.
Oh, yeah, I do have coke in my drink as well. Coca-Cola, I mean, yeah.
A likely story, considering Cook used to have 3 grams? 3 grams in it? In the 1890s or whatever?
Oh, yeah, it did, yeah. That's why it's called Coca-Cola, because it used to have
right. It's wait a minute.
Yeah. The same way Pepsi had the chemical components of heroin.
I did not. Wow, okay, this doesn't surprise me, but damn.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I mean, it surprises me, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that. But anyway, yeah, I do apologise. I'm sorry.
Don't tell me you're sorry. If you keep lying to me, I will go. You're not sorry the same way you weren't talking to Taz when you were. So, no. Don't keep lying to me.
No, I'm...
Don't.
I can explain it.
I don't want you to.
Okay. I'm sorry if it
No,
hurts you.
please, just don't. Really, just don't.
I'm sorry.
I don't need one from you. And I wouldn't believe it anyway, so don't.
Guess the break didn't work. That's weird.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I was on a panel before. They were talking about
Oh, I see. I started talking to
Well-
myself.
they were talking about like 9/11, how someone was there. Does anyone know Grace and
Put a banner up just in case, or something, or put yourself
no,
full
I'm
screen.
not. They're not backstage. I'm just saying, like,
Oh.
she's very, very beautiful, and her dad is always on stage with her. Thorpe, that's Grace Thorpe, and
Oh, Grace Forbes, yeah,
yeah,
dude,
yeah,
that family is fucked up in a.
yeah, yeah. They're on the panels that I've just been on. Yeah, yeah,
It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. They're making the rounds lately. Like, what the fuck? People actually want to talk to them now. Kind of weird.
yeah, yeah. I don't know the backstory, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so they were just talking. There was someone called Mike on there as well. He was saying he was a first responder to the 9/11 thing that happened, you know, the 9/11 attacks. But he only got there 5 days after it happened. Which helped.
Yeah, back to the point. The next time that
Yeah.
Taz rings your doorbell, I want you to remember. I want you
Yeah.
to seriously stop and remember that I can make that impossible, at least for a while.
Yeah. I know you can. Yeah. Yeah. But he's a good guy. He helps me out. And
Yeah, and I will kind of almost feel bad, maybe.
yeah. But he said like
But I'll
even
still do it.
yeah, he said
Mm.
even without the drugs, like if I ever just need someone to talk to or anything, you know, with my depression.
If
and
that
that.
were true, he wouldn't be offering it to you every time he saw you. I don't buy that bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Dayton Thomas. Good to see you.
DT.
A first responder 5 days late. Yeah, exactly. I hear heroin is a real hero show. Get in.
All right, on that note, work is brutal today. I'm gonna go. Don't bring my name up when you're validating your bullshit, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, Pixel.
Later
I'm
days.
Bye, Pixie.
Oh, first so,
You
I'll
getting
be
your
right
ass
back.
spanked, lad.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be over till that. I'll be right back. I need the toilet.
Pissy ass.
This is insane.
What is?
I mean, everything. Life itself is insane. It should not fucking exist. We shouldn't be here, Dwayne. This is insane.
It's a bit rough,
Yes.
that's for sure.
Comedy.
We need comedy.
I mean, just look at what.
What's his night behold tonight then? Drinking drugs or
I mean, that's what he's doing all the time, right? I think. I don't know what he's doing now. Maybe he's doing something. Is this love that I'm feeling?
Is this love? Baby, don't hurt me.
So
Musical
Waldemar,
interlude.
what are you doing right now?
I've just got back from the toilet. I've just had a...
Okay, good for
Yeah.
you. I didn't ask. Actually, I did ask. How could I ask? I should never have asked.
But if you want to review a video, you were talking about comedy. Ricky Gervais was live before. I'm trying to find the video. It's only on for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. What did you say?
Ricky Gervais was live before. It was only for 10 minutes. If you want to do like a review thing. I've not seen it yet, that's all. You were talking about comedy.
What? Oh no, comedy in the sense that life is very comical, right? Like the comedic, right? The absurdity of life that they should not exist. And look at you. You look at you. You were given okay. You were given life to
You've left your
exist.
flies open wild.
That too, yes. Hey,
I'm
Waldemar,
looking-
play his song.
Yeah, and you didn't post a link. I don't know where your song is. Well, if you can post it again.
Oh yeah, well, play the. I don't think you put. I don't see any link in here. So if you want to post the song,
Yeah.
make us a copyright strike.
No. I presume it's a Suno one or something. But well, I'm not. Posted it twice. You're a mod. Yeah, if someone. Oh, honestly,
Okay, hold
it's
on.
not-
I'll go back up.
yeah, it's not in
can't see it.
the No.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat right now, like the stream your chat. Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, no, I don't see. Bro, hug to you too, Will. Welcome back to I'm looking. Gonna play my link.
Yeah, there's no. Honestly, Will, I'm not fucking about with you. Honestly, there's no.
Yeah,
link
there's no
in-
link. I'm looking through StreamYard's chat, like because it keeps a record of literally every message, and there's literally
Yeah.
no link.
Yeah.
I mean, the only
Yeah.
link is the StreamYard join link.
Oh, Suno is being blocked. Oh, that might be StreamYard.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I mean, if you can join and post it in the private chat or send it to me on Google Chat, then I can play it. Yeah, I don't have a problem playing it. It's just literally I didn't get the message. I've got it now. Yeah.
That's the one, lad. That's the one.
Get in.
Get out!
Get in.
Right, so presumably this is a new song from Will Freeman. Just give me a second.
What do you mean supposedly? It is from him.
Yeah, I know it's from him, but but
Supposedly. I mean, was there ever any doubt that he created the song?
yeah, but I didn't know it until I'd opened the link. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Play that bitch.
I'll mute as well so you don't get an echo.
Sweet attitude, not the altitude. Check your aptitude If you're elevated, don't be rude. I feel the earth move. I sense your dark mood. What did I do? Why would I do the things you think I do? This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bored and I'm sold. Nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down. The wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found. The peak of my mountain is under the ground. More tired accusations, strange associations, wild interrogations. I can't believe that you believe what you're saying. I can't wait for you to figure out what I want from you. I'm far too tired to reason with you. I need some space, I need to move. This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bought and I'm sold. Nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down. The wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found. The peak of my mountain is under the ground. It's the attitude, not the altitude. Check your aptitude. Don't escalate, I'm in no mood. I feel the earth move. I sense your dark mood. What did I do? Damn it, why would I do the things you think I do? This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bought and I'm sold. Nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down. The wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found. The peak of my mountain is under the ground.
I like that, Will.
That was cool. Yeah, that was a good song. Yeah, the wisest of clowns. Yeah, I can relate. And in honor of my guest, I'm gonna keep the share screen open, and I'm gonna write a song about midnight. And Dwayne as well.
Cheeky bastard.
Don't you just to write a song about me?
Yeah. YouTuber named Midnight Sparkle. Do you mind me calling you albino?
Yes, I do mind. That's our word.
What about bisexual? Can I call you bisexual?
Fabulous.
On. You gotta give me something to work with. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, go ahead, you whore.
Right, let's see what it comes up with. What genre? Electro pop? That's what it's come up with. It's so.
It doesn't matter. Pick whatever you want.
Right. We'll create. Just give it a sec. Because I've got 50 credits left now. This is cool. Suno is cool. If anyone's not on Suno, you should. It's called it Midnight Sparkle as well. Right, I'll mute so you don't get an echo.
Would you hold my hand when the night feels cold? Would you chase the fears out? Ring light halo on my face, blue screen, midnight in my room. Chats on fire, scrolling names, spill tea, hits and go boom. Junk laughing in my past, thrift store crown, eyeliner wings, pixel heart pinned to my chest. Say the weirdest, truest things. Oh yeah. Upload bar climbing, secret life shining, comments keep flying, but I'm not hiding. I'm your midnight sparkle, pink and purple in my veins. I like her, and I'm done with playing safe. Turn me up, turn me louder. I'm a rainbow in the frame, offline, online. It's the same. This is me. I keep the flame. Hey, outfit changing 20 frames, one take. Free crushes in my head. Swiping through my daydream dates, laughing at the things I've left on red. Tell the truth between the cuts. Yeah, I cried, then hit that wink. Lost the script, but found my gut. Love's not straight, it isn't ink. Hey, timeline rewinding, old fears declining. Spotlight is blinding, but I'm still shining. I'm your midnight sparkle, pink and purple in my veins. I like her, and I'm done with playing safe. Turn me up, turn me louder. I'm a rainbow in the frame, offline, online. It's the same. This is me. I keep the flame. Yeah. Double tap my messy heart, watch it glow in neon stars. All my colors in the dark, still my colors, still my heart. Say it soft and say it proud. Type it once, then say it out. I'm bright, I'm here, I'm now. Hear that echo through the crowd. I'm your midnight sparkle, pink and purple in my veins. I like her, and I'm done with playing safe. Turn me up, turn me louder. I'm a rainbow in the frame, offline, online. It's the same. This is me. I keep the flame. Offline, online. It's the same. This is me. I keep the flame.
Get in. That was quite cool. I'm gonna publish that if you don't mind. Is that okay, Midnight? Just then it saves it to my library. Yeah.
Sure, whatever you want, whore.
Yeah. Oh, how do you publish it? Add to playlist.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Nobody knows but Jesus. Is that the right song? Right. Right, now we've got to create one, and I need the toilet pretty desperately. So we'll create one with... Oh, shit. No, I've done that again. I've only got 30 credits left now. I've got to delete all that. We want to create one about Dwayne Burke. Simple. Song description. YouTuber Dwayne Burke. Geordie bastard. Bastard. Right, I will do the toilet. See what it comes up with. Pop punk, get in. And then while I play this, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
You still here, Dwayne? Dwayne? I guess not. Well, everybody. All right, then.
Blue light halo, center the scroll. Ring light sunburns right through my skull. Hit post once, now I'm that guy. Parents still ask me what's your real life. I'm going viral in my bedroom. Crown made out of plastic views. Type my name into the chat room. Bow down to the algorithm. Dude, refresh, confess. You love this mess I'm in. Log me out, I'm famous. I can't remember who I've been. Cloud chaser jacket stitched with fake friends. Tag me in a meltdown, run it again. Sold my bad decisions to add to the time. Every overshare feels sorta divine. I'm going viral in my bedroom. Crowd made out of plastic views. Type my name into the chat room. Bow down to the algorithm. Dude, refresh, confess. You love this mess I'm in. Log me out, I'm famous. I can't remember who I've been. I wake up, check if I still exist. You wake up, check if I still exist. We line up for the latest outrage. We clap for the loudest fake backstage. Be yourself, they say, but trend. Speak your truth, but make it blend into a loop. Into a loop. Into a loop. I'm going viral in my bedroom. Crowd made out of plastic views. Type my name into the chat room. Bow down to the algorithm. Dude, refresh, confess. You love this mess I'm in. Log me out, I'm famous. I can't remember who I've been. Log me out, I'm famous. Say my name like it's a slip. Me out, I'm shameless. Hit that hard and drag me in. One more clip, one more spin. Log me out as famous. Then log me back again.
Is anyone there? All right, then.
Yeah, no, sorry, I had to mute, then you didn't get an echo. Right, I've got 20 credits left, so I'll save those for if anyone else joins. Yeah, that was for you, Dwayne, but I don't know if you're hearing that. But I think it's probably because Midnight, you've got more videos on your channel. It got you kind of spot on, you know, the bisexual. Yeah, I like girls, I like boys. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're fired. Get the fuck out of my sight, Wildheart.
Walter, this isn't bad, but you can give Sue no more information to it. I know, I'm just lazy.
Of course you are.
This is pretty deep for a few prompts. Yeah, I only have like 5 words into it. Yeah. Tell it how much. Tell it how much you love getting fucked up and streaming with your pants off and let it work. I might do that next. Yeah.
Wildheart, keep your motherfucking pants on. You hear me, buddy? You hear me?
You're not even watching the screen. Do you know what
No,
I
I'm a wife on the screen, but keep your pants on.
mean? I will keep my pants on this time, but only for you, Midnight. You know what I mean?
You are crazy. Bastard.
After.
What is love? Or no.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't
Why
hurt me.
can't I be free?
No.
I am free. I am free. I am free. Free. I love me. I'm the best thing ever. Wildheart, you gotta love yourself.
I do.
Well, you say you do, but you've been destroying yourself for the past couple of years. Usually, people who do that despise themselves. They want to punish themselves because they don't think they're worthy of anything.
Yeah. No, I was trying to make a joke about masturbation, to be honest. Welcome back, Elsa.
Hello.
Hello, Halsey. How you been today? How are you today?
I've been asleep for a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
You know,
Yeah,
it always fucks with my head that when you sleep, you essentially go unconscious. Like you know, your consciousness just disappears for like 8 hours, or however long you sleep. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, but I like it. I like being asleep. Yeah.
Why? What's so good about sleep?
Because then you're not thinking.
I hardly ever sleep for 8 hours. I sleep for like a couple hours at a time.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I wake up like every couple of hours.
I mean, you do dream at times, Wildheart. So you technically are thinking, but then again, your mind always thinking. So even when you're asleep, you're thinking.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's not thinking in the same way. Yeah. Yeah, but I like being
Keep
asleep.
a motherfucking journal and write in it, Wildheart. Write in it.
No, you don't want to know my thoughts.
No,
Yeah.
I don't want to. Keep them for yourself.
Doubting Thomas says, take off your pants and run into the wall as fast as you can. Cock first.
Yeah, no. Wow. That Thomas.
Have a shot of vodka, mate. No, I'm not going to do that. No. And welcome, Gio Sam. Good to see you, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
No, just kidding. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear with the here. I don't know. I'm drunk, not really.
I destroy myself because it's the correct thing to do. Yeah,
That's
I can
depressing.
agree with him. Maybe call it cock first into the wall, high as fuck. Although I don't want to get too personal, but me running cock first into the wall wouldn't make much difference. I would just end up smashing against the wall. The cock's not going to make that much difference.
Okay, okay, Wild Heart, we are way past too personal, okay? We know details about your life we shouldn't know. Am I wrong here?
I'm not paying attention, so
No. He said he doesn't want to get personal. And I'm like, dude, we're way past that. We know things about you we shouldn't know. Okay. But hey, you know, it is what it is.
Love, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
I am the Matrix.
You are the basics.
No, the Matrix.
Oh, the Matrix. Sorry.
Yep.
What if I show my ass?
No, dude, don't. No.
Don't do it. No, don't do that. Please.
I don't know. I don't know if I prefer Wild All Happy or Batshit Insane.
I can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. Do you know what I mean? I can be happy and batshit insane at the same time.
I mean, at least you're not screaming at the top of your lungs like you usually do, or used to anyway. Although it's still happens, of course.
Yeah, no, I did that on the last stream I was on because Mike, being an American, wouldn't shut the fuck up. Do you know what I mean? So I just scream at him a little bit.
Okay, well, Americans hate British people and the British people hate Americans. Cool. You know, we both hate each other.
Yeah, not hate, not hate exactly. Just they never shut the fuck up. Do you know what I mean? You can never get a word in edgewise. Generally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this. Okay. We'll still come on your stream, but we'll just stay quiet for the entire stream and only you talk. Okay. I want to see if you still say the Americans talk too much when you literally have to stream to yourself. We're just in there.
No, I appreciate you being here, but you know when you're on a panel with like 10 people, and
well, yeah, 10 people can be annoying.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and I think I might have just annoyed Halsey. Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah,
Oh,
I wasn't being. I wasn't being personal or anything. Yeah.
Well, you want to just lump every American into the same kind of mold.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, good thing I'm Italian, so it doesn't really apply to me.
No, but you were brought up in America. So.
I was born in Italy. I came here when I was 8. So.
No, I was only joking.
Right.
By the way, Americans also don't understand sarcasm or stuff like that. That's another problem they have. So they talk too much.
Do you feel insulted right now?
We don't understand what?
Americans.
We don't understand sarcasm.
Yeah.
What's that?
Sarcasm is when you make jokes about people and...
I was being sarcastic. You said we don't understand it.
He got you there, Wild Heart. Maybe you're autistic.
Touche. Yeah.
Just kidding. I wasn't.
Well, no, he should be called out for it. Like, we come in here just to hang out with him. and he shits on us.
But I'm not shitting on you. I'm only doing it as a joke. You know I love you. You know what I mean?
Right, but here's the thing about your joke. You've done it way too many times.
I know. I am annoying. Yeah, I got that. What is love? Baby, don't love
So,
me.
Gio, how you been?
Old mostly.
Okay, good. You're old. Everybody's old. I'm old. You're old. Wild Heart is old.
I am old. Yeah.
I'm holding my own. If
Oh, that's
that-
good.
wh-
That's
whatever
good.
that
That's good.
means,
That's
you
good.
know, I mean, yeah.
I hold my own. Yeah, when I'm in lots of money.
Jesus Christ, Wild Heart.
I'm glad that's all I'm holding. Cheers.
Cheers.
I am white. Oh wait, no. Actually, yes, I am white. Super white.
Oh, you just reminded me. There was a black guy on the first panel I was on this morning, like 8 o'clock in the morning, like 12 hours ago,
Cool.
or 13 hours ago. And it was a black man saying that they should kill albinos in Africa.
Okay, are you serious?
Yeah, I am.
Find me that stream.
Right, I'll find it. Yeah. Honestly, I disagreed with him vehemently, but I'm not joking or anything.
Are you
He
sure about
literally
that?
said that. Yeah,
You're positive?
yeah.
Okay.
I'll go back to my subscriptions. Honestly, that's what he said.
Oh,
Well,
somebody
guess
dropped-
what? You're gonna play that.
No,
Yeah.
don't play that.
I'll try and find it.
You don't have to play that.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
wri-
of course
write
you
a
don't have to play
Suno
it.
song. Write a Suno song about it. You got 20 more credits. Go for it.
Is there any way you can find like panels that you've been on?
Who, me?
I can't remember what it.
Go to your history.
No.
Oh, you mean me?
History. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
You Google your name. Well, put your name and accompany it with the other person's name into a YouTube search.
Oh yeah, no, it does it by time as well.
But
Do. I'm trying to remember which one. 820. It might have been that one. No, it wasn't. No, I can't find it. But literally, honestly, they were talking about.
Wait, what do you mean you can't find it? Just scroll through your history. What do you mean you can't find it? Welcome back.
Right.
Welcome back, Burke. I am Burke, and I'm a bastard.
Right. I'll share my history. This is.
No, not that not
What?
that history. You
No,
need to,
YouTube
you
history.
need to go to YouTube history.
YouTube history.
I don't want to
Yes.
see that. Wait. Oh,
Well,
my
he doesn't
eyes.
have to.
Oh.
He doesn't have to screenshot it.
Video
Wild
history.
Heart, go to YouTube.
I can never unsee it.
It was like 8 o'clock this morning, so it
Yeah,
must
okay,
be.
but go to
Oh,
go to
imagine
your
what?
YouTube. Go to YouTube.
YouTube.
YouTube library.
Yeah, just go to your YouTube.
Yeah, there's a section
Right.
on the left hand side where you can.
Is this the one? No, okay. Good. See, if
Yeah,
you go
there it
down,
is.
history. There you go.
Right.
See, there you go.
Ah, right.
That
Yeah.
was too easy. That was too easy.
Yeah, right. He did it to complicate things.
Oh, that is a great song.
That's the whole. He's rehashing the whole day.
Yeah, yesterday. So it must have been. No, it was a black man. I can't remember what channel it was on. Maybe it was that one.
Well, how do you remember how he tried to justify it? I mean, briefly. I mean,
It basically. Oh no, I remember what channel it was on now.
because that's kind of weird. That's really weird.
Yeah, no, they said because they were black, like the more white people are, like the worse they are. So he kind of justified it by saying the more white you are, the more you should kill them.
So it was related.
So
to
albino,
So was
yeah.
it related
So
to
it's just
skin
down to
melanin? Was it related to
Yeah.
melanin?
yeah, basically yeah.
Why is that? How is that? What that?
I tried to point out several times that it's like a genetic disease. Like black people can be albinos. Do you know what I mean?
don't
But
understand.
he didn't get that. No.
Hey, maybe it's beyond me, and I'm not supposed to understand it, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I'm gonna accept it. And
Yeah,
prove
I'll
it.
stop sharing. Oh, someone's a cock and sucker.
Yeah, don't
It's
let
about-
him in.
Oh no, it's Bojo.
Oh, well.
Hey Bojo. Good to see you, man. Sorry, I was in different tab.
The name is Cock'n'Sucker. Cock'n'Sucker?
What's that in German?
Cock and sucker. Yeah, I think that actually might be in German. Yeah, cock and sucker.
I think in German, suck is not is Fichte, something like that. No, I'm wrong.
Not the
I'm
people
not
from
Oh,
sure. I
the
don't
other
know.
side. Cock and balls. Cock and sucker.
What was that? You got a bad cough there, bro, Joe. What's going on?
Cock and sucker.
Oh, Gesundheit.
That is definitely German. Gesundheit. Yeah.
Who
It's
says
my
Gesundheit?
avatar. Cock and sucker.
Oh yeah. Let me
Is
make
that
you
a
full
brand
swim.
name?
I've just seen that. Yeah, cock and sucker. It's a cock and a vacuum, so it's cock and sucker.
It's all one word though. It's unique.
You want your floors clean? Get a cock and sucker.
Right, I need the bathroom, so I'm gonna.
Ah, too
Okay,
much
cock and sucker.
cock and sucker.
You need the bathroom.
No, I'm gonna do musical interlude.
You'll suck
Cock
your
and sugar.
cock.
Oh no, please
Why the hell are you going to do a musical interlude?
Don't do that.
spare us.
Whatever.
Every
No, it's religious. You'll like it.
good. Cock and sucker out.
It's
Yep.
Satan atheist. Yeah, it's
Nobody
funny.
cares.
I'd like to forget him.
Don't care.
Never mind.
I want to say hello to my fellow cock and suckers. Cock and sucker Iron. Cock and sucker Geo. Cock
But I want to sing
Wait.
the
I'll share with
You
you the
the
tale of
tale of
when
Walhart.
I met some
Cock
baggy trousered
and
gentlemen. They spoke with flair and with panache. They all
I
had
love
beards,
you,
but
but
no
I'm mad on you,
mustache.
sucker. Go to
I
the
had a
cock
book
sucker.
called the Quran, containing some divine and cosmic plan. And then I cringed in fear and dread as one closed up his book and said, just do it, just do it before you die. Join Islam, come on man, don't upset the man in the sky. The consequences are dire, you really piss him off and then he'll burn you in the fire. Just do it, join Islam now. And I said, I can't do it, I really don't believe in God. Your passion and your fashion, I think you're really rather odd. No derision's my decision, and I don't like the idea of a circumcision. I can't do it, I won't join Islam. And they said, join Islam, read the Quran, linguistically it's sublime. I've checked, and it's perfect in every way and for all time. It's righteous, it has no likeness, here's a verse with 42 rhetorical devices. Just do it, join Islam now. And I said, I can't do it, I've never felt the need to pray on a cafe with a view of men's asses. Sorry, I don't pray that way, I'm at a disadvantage. I can't read the language, all I want is lager and a bacon sandwich. I can't do it, I won't join Islam. And he said, I won't boast, but first and foremost, ask yourself what if you're wrong. You believe that something came from nothing, my faith could never be that strong. It's not pragmatic, it's un-Quranic, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Think about it, but don't take too long. And I said, I can't do it, not without some evidence. I'm not biased, just give me science. None of you are making sense. It's not for me, man, leave me be, man. I'd rather pour a glass and drink me daddy's semen. I can't do it, I won't join Islam. And they said, brother makes a good point, join Islam, but only if you feel inclined. Our obsession is freedom of expression, just say whatever's on your mind. That's splendid, we commend it, but we reserve the right to never be offended. Just do it, join Islam now. And I said, I can't do it, I believe in equality. It's a given, rights for women have no place in your ideology. No integration, no education, the only thing you females get is genital mutilation. That's final, I won't join Islam. And they said, join Islam, just do it, the moment is so opportune. Our practice to blacklist every novel and cartoon. Keep silent, waste dry, we'll chop the head off anyone who says we're violent. Just do it, join Islam now. And I said, I can't do it, censorship I despise. It's fair to declare the universal right to criticize. I don't want Sharia around here, I'd rather pack my bags and move to North Korea. I can't do it, I won't join Islam. And they said, join Islam, just do it, Western women are all whores. Here's my sister, no man's kissing her, join us and she'll be all yours. She's no shirker, a real hard worker, she'll show you everything she's got beneath her burqa. Just do it, join Islam now. And I said, alright, I'll do it, I'm a red-blooded male. It's intriguing, I'm pleading to find out what's behind her veil. To Allah, give my shahada, I'm in a state of frenzy and a lustful lava. I'll do it now. And I said, I've done it, I'm ready to bang her like a man possessed. Ooh, I'm burning, I'm yearning, as she slowly gets undressed. Uh-oh, I stammer, I piss my pajamas cause she's bug-eyed and her face is like a bag of hammers. Can't do it, I wanna leave Islam. Allahu Akbar, it says here, terms and conditions apply. One small penalty for apostasy, leave and you must die. There's no compulsion in religion, but revoking your shahada gets you crucifixion. You've done it now. So anyway, like music, yeah, is fucking haram. You get me?
So, come on, that was funny. No?
Oh, I was hoping for like 5 more verses.
Oh, Bojo and Midnight as well. Yeah, buses. You know.
Where's he gone? He had some ganja today, like Gio.
Did I what? What?
Had some ganja.
Have I?
Aye.
Oh, this morning, about 7:30 in the morning.
Does it last through the day for you? Or?
No. Well, I know because my hands start freaking out with the pins and needles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on, like, if I pack a bowl. It's, if it depends on how much. Smoke like a bowl, one bowl, small bowl. It's about 1.5 grams, maybe. If I stuff 2 grams in there, maybe.
Do you just make joints, or do you just have a
No, I have a pipe. I smoke
Pipe.
out of a pipe.
pipeline?
I sometimes roll joints, but I'd
Yeah.
rather not. But I smoke a little in the morning and then in the evening sometimes.
Before bed?
It depends on how I feel.
Aye. Have you got
And
arthritis?
So,
Huh?
no, go on,
Got
Lou.
arthritis?
No, it's what do they call it again? Neuropathy.
Neuropathy?
It's nerve. The nerve endings in my extremities.
Yeah, nerve damage. Yeah, my mum's going through that.
Right.
There's pins and needles effect.
My friend had his finger cut and taken off. His thumb. And he still gets pain where it was.
Yeah,
Strange.
phantom pain from removed limbs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he still gets that difficulty with it.
Your brain's making these neural connections that are missing, and it's coming up as pain, showing up as pain.
Yeah.
The brain is so weird. It's like it does things without even realize. You don't even know what's going on, and it's doing.
Yeah.
It's doing things.
Yeah. That reminds me, that song reminds me of, I was on the, Dwayne, sorry, you're echoing again. I think your phone's echoing. Cheers. Yeah, I was on the panel before and they said I should join Islam, the song, because I get 72 virgins, but they don't realise that if I don't believe that Islam exists and I don't believe in heaven or hell, then I'm not going to get 72 virgins. They didn't seem to recognise that or realise it. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a stupid point to say to an atheist.
Right. And
welcome back, Pixie.
Thanks.
Welcome.
I'll stay unless I get called into another meeting.
Yeah,
Work
thank you.
is absolutely brutal to me. Don't thank me. I didn't say I'd be nice. I'm not happy with you.
You don't have to be nice. I just appreciate you being
Well, just show up. It's your presence, right? It's like,
Yeah.
Hey, Gio, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. It's like, okay, if I believed in leprechauns, do I get the pot of gold? Do I?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, if I believe in Islam, I get 72 virgins. If I believe in Christianity, I get to live in bliss forever. Yeah, but it's all bullshit. It doesn't exist. That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, then why don't you believe in the God that has the least, like punishment? That has
Yeah.
the least amount of punishment. So you believe in that God, if that's what your criteria is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do they call those people who don't hurt anything? They won't hurt
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean, the religion. Yeah, like they wear masks so they don't like swallow bugs and they don't step on anything.
Yeah, become one of those.
Yeah.
You're not hurting anybody.
Bug catcher.
Yeah, that's that's what it is. You know what I mean, though. Those real pacifists.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Fuck, my memory is gone. For the last few days, my memory is shit. I should know that. It's a religion called... I can't remember.
Tip of your tongue, please.
Yeah. That's really annoying. Yeah.
Like that.
I might be getting too old. Yeah, I'm like 44.
Oh, too
I
old
might
for
be
thinking?
getting
Too old for
like
thinking?
like dementia or something. I can't remember things anymore.
What the fuck are you talking
No, I should know that there's a religion where they don't step on bugs and they wear masks so they don't eat bugs. But I can't think what the name of the religion is.
The Jade monks.
Yeah, Jane.
That's it, Jane.
Jane.
Jainism. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And can we not pretend that your excessive drinking and drug use is not the obvious answer for your inability to recall such information?
That could be it as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that will be getting solved soon. I know it's not an excuse, and I'm just saying I'm going into detox in like 3 weeks. They changed it from 1
I
week.
wish they wouldn't tell you when. I wish they wouldn't tell you when. I wish it was okay to not give you a date and just come kidnap your ass. So you didn't feel the need to just amp it all the way to fuck up every time the date starts getting closer.
Dragging them out on street, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, no set date. Just show up and drag your ass out of there.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. We can change the topic. I'm sorry.
What would you do though? How would you act if you didn't know when they were coming?
No, if I didn't know when they were coming.
You think you would act differently?
That's
Maybe
a-
just get just as fucked up.
Well, to be like, I'll just finish this fag off. I'll just finish
You
this
don't have to
drink
answer
off.
that. You don't have to answer.
Yeah.
He would still get tipsy and he'd probably still get some, but he would try to maintain better. I think every time he has a date coming up, he just starts getting more out of hand. It's a pattern.
Yeah.
If they came to get wild, he'd have claw marks in his couch. Dragging them out.
No, I need to get sorted this time. Like seriously, like medically, I need to get sorted this time. This is like
Yeah, you kind of need to start now,
Yeah.
but you won't listen.
Yeah.
Hey, aren't Quakers pretty like against hurting people and stuff like that? Aren't they pretty much like the pacifists? Quakers?
I've heard of Quakers, but I don't know much about them, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know.
Me either.
Quaker, aren't they the ones that want to have lots of babies
Not sure.
to
That's
make
quiverful.
quiverful? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I think that the Baha'i are pretty interesting in
Oh,
some
yeah?
ways. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can you explain that? I've heard of them as well.
No, I cannot explain the Baha'i. It is it's very interesting. I agree with some things and don't agree with other things, but it's really hard to pinpoint. Like it would be hard, like if you asked me to describe Christianity, I could tell you like there's this God, the son of the God died for all your sins. Like it's pretty basic, right? But like I don't know really how to say that about the Baha'i. It's more like a
Or is it more like a philosophy than a religion? Like Taoism or Taoism, whatever it's called.
but I
Taoism.
think they do believe in a God.
Yeah. Will Freeman says hello, Gio.
Yeah, it comes from like Persia. It has to do with like all humanity's oneness and the oneness of God and like love and peace and harmony. I don't know. It's very interesting, but I don't know how to pinpoint it quite yet. I guess I need to know more people from that faith. I don't know.
Yeah.
You
It's
said
like a
Baha'i,
peaceful.
right? Baha'i.
Baha'i. Mm-hmm.
How's that?
I've,
sound?
B-A, and then it's like a little apostrophe. Then I think it's like H-A-I or something. Baha'i.
yeah,
I need to look more into them.
yeah, I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard.
I know
I've
very
heard,
little about it. I know enough to find it interesting. Like I want to know about it, you know,
Yeah.
but not in like a compelling sort of way. I just, in the same way, I think like Hinduism or Buddhism is interesting, I guess.
I come up with something, which I wasn't expecting. Because now I gotta read it. You know, it's like
Oh no, you can read it if you want.
Baha'i is belief in a single, omniscient, all-loving, and eternal God who is the creator of all things. Although God is considered fundamentally unknowable, incomprehensible, and far beyond human concept, God is not absent, but communicates his will through divine messages, known as manifestations of God.
Wow, that means they're claiming to know the unknowable. They're saying they believe in a God that exists, but that God is unknowable.
No, that's not. I don't think it's more like no. It's not that it's knowable. It's more like
not unknowable.
No,
I know.
knowable.
I know it. I'm saying what they're saying through divine revelation and things like that. As far as I understand it, because of the little bit that I know about it, is something like it's like explaining to a child what in the simplest terms what they need to know about something complex. It's not that you know it. It's that you know what you need to know, and God has communicated. This one God has communicated it to you in a manner that you would accept.
Right. So the God is knowable.
No, not really. You can get information, but I don't know that means you understand the source.
Yeah, so if it's unknowable, then you couldn't know about that God. So they believe in a God that is unknowable. That is claiming to know the unknowable.
That's not true. I can show a toddler how to push a button at the right time or how to wind a clock. It doesn't mean they understand how to make the clock. It doesn't mean they understand the clock. It just means they understand this little piece because I taught them that.
Yeah.
In a manner that they could comprehend.
Yeah.
Well, I came up with this thing. It says it was founded in Persia.
Yes, I know that much.
Bayulahi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. BAHA-UIAH something.
You know, I have no idea. I just find them interesting and I want to learn more because they seem to be very gray. Now, they're a little too in their feelings, I think, from what I've seen. They're a little too in their feelings for me, but I still want to understand what's going on there.
Well,
yeah.
The want me to read this thing? It's a small paragraph.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to go to the toilet as well, so I'll be right back.
I'm saying this wrong. Baha'i faith is a universalist monotheistic religion founded in the 19th century by Baha'u'llah or something like that in Persia, modern Iran. It teaches oneness of God and unity of all religions and unity of humanity. Its adherents called Baalis, well, Baalis is what you're talking about, right? Views their faith as the latest stage in a progressive divine revelation intended to unify humankind and establish global peace. Now, that doesn't sound like a bad idea to me.
And
Hey,
I think some of their principles are absolutely fine, and I wouldn't say they're like
yeah,
harmful, but they do come
no,
across sometimes as like a little too in their feelings, you know?
yeah. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. That's right. Yeah, it's kind of like a magical way of thinking, kind of like that, kind of like a wearing the rose-colored glasses all the time, and just seeing things through that lens, no matter what,
Yeah.
is kind of you're disregarding certain reality, right? In a sense, but what do I know? Right? I mean, why not disregard parts of reality? I don't know.
They're like omniist, but not omniist. I don't know. They're interesting.
Yeah, but then I guess you become, and you're in your own bubble. You have your own bubble. I guess everyone has their own bubble in a sense, right? But I mean, it's not a bad bubble.
But
I don't know.
definitely could be worse,
Oh, for sure, yeah, because that Christian bubble is really not a great place to be.
Oh yeah. If I had to choose right now, do you want to get stuck in the Baha'i bubble or the Christian bubble? I'd be like, let's go with Baha'i.
Oh,
Yeah, I would go with that.
hands down, that would be
I might have to hide in my room from all your emotions, but I would be happier dealing with you guys every day. So let's do this.
Well, the end goal is world peace. I mean, what's wrong with that? That's the end goal.
Yes.
I'm pro world peace.
I guess they're like Persian hippies. I don't know.
Yeah. Are they? There's still some of those left somewhere, right?
Yeah. There's some in Hollywood, actually.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
kidding.
that's why the Christian God can't exist, because if he's omnipotent, he can do anything, and he's omnibenevolent. He loves everyone. It's basically the problem of evil. If evil exists, then the Christian God, as described, cannot exist. Yeah. If he's all powerful and he's all loving, there will be no evil in the world, but there is evil in the world. Therefore, the Christian God does not exist. Sorry if that was a bit too harsh for any Christians watching. But it's true, so fuck it. Do you know what I mean? I don't give a shit.
I try not.
I don't know that I know enough to say what's true or not true. Things just seem plausible or implausible to me.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's more about belief rather than what's true. Like, something is true. Either the Christian God exists or he does not exist. That is a direct logical negation.
Sure, but
So
how would I
either
know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe he does, but how the hell would I know?
Yeah, but whether you know or not is different from whether he actually exists or not. I was having this
Okay, but
argument.
what I'm saying is if I don't know, then I don't know if what I'm saying is true or not. I can say it's true, I don't believe, or that I don't find it plausible, or that I don't find it probable, but I can't say that it's true that he doesn't. I don't know. How the hell would I know?
Yeah.
You know, I heard an argument for God the other day that was, I don't think I've ever heard it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with, does anyone know the argument from bees?
No.
There you
I've,
go.
I've never heard that.
You know, bees, bzz, bzz, they make honey. You never heard of that?
Is it because the wings aren't big enough to
Exactly.
lift them off the ground or
Yes.
something? Yeah, that's just nonsense. That's a myth. Yeah.
Yeah, because the bees aren't supposed to fly, but they fly. Therefore, God.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Mind
Yeah.
blown. What? What? How is it happening? It's like,
Yeah. I've heard that argument. Yeah.
it's like no.
Yeah.
But then I pose the questions: what if ants had a god? What would it be like? What would...
Like yeah, that's a problem as well. That's another problem. Like, we could be a god to ants. Like, if aliens came down, they were a much more advanced society than us. How would we tell that from God? If they said they were God and they could do things that we couldn't understand, how would we tell the difference between aliens and gods?
Well, gods, gods, the way we see them through literature, they're not present. They're aberrations. They're things that float around. They're not things that make
Yeah.
themselves present all the time. But if something
Yeah.
flew out of the sky and landed down, that's pretty demonstrable, right?
Oh, right, yeah. I get
You know what I
no,
mean?
no. I mean, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Do you
No,
not listen to
mean,
the
like-
Pentecostal evangelists? Those are just demons,
No,
obviously.
not-
They're demons parading as aliens.
But like, people say like the stars rearrange themselves into like saying "I am God." How would you tell the difference between a god doing that and aliens doing that with an advanced technology that could move stars around? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. No, the
Look, most
physical-
people couldn't tell the difference between Professor X and God. You know, I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah.
Unless you
Yeah.
had a criteria,
No.
a criteria you could apply to gods that could apply to other gods. I don't
Can I
know.
just say hello to Spooky Bedhair? Good to see you, man.
Hey, Spooky.
It's been a while. Yeah.
That's a name that'll make me stop and look at chat. This is the first time I've looked in chat, really.
I have it scrolled by on this side. Chat. Anyway.
There we go.
Oh yeah, I've got to pay for StreamYard again as well. It's like £35. That's quite a lot for me. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I put it in the wrong chat.
Yeah.
StreamYard, do you say?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've only got the basic now, so I can only have 6 people.
How much is that a month? 30 something? 35? 35 pounds? What is it?
Yeah, £35. It's like $40, something like that. Yeah.
Man, I don't know what it is
That's
in the
all.
US. I haven't used StreamYard in a while. I've been thinking of going with just using OBS to stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How did you figure it out? I'm still doing something wrong. When I'm doing a
OBS.
panel. Yeah.
What, to use OBS?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gio, you're going to have to explain that because
set up
my
a virtual
laptop
camera.
isn't. My
You need to
laptop
set
isn't
up a
good enough
virtual-
to use OBS.
You need to set up a virtual camera within OBS that can be used within.
Yeah,
the
it has
browser.
that. But then, like, when I'm doing a panel, because, you know, it's not really set up to do a panel, but you can use other things like Video Ninja and stuff like that.
Yeah. You
But-
can use a host to use OBS. Like if you go
Right.
to Discord, you could use OBS and use Discord as the host, and then use
But
OBS.
I keep doing something wrong.
Oh,
And I don't know
haven't
what
done
it is, and I feel so stupid because I know it's got to be something
No,
small.
it's probably
No,
some clicky thing.
Yeah, it's not you being stupid, it's that OBS has so many fucking options. I can't use it either. Even when it worked on my desktop PC, it has so many options. I just get like totally confused by it. Do you know what I mean?
And sometimes my audio doesn't
Yeah.
work from OBS when I play things, and I don't know why it's doing that either.
Yeah, you have to set up scenes. I'm just saying this is how I do it and how I used to do it. I set up scenes, and each scene has its own audio settings. So if I jump out of a scene to just talk to the audience and then jump back to another scene, that may cut off my audio if I have the audio setting different than another scene. So it's like you have to juggle a lot of shit, you know?
Yeah, Tog, this one guy, Noel, yeah, he has that problem as well. When he's playing music in OBS, he has to switch like microphone settings, you know, to get people on so he doesn't get an echo and that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the only downside of OBS is that there's a lot of things you have to move around while you're working, you know, and it's sometimes you lose track and you fuck it up.
Yeah. I have never fucked up on this stream. Yeah. On any stream ever. I have never fucked up. I fuck up all the time. Yeah.
But it's even easier to fuck up. Like say if you only have one screen. I have two screens in front of me. Like I have dual screens. But if you only have one screen, it's even easier to fuck up because there's so much going on. It's like so
like I've got so many tabs open at the moment. I've got the StreamYard open. I've got the YouTube channel open. I've got Suno open. I've got like all the things I've been on before. You know what I mean?
So just just being able to do what you're doing on say just being able to do what you guys do on a single device or on a phone with just a single screen is amazing to me.
I couldn't do it on the phone.
I don't know how some people do it.
You know what? I bet I could figure it out. And I only say that because I'm used to working with, like, I have my laptop open, but realistically, I just have a couple of macros and my email and my work chat on my laptop, and everything else is kind of like in different sections on this giant curved monitor I have. And I have had to work like literally in the car, going back and forth to these appointments. And so I'm slower without my 10 key. I really miss 10 key when I'm in the car. But I've learned I have this like table thing custom made for my car, and for my type of car, not for my car specifically. But it's like this table thing. Anyway, so I'll set up my laptop, and then I'll set up my tablet, my little Samsung tablet, and use that as a second monitor. And everything gets kind of small, but I've learned to deal with it. And I am like constantly flipping through like 500 programs when I do that.
Yeah, if I can just make myself full switch for a second. Sorry. Burping. Spooky. Do you know what I mean? Spooky always says that to me. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Wildheart. Could you expand on that point a little further? Yeah, fuck off, Spooky. I'm only joking. You know I love you. Yeah, but seriously.
But there's no thes in that sentence, so that's an invalid sentence.
There's no what, sorry?
There's no thes.
Thus. Yeah, there is a thus.
T-H-E?
Sorry, Spooky. I was only joking. You know I love you. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to be a comedian, and it never worked. You know.
Spooky omitted all of those, so that's now an invalid statement.
Oh, fuzz. Yeah, fuzz. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I'm joking. It's a joke. Don't you get it? Never mind.
Right, we've got 5 viewers at the moment, which is good for me.
Oh,
Can I do another song?
Maybe we should give them something to watch.
Yeah.
I think that might be.
That's a bit of a harsh criticism.
I mean, I don't know. Is that what we're supposed to be doing?
Can I do a musical interlude?
We could do jazz hands, but that would only be me and you. Plus, who wants to look at my hands? Or your hands, for that matter. Forget it.
I'm
Jazz
just
hands is
trying
out. Forget about jazz hands. Where's Will?
Oh,
Will,
this is good.
Come on, Will. Play some of Will's music. Doesn't he have any music you can play?
Oh, is William still here?
I don't know.
Oh, yes,
He
because
was here.
yeah.
That was-
Oh, yeah. Good to see you. Yeah, we got 6 viewers now. And I'm going to ruin it all by playing another song. I'm sorry. I'm a footwork.
Wait, what are you playing? What are you playing?
The Silver Sun Lazy Eye by Silver Sun Pickups.
Oh, what, 12 minutes
Yeah.
long? What?
Get in. And I will have to apologise. I've had a little bit to drink and a little bit too much cocaine today. So. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. But not quite right. It's impossible to climb word. So give us all one. I've been waiting for the silence all night long. It's just a matter of time. We're the same old and lazy eye. Takes the rest on you. And it's so untrue. Everyone focus with sunshine. Everyone's so intimate. I'm sorry. You want to focus really with sunshine. Lost and loaded. Still the same old makers. Still too long. That's why I said we were. The moon, the sun, and the sky. The moon, the sun, and the sky. Bang. Been waiting for this moment. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry, that's so sure. Kevin just said Gio Sam and picked it. I love you like brilliantly. Do you know what I mean? You're both brilliant people.
You love that I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. That's a Suno hit with. Wow! That's a Suno hit waiting to happen, Sway and Mumble. That's what I do. That's what I do for a living. Do you know what I mean? That is my job, to sway and mumble. That's what I do all day. And fuck you, Jason Thomas. I won't do. But I do, to be fair, I do swear and mumble a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we can get away with that. Yeah. Swear and mumble. Sorry, we can go back to serious topics now. Yeah. But I do swear mumble. Oh, the police. I'm going past. Yeah, they're not after me. That's right.
Every time I hear sirens, I'm just going to fuck with you. I'm going to be like, yeah, that's my fault. Watch him stop.
They never stop outside my door except for the. Oh, can I say this? The coke dealer downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
That's what I was referring to.
All right. Okay. Oh, another one there. Oh no, this is an ambulance now. Yeah, the last one was the police. It's because I live on the main road, so I get a lot of police and ambulances going by. Yeah. Swear, mumble, and masturbate hits the top 10 in England. Yeah, and I don't want to go into detail, but yeah, I don't really masturbate that much anymore. Can't be bothered. You know what I I'm getting old, I think. Yeah. When does death occur? Not the cease in motion starting clock. Wow, someone help me with that sentence. Tog, are you stoned? When does death occur? Not the cease in motion, the starting clock. See, he was on before, and I don't understand what he's saying. Can someone explain that sentence to me? When does death occur? Not the cease in motion, the starting clock. Tog, I love you, man. I'm not having a go at you, but that sentence makes no fucking sense whatsoever. If they're coming after your coke dealer, you weren't hearing sirens. Yeah, that's true.
True. You'd hear the battering ram.
Yeah. Yeah, they did, because I was a plasterer. Sorry, I'm very drunk at the moment. But I was a plasterer, and when they used the battering ram, you know, the big red hammer, I think they call it, the big red thing they used to break doors down, it made all the plaster around the door kind of crack, and it's still cracked. So, yeah, I know they use that. Yeah, I didn't hear it. I must have been asleep or something. So Mumble and Phil to get an erection hits the top 10 in Manchester only. Oh, I'm gonna type that into Suno and see what it comes up with.
Oh, please don't.
Sway Mumble create.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go again, huh?
Oh no, don't. No, okay, I won't do that. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you can. You can.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
it's fine.
I'll
No,
stay. Just
But that is a great name for a song, is what I was thinking. Sway Mumble and Phil to get an erection. No, I can get an erection fine. That's not the problem. Yeah.
Hey, I just checked my PC's temperature against the temperature outside, and they're exactly the same. 43C.
the weather here can't make up its mind. It's like 90 degrees one day and then like 35 degrees another day and then 80 degrees, and it just doesn't want to make up its mind.
Yeah,
You know,
it's getting kind of. Oh
I
fuck!
tell you,
I'm really getting drunk now.
Pixie,
It's getting warmer here. Yeah,
you know,
is what I was trying to
the
say.
problem is
It's like my
the weather doesn't
Yeah.
have a mind, Pixie.
problem.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. Because if it had a mind, it might think a lot more logically about its weather. I don't know.
No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, no.
Well, hopefully we keep having unseasonably warm falls, because Super Munchkin's wedding is outside on the edge of a canyon in November.
Oh,
November might be difficult. I don't know the weather conditions where you live, but November.
I don't think it'll be too bad. Last year I swam through October, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Like November here is very cold. Do you know what I mean? Like in Manchester, England, it's very cold. But you live in Texas, it's hot all the fucking time. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
it gets cold here, and when it gets cold, the wind is absolutely fucking brutal.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. It depends on what part. Texas is bigger than England, so it depends on what part of Texas you live in.
It is, yeah. That is true. The state of Texas, one of 50, is it 50 states or 51 states?
50 states and like 20.
Yeah.
Is it 23 or 26? I never can remember. Territories.
Yeah, and one of them is bigger than England. That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous size for a country. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
14. United States has 5 major inhabited territories, 9 smaller and uninhabited territories. Totaling 14 commonly recognized U.S. territories.
14.
Oh,
So what?
is it going down? I guess it went down.
So what's the
Or I guess
difference?
some aren't
between-
official either. They're just like.
But what's the difference between the territory and the state?
We control them like puppets, but they don't have citizenship, like Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they're self-governing.
So you don't. No, Puerto Rico isn't that a country. That's not a state.
Right. But they're our territory.
It's, yeah.
They're still a U.S. territory.
They're a U.S.
Oh,
territory.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yep.
It says there are
But
5
isn't Puerto Rico in, like, Europe? Or is it still in America?
What?
Puerto Rico.
the territories.
Yeah, I thought Puerto Rico was in Europe.
Puerto
No,
Rico
I'm
is
thinking.
South America.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Portugal. Sorry.
It's in the Caribbean Sea.
Portugal. Nah, no, nothing to do with Portugal.
Yeah. Sorry, that was me being stupid. And I need the toilet. I'll be right back.
Well, they say there are 9 smaller territories.
Yeah.
It says 5 major inhabited territories, 9 smaller uninhabited.
9 smaller. So then 23 would have been right.
So
Yeah.
that's still 14. I'm counting 14. 5 major and 9 smaller.
Oh, 5 major. Got you.
That's 14, right? Am I going crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 14.
I think some used to be considered territories that we don't consider territories anymore. But
Inhabited territories. What did they say? Puerto Rico, Guam, the Virgin Islands, American Samoa, North Mariana Islands, and home approximately uninhabited. Wow. U.S. minor outlying islands: Baker Island, Howard Island, Jarvis Island. I don't even know these places. There's all these islands
yeah,
that are uninhabited.
pretty
though.
much.
But you can go live there and be a city. Go build yourself a house in Midway Islands somewhere, and you're good.
No, thank you.
Nowhere to shop, no infrastructure, but you could live there.
If I was
Wow.
gonna do that, I'd go someplace where the residents already had it figured out, like
Yeah.
Pitcairn. There's like 40 people there. Probably
Yeah,
less
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Right, no. Sorry, I just got back from the toilet. Will said I won't be bothered to do something. And my mouse isn't working.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry. I wanted Wilder to look it up in defiance, I'll say. I guess I beat him to it. He likely wouldn't bother. Like I'm a lazy guy. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know what they're talking about anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, the UK is bigger, but England on its own. The UK is like 4 countries. So Texas is bigger than England on its own, but it's not bigger than the UK, because the UK is England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, which are 4 different countries. But Texas is bigger than England. Yeah.
Yeah, but England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales have got nothing on the US as a whole.
Yeah. We are diminished. Yeah. Nothing compared to America. Yeah.
But the population of Texas is like, compared to Britain, is almost, it's like, there's a big difference, right? I mean,
yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the population of
I never looked it up.
Texas. Yeah, I'm just talking about the landmass. Like the landmass of Texas is bigger than England on its own, but maybe not the UK. Yeah.
I think it would cover most of Europe.
Yeah.
Some of Northern Europe too. Most of Northern, Southern Europe. If you just put it, like, moved it over and placed it on top, you know.
No. Oh, this is what Americans don't understand. UK is not bigger than the UK. No, the UK is bigger than England. The United Kingdom is 4 countries. England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. That is 4 countries. That's the UK, the United Kingdom. England is just 1 country, and Texas is bigger than England in landmass. Yeah. We know that. Then why UK is not big? I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Oh no. Wow, Texas is pretty big.
Yeah, but a lot of Americans.
I looked it up, and England has an estimated 57 million people, and Texas has an estimated 31.3 million.
Yeah. So we have more people in less, but that makes sense because you have more land. Yeah. So they will be more spread out. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I mean,
not that I agree with that.
There's canyons, mountains, pine forests, desert, like subtropics. Yeah. All that stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we don't have. In the UK, we don't have like dangerous animals or like weird like canyons. I don't think there are any canyons in the UK. Do you know? We don't have weird like land things like you have in the US.
Oh, that's sad for you. That's really sad for you. I like that stuff. But we have dangerous animals. What do you mean you don't have dangerous animals? Doesn't everywhere?
No. I think
you don't have any you don't have any venomous spiders or snakes or anything?
No. I don't think we have any poisonous spiders. I think we have one poisonous snake. I think it's called a black adder or some kind of adder. But apart from that, the most dangerous animal is like a squirrel or something. Do you know what I mean? Wait, no,
Squirrels
we
are
don't.
so cute.
I know. Yeah, but that's kind of the most dangerous. Apart from like dogs, obviously they can like
That's
bite you
pretty
off and
sad.
stuff.
So you don't do you have like
Yeah.
coyotes?
No, we don't have coyotes in the UK. Apart from
Do you
in
have
zoos, maybe
do you
in
have
zoos.
wolves?
No, no. Honestly, we don't have any dangerous animals.
No wild boars?
Oh, we might have wild boars. Yeah,
Yeah, black
Okay.
bears, right?
yeah, but they're not like poisonous or anything. And they're kept on farms where
Do they
you
need to
farm
be
them for
poisonous?
meat and yeah, yeah.
Black bears are pretty dangerous on their own.
I don't think they
Oh,
need to
black
be
bears.
venomous.
No, we don't have bears. There are no bears in the UK.
Oh,
Apart
no
from in
bears?
zoos, maybe. No bears. No. We don't have any dangerous animals whatsoever.
You're like New Zealand.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
look at this.
Oh, that's sad.
Look, I got
Sorry to any New Zealanders watching. Yeah.
look, I got the layer. Here's Texas, right? Here's Texas. We got Texas, right?
That's
Yeah.
Texas after Texas gave away land to like 4 different
All
states.
right, we're gonna move it over and see how much it covers of Great Britain. Move it over here.
No, not Great Britain, England. England specifically.
Oh, there's the UK.
Yeah, it covers all of England. Yeah, England is the bit at the bottom. You're going over into Scotland now. Yeah, that's it. That is perfect. Yeah, where you had it then. That is England. Yeah, it covers the entirety of England. Yeah, the top bit is Scotland. The right bit is Ireland. Yeah, so it is literally bigger than England. So, yeah.
Yeah, so the warm part of Texas is down in the South Texas. I don't live there.
Anyway,
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
just to illustrate, Texas is fucking big, man.
No, black bears don't steal your bicycle. Black people steal your bicycles. I think that's what you meant. Well, black people steal bicycles. Not joking.
I had my bike stolen once.
Yeah. Was it stolen by a black person? Did you
No,
ever find it?
it was stolen by a Spanish guy.
Oh, Hispanic or Spanish?
He was one of them. I don't know. You weigh that one out. I don't know. One or the other.
Yeah. They're all the same. They're all foreign.
He
Yeah.
spoke Spanish. I know that because I met him.
Oh, that could be Hispanic. I'm only joking. Sorry, I'm not racist. I just like to make racist jokes.
You know, the funny thing is,
So,
the funny thing about this bike theft, what happened was the bike was brand new, so it got stolen. So I went back to the same store and bought the exact same bicycle the next day, right?
yeah.
And you know, funny enough, I met another guy riding the same exact bicycle in my own neighborhood. Now, what a coinky dink. And you know what? I customized that bicycle and I put some things on it that were not originally on that bicycle. And you know what? He had the same exact customizations on his bicycle that I had on mine. Now, how is that?
Yeah.
How cool? And I pedaled right up to him on the same exact bicycle. And I said, "Oh, nice bike you got there." I got the same exact one. And I just looked at it and rode away.
So you knew that is who stole your bicycle?
Yeah.
But you didn't.
Yes.
You didn't.
didn't
See, I would have punched him out and got the bicycle back.
No, he knew. He knew. I kind of insinuated that I knew it wasn't his bike, and I saw him, and I was like riding right next to him on the same exact fucking bike. He watched me because I was going into the video store. He watched me ride up to the video store, lock my bike up, and then go into the video store because I came back out of the video store, went into the pizzeria, and came back to the bicycle like 3 times, and he was watching me.
I stole a kid's bike once, and I made him come to my house and apologize to get it back.
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that sentence, Pixie.
I stole a kid's bike once, and I made him come to my house and apologize to get it back.
That's a good move. Total
Why?
Why not, right?
Why did you steal the kid's bike?
So me and my sisters used to walk home together a lot, and we also used to like put my baby brother in the stroller and walk him around, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And there was this group of boys that were like always fucking picking on us. They were always picking on us. They would try to take my brother's stroller and run off, and that would piss us off. Like we'd be walking home from school, and him and his friends would come by on their bikes, and they would like act like they were gonna go towards us. They made my sister trip a couple of times, and it pissed me off. So one day he was coming on his bike, and he was being his dumbass self. So I just took my backpack and fucking swung it as hard as I could and knocked his ass off his bike. Then I stole his bike and put my sister on the back and rode home. And then I made him come to my house and apologize to get his bike back.
Oh, see, to me that is very reasonable. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
assault and
that's right. Once you explained the story in the first place, I thought like, what the fuck?
I think I was like, oh my god, I think what was that, like 4th grade maybe? I think I was like in the 4th grade. Yeah,
No,
I think I was in the 4th grade when I did that.
Hey, but
No,
we were
that's
only
fine.
9. I don't condone that behavior, Pixie.
Well, you know what? He didn't bother me walking home from school anymore, so I don't regret it.
I didn't say it wasn't warranted. I just said I didn't condone it.
See, I kind of do condone that behavior. Now she's explaining it. Yeah, I think I would have done pretty much the same thing,
Assault and battery and theft.
Yeah, stop pissing me off. I'll steal your bike and then make you come back and apologize for it. Yeah.
Isn't that worse than assault and battery? Because it was assault and battery with an object. That's kind of. So you used a weapon. What's that called? I think that's. I don't know. It's
less than lethal force, I suppose. I don't know.
I don't know. It's kid stuff. Sounds like
technically it could have been a projectile.
I guess.
After I swung it.
I mean, back in the day, that could have been deadly.
So go in store or online today. Vodafone.
Sorry, I'm playing number. Yeah. Oh, Brett Keen's here again.
Well, of course.
Hello,
aren't we pals, Mr. Wildheart? Of course I'd visit you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, we are pals, I think. Yeah. But I will warn you, I'm a little bit drunk, in case you couldn't notice, and I've had a little bit of cocaine today. Quite a lot of cocaine. So if you want to leave at any time, I won't hold it against you. Is what I'm
quite
saying.
A lot. Or
Yeah.
It isn't going to cause any kind of negative effect on your health because you were having issues a while back, will it?
It possibly could, yeah, but we don't need to focus on that. No. What I'm saying is, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's like, thanks for joining. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. It's good to see you, and hello, all new people that I may have never talked to.
Oh, this is Pixie and Geo-san. They're both very good friends and like friends to the channel, if you know what I mean. Yeah, they come here a lot, and they're very good friends. Yeah, they're good people. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know that I'm a good person. I'm just a person, but thank you for being generous.
It's all
No, yeah.
subjective, you know, so whatever.
Oh, although now we've got a Christian on the channel, you know, I like to talk about religion a lot.
I know you do. We've had plenty of discussions, that's for sure. If you want to, I know that sometimes it's done out of boredom, not really for answers, but I'm in it if you want to.
Yeah, not to have an argument, but Will Freeman, as soon as you came up, he says, "Are you still a Christian, Brett?" Can you explain? So you've been a Christian for the last 9 years. I think the last time we talked, you said you've
not a
been
great one. I haven't been a great Christian, that's for sure. I'm no saint, that's for sure. But I give it the best I got.
Yeah, no Christian is like they can't stand up to like Jesus was like the perfect being. You know what I mean? Like no Christian is a perfect Christian. I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as Jesus walking the earth, doing what he's doing, the usual belief is that he didn't commit any kind of actual physical sin.
Yeah. Except he did. he did create his own like whip and went into the temple and turned over the tables and kind of whipped the people there. Would you not class that as a sin?
I don't know that it says he actually whipped them. I think it says he chased them with a whip and turned over tables.
Yeah. As far as I know, Wild Heart, it was probably different than the usual Jesus people were used to, but that's not really a sin to turn over some tables and knock over some money. Hell, I tend to do that from time to time myself.
My question is this:
that wasn't
from
funny,
a God
huh?
who sent she-bears to attack children and decided that villagers were so evil their cows and babies had to die. What makes you think for one moment that it would have been a sin if he had whipped people?
Yeah, God is definitely evil. Sorry, God is yeah. He sent 2 she-bears to maul 42 children to death. God is definitely evil. I don't know about Jesus, but God is definitely evil. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you two are not atheist or agnostic. It sounds like you're more maltheistic. Have you ever heard of that term before?
Yeah.
I don't generally accept labels, particularly from random strangers who don't know me or what the hell they're talking about to begin with.
Well, the reason why I suggest that, and I'm not trying to be insulting or mean, it means that you believe in God, but you think he's a jerk.
No, I don't believe in God. I've not met any gods. Sorry.
No. What I'm saying, if the God of the Bible does exist, because I'm an agnostic atheist, I don't know whether God exists or not. But if the God of the Bible exists, then he is a malicious, jealous prick, and I wouldn't worship him even if he did exist. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I do believe he exists. I'm an atheist. I don't believe he exists. But if the God of the Bible did exist, then he's a fucking asshole. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
All right. But you agree that would be a subjective opinion, because if reality and things around you are just based upon your subjective opinion, that's all it really is. I mean, you can feel that way. You can think that if you want. You're right
Yeah.
about the jealousy part. He even says he is.
Yeah. Yeah. So if he did send two she-bears to maul 42 kids to death, would you agree that that is a malicious kind of bad thing to do?
Well, honestly, Christians don't have to agree with every moral thing that's in the book. They can say, look, I believe in God, but I didn't really think the flood was cool. I didn't like the wars that happened in it. I didn't like the she-bears killing it. But that doesn't mean that you're against God or anything. You just disagree with how he handled some things. I don't think that'll get me in hell for admitting that.
No, I'm not saying it'll get you in hell, but you don't believe that he's a perfectly moral character.
I don't think that sometimes God is nice. I think that sometimes, as a human being, in my own subjective opinion, I may have handled things a little different. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's actually fair enough. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, like most Christians would say God is perfectly moral all the time, and they will try to make excuses for all the genocides and stuff he created, and slavery and all that.
No,
Yeah,
I don't agree with some of the things that are in the book. I used to be a former atheist, as you know, Wild Heart, and still to this day, I admit publicly that there's a lot of things that I understand about the book, and there's things I do accept, but there's things that I wouldn't do the same way as some of the prophets or men of the Bible, for sure.
yeah, that's kind of fair enough. I can't argue with that. I'm the same. There's things I would do in the book as well. There are like good things that like Jesus and God did. There are good things in the Bible. Like I'm not saying totally, but it's a good book. There are good moral teachings and that. Yeah, so I can't really argue with that. Yeah.
There's good moral teachings in The Lord of the Rings, but I've yet to meet any gods or any elves.
Yeah, that's
Or any
true.
demons or orcs for that matter.
Yeah, I'm not saying that God exists because of that, but as a story, as like a storybook, as the Bible, I think is. Yeah, there are good things and there are bad things in it. Yeah, but if you genuinely believe that the God exists, then he is a moral kind of monster. You know what I mean?
You know,
That's the
Wild Heart and Pixie,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, even though I completely comprehend it's fiction. I think that it's beautifully artistic, it's interesting, great storyline. However, I've never seen a religious person or a non believer make an entire channel about how fake it is.
No, they just make channels delving into what it is all his words symbolized. Right? I mean, we know the basics of it. We know that he was influenced by encroaching industrialization, which he hated. We know that being in the trenches in warfare is what inspired him to have like these different races come together, because he said it was the one place where your distinction didn't matter. It didn't matter what color you were. It didn't matter how rich your family was. Everybody was the same in the trenches. We know we know the Shire is inspired by his homeland, the farms. We know things like that, but as far as like breaking everything down, sure, you see channels dedicated to that, just like you see Christian channels dedicated to doing the same to the Bible. God really meant this. No, he really meant that. But this symbolizes this, but this means this over here. But this word was translated 2 different ways just because. It's kind of the same.
Right. And I hope
Yeah.
that when we're talking, you don't think that I'm over here trying to justify it. When he brought up the she-bears thing about the kids making fun of the bald guy and all that, I didn't enjoy the story about the 2 bears doing that to kids. I'm a father myself. I personally think it could have been handled differently. And I don't think that God's going to slap me around for saying, hey, I'm just not a killer. I'm not into that. I just got my own preferences.
Well, here's my thing. You can argue that the God of the Bible specifically is omniscient. You can argue that he's all powerful, although I think context clues in the texts suggest otherwise. He's powerful enough to influence to get his way, but he's missing quite a bit for those omnis there, particularly omniscient. But let's just say he is. If you can convince me of those things, you cannot convince me he's benevolent. You just can't. Because even if he saw fit to dispose of these beings he created and they're just some empty clay vessels or vessels created for destruction or whatever the hell else God was playing with the Play-Doh that day for, there's a way to do it without creating suffering. And he specifically goes out of his way to create suffering. He did in the plagues. He did when he had children mauled by bears. He did when he did all of these things. And so if his moral instruction is to love each other and to not harm each other, and yet he is doing these things, then what, free pass just cause? Like you can't say I don't know, it's a two-way street. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and sorry, I just had a phone call. That's why I was away. Sorry.
And as far as this whole believe and everything will be great, I hope Christians realize that what they're asking is for me to be better than the apostles. And that seems like a really weird ask. I mean, these men walked with him. They watched him perform miracles. They met him. They talked to him. They shook his hand. And still they ran. Still they denied him. Still Thomas said, I will not believe until you show me the holes in your hands. I have to see it to believe it. But me, I'm supposed to be better than the people God chose to walk with him. And then I might have a chance, right? Like, doesn't sound incredibly hopeful. Sounds kind of weak. But that's just my opinion.
I don't think that, from what I see when I read the Bible, and Wildheart and I have actually talked about this before, I don't think that God has problems with skepticism or doubt or questioning. I think the real issue is apathy. You know what that is? You remember us talking about that, Wild?
Yeah, apathy is not caring whether something is it right or wrong. Not caring. Apathy is like not caring. Yeah.
Exactly. You got it perfect, guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
If God is all powerful and all knowing, and I can only know what God allows me to know, then what good is trying? I mean, it didn't do me any good in 41 years, right? Isn't that kind of, isn't God supposed to like reach out or some shit? I don't know.
But doesn't it say in the Bible that you should not doubt your God, or you shouldn't put God to the test? Isn't that kind of a kind of apathy? You should not test your God. You should not judge whether he exists or not. Doesn't it say that in the Bible somewhere?
Yeah, there's a comment like that whenever Jesus is facing the devil. But if you recall, I'm not going to play context games with you or anything. The devil was trying to trick Jesus into jumping off of a building or a cliff or something like that. And that was Christ's clever way of saying, yeah, right, no thanks on that guy.
Oh yeah, and if I can just bring up that, like the whole thing of the devil trying to tempt Jesus in the desert makes absolutely no sense as a story, because the devil is basically telling Jesus, which I presume you believe is God, that he will give him all the lands he beholds when Jesus is the Lord of the universe. Why would Jesus accept that? Do you know? I already own the universe. Why would I be tempted by the devil trying to say, I will give you all the land you behold? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, more than that, it doesn't actually save him from anything, right? Like, if he's always going to rise and he's always going to conquer death and he's always going to this, then what was sacrificed?
Yeah.
Except its physical form, which seems more a sacrifice of the people against themselves than anything else. I don't know. Seems like a weird little plot thing I've yet to decipher.
Yeah, the whole story of Satan tempting Jesus in the desert makes absolutely no sense whatsoever under any circumstances. Yeah.
I think at this point in the story, the devil was actually convinced that he did in some way own the world and own humanity in a way. If you recall the Bible at some point in time, I forget what passage, but it says that Satan or the devil is the god of this world. I think through the choices mankind made, they became like children or servants of the devil in a way. If you remember, there's many times in the book of John where it says that if you don't follow my commandments and laws, if you do this, then you're not of my flock. Jesus never knew you. So perhaps the devil was under the impression that humanity was his property, and that's why Christ had to make that sacrifice, if that makes sense.
I don't know about that because because it's God's plan.
On a couple of admin points, can I just welcome Midnight Sparkle to the panel? And I get what you're saying, Brett, but the point is Jesus would have known that the devil couldn't tempt him with anything because he's the owner of the universe. If Jesus is God, then he's the owner of the universe, so Jesus would have known it. Even if Satan was under the delusion that he owned the earth or something, Jesus would have known that he was wrong, and Jesus owned the universe. So on that basis, the story doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's what I'm saying.
I understand that it's complicated, and I know that some non-believers don't like to hear the concept of bringing in free will. They feel like it's a cheat pass for the Christian on that, but
there is no free will. The Bible says there are vessels created for destruction. The Bible says that God creates confusion on purpose. The Bible says that God sent lying spirits to the mouths of prophets to deceive Ahab into battle. The Bible says that God that God is the author of like he created everything, including the bad, right? That it's all of God. So I don't.
Sorry, can I just ask this question? Walter, please ask Brett if God has ever done or could do anything wrong. I just because it was directed directly to you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
The problem is because of the nature of God, and you've probably heard this before, because of God's power and abilities, because he created the very model of reality, it also means that he's the one that gets to make the judgment call on what's moral and what's right, wrong, and all this. Now, we could sit here all day and say, man, I didn't like the flood. I didn't like this. I think that God was a little bit overreactive or a little bit manic in the Old Testament kind of thing. But the fact is, sure, you can ask me anything you like, Pixie.
How does God's plan work without Satan being exactly what God made Satan to be?
Well, I believe that
if it's
you're
all
right.
free will.
I believe that everything, even evil, has a purpose, even if it's not a purpose that we like or
so it's not free will.
Fair. No, okay. I do. I'm what you call a compatibilist. I've talked wild about this before. I do actually believe that some things are set in stone and predetermined, as where in the framework there's also the ability to make human limited choices on things. Free will is a little bit too open of a philosophy. I do believe that we're capable of making human choices right or wrong if we're going to accept something or if we're not. But I do believe that there's some things like the laws of the universe that God set that can't be changed.
Yeah. I kind of understand that.
Oh, I'd argue your attempt to change things that can be changed are minimized by God's own command too. I mean, he does it several times. Pharaoh's ready to give in, and God's like, nope, not done with the plagues yet. I'm going to harden your heart again. Jonah was like, no, I don't want to go preach to Nineveh. And God was like, yep, you're going to do it or you're going to die. And Jonah was not happy about it. Jonah was not happy about it. Even when God spared Nineveh, Jonah was pissed about it. God lectured him because Jonah gave more consideration to a tree than he did the people of Nineveh. I don't think God gave a flying fuck about anybody's free will.
Well, I think that
when it comes to God, why would God create his own arch nemesis? In the Bible, like Satan is like God's enemy. Why would an all-knowing God who knows what's going to happen in the future create his own arch nemesis, his own worst enemy, basically? Why would he do that? You just wouldn't create him in the first place. That makes no sense whatsoever.
It's an interesting question. Perhaps it was to be able to enable the story of existence and life. Perhaps he realized that he needed a protagonist in order for us to be able to have a contrast between good and evil.
No.
Yeah, but the Hebrew Bible, the devil doesn't really exist in the Hebrew Bible. So it was it didn't exist until like the New Testament, where it was developed into a figure of the devil.
Well,
so the idea
yeah.
evolved over time, and rather than being fully formed from the start. So it's not
Satan
even
was
part
more.
of the original story.
Satan was
The
originally
devil.
a title.
It's originally a title or a role that
Yeah.
someone might play.
The adversary
So the whole
of
thing breaks
something.
down when you add the devil, because there's contradictions there with the timeline.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah,
if you guys don't mind, then if that's the case, so you don't feel like it's in the Old Testament. I mean, one of the oldest books of the Bible is Job, and you can clearly see that there's a living entity that represents itself as Satan that approaches God. I mean, I've heard non-believers get onto that book over and over. That's a rough one, isn't it?
Again, Satan was originally a title. It was a title. It was bestowed. It meant the adversary of, and it was never specified to one being. Like there was the adversary of Israel, the adversary of this, the adversary of that, and yes, it is that same word. But it wasn't this like Lucifer fell and became Satan concept until much later. It's funny how much concept of heaven and hell comes less from the Bible and more from like the Divine Comedy and Dante's Inferno. It's interesting.
Plus you bring up Satan, and in the Bible, Satan kills like 10 people, and it's all Job's family, basically. Whereas God kills like millions of people, if not billions. You know what I mean, with the flood and everything. So why is God the good one and Satan is the bad one? And Satan only killed those 10 people because God told him that he could. Like according
I get what you're saying, and I can understand why people would see that. You're right. If you were to write down what the devil did, the killings of his, and you could also argue that the only time the devil could kill is if God actually gave him the authority or allowed him to do that, like he did in the book of Job. And I would say this is probably not the best justification or even the best way to emphasize this, but God sees himself as authority, kind of in the same way that humans see themselves as authority when they make themselves judges or cops or military. They feel like they can make the ultimate choice of who lives, who doesn't, who needs to be imprisoned and all that. God sees himself as a moral entity that can make these judgment calls. May not be a nice explanation, but that's how he perceives himself according to the Bible.
If he were making moral judgment calls, then his actions should match the morals he requires of others, and they do not. You've described a dictator.
I hope I don't sound snarky when I say this. If you don't mind me giving an analogy, if some kind of galactic alien were to approach the Earth and do things that we don't like invade us or try to destroy us. I mean, obviously, we could sit around and say, man, I don't like this at all. But what are you going to do about it? We're talking about a powerful being that is capable of creating the universe.
You've obviously seen. Okay.
It may be a powerful being I can't stop, right? But discounting any humans' will to fight is probably not a smart thing to do. but I don't think that equates to me being like, that is a god, I shall bow down and worship this all benevolent being while it crushes everything. I just don't think that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that is basically Mike Mates right, which is not a moral.
You just described a dictator, right? Why am I going to be
Yeah.
like, this benevolent god
Also,
is
also,
all-knowing
also,
and full of love,
also,
and I shall worship thee? Like, I just, no.
also, Brett, clearly you haven't you haven't seen any sci-fi movies lately, have you? About aliens invading the humans, kicking ass. Like,
Oh
if
yeah, I've
aliens
seen
arrive,
Independence
we
Day. It's
will
one of my
fight
favorites.
them. We might lose in reality, but I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I actually watched Independence Day. I thought that was a great movie.
Oh,
I'm
I
glad
love
we
that
won.
movie. Never liked that. You still have to finish the sequel, but I love the original.
You're nicer than me. I think it would be more like District 13. They just want to get the fuck away, but we're too busy like protesting them and yelling and
What you mean,
hurling shit
District
at
9?
them. And
What you mean, District 9?
is it District 9? Yeah, District
Yes,
9.
it's District
that
9.
one.
I was like,
I think
District 13.
I think people discount how absolutely vicious humans are. And we automatically assume that like they're superior to us, or that having different technology would make them more superior or conquerors or something. And I find it interesting. I think we might be particularly vicious.
Well,
know.
yeah. You were projecting aliens who are just like us, but worse.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
midnight. Sorry, I'm not having a go at you, but can we not get into sci-fi and all that bullshit? Because I don't give a shit. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
fuck you with that, dude. Come on, sci-fi is great.
That was rough, Wild Heart.
Sorry,
You like
midnight.
sci-fi is bullshit. Well, you know about
Yeah.
religion is bullshit. You're talking about that.
Soon you're gonna go into like what you call it, cartoons and anime and all that shit.
Yeah, so
which
what? You
Also,
got a problem with that?
which also I don't give a shit about. Yeah.
You are so bizarre. Seriously. Oh, cartoons are for kids. Hey, here's Pantheon with a cartoon made for adults that shows brain scan and never mind. I won't go further into it. I don't want to spoil anything. But I love when he does this. It's like, oh, cartoons are for kids. Let's see. Death Note, Dragon Ball Z. Although I guess that is for kids, kind of. Let's see what else.
I hated Dragon Ball Z.
Well, you did. I'm talking about in general. The one I was saying, oh, the animation for kids. Death Note. Okay.
No, Claymore. Claymore is
okay,
so
yes,
good.
Claymore. I still have to finish
I-
that series.
And if anybody shows Berserk to their kids, I'm gonna have issues with you.
Yes.
Please don't
Yeah.
ever show that to your kids. Please, for the love of God, do not show that to your kids.
But Pixie, anime is for kids. So it's okay.
No kid should ever watch Berserk.
No, I agree with you. Just channeling Wild Heart.
I liked Claymore though. A lot.
Me too. It was so bizarre, so fucked up, just so.
Weird. It was just weird.
Yeah. Dude, how many bottles do you have? What did you get? Dude, show me what you get, Wild Heart.
I've just got these out of the fridge. I've had 5 more bottles of vodka, and I've just got
Jesus fucking
3
Christ!
more out of the fridge. Yeah.
Well, good job, buddy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you keep drinking.
It's gonna be a good night.
Yeah. Well, you know, it'll be a shitty morning tomorrow when you wake up all fucking.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Plus, I've got £70 worth of cocaine.
Cool. Lovely.
Anyway, carry on. Don't let me interrupt.
Meanwhile, you know, meanwhile, poor Pixie's over here disappointed as hell.
I know. I'm sorry. I do feel bad for upsetting people. But anyway, yeah, let's get off the anime and the Dragon Ball Z.
It more than
and
upsets me,
I
Rob.
don't give a shit about. Yeah.
It more than upsets me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But I'm trying to get better. So there's that.
Then stop talking to them. Stop it.
Stop talking to who?
You know who.
Oh, the person downstairs. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to religion.
Oh my God, Will. What the
Ugh.
Well, I tell you what, folks, I promise I won't do movie analogies anymore. I apparently got people excited.
No, that's Midnight's fault. Yeah, he always
yeah, it's my fault.
He always brings sci-fi and anime and cartoon bullshit into it. Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Sometimes it's easier. I just described a whole concept with a movie title. I said, I didn't say all this like paragraphs of stuff. I said, I don't know. I think it would be more like District 9, even though I quoted it wrong first.
That movie
Whole
was
concept
so good.
right there.
Yeah. So you can go. I am seriously folks.
There was a point that Pixie made earlier. I think it was Pixie that said this. You brought up the concept of God is represented as love. Was it you or was it Wildheart? Because I want to make sure I answer.
Just benevolence or love or anything of that nature. You cannot present me this violent dictator and that doesn't even follow his own moral code and be like, this is all good. I'm just gonna be like, no, thank you.
Oh, I understand that. Like, for instance, in the book of Romans, it represents God as a God of love. But in the Old Testament, God actually says in Psalms 5:5, and a lot of people miss this, including religious folks, but it says God can actually hate. God hates workers of iniquity and will actually destroy them. So God makes it very clear that there's days where, he gets a bee in his bonnet. He gets aggravated, he gets angry, jealous, furious, raging, all this. And other days, he just wants to hang out and fish with people.
Yeah, so the God you believe in can't be omnibenevolent because sometimes he hates people. Is that correct?
Yeah. Christians would probably claim to you that he hates the sin but loves the sinner kind of thing. But I would argue, no, if you sin, he's pissed all the way around.
Yeah. Plus, it also said in the Bible that God created good and he created evil as well. So God created evil on purpose.
He also created lies to confuse people and make them believe they have the truth on purpose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so God is not a good guy. Like even if someone could prove that a God existed, which no person can, it appears. After doing this for 20 fucking years. No one can prove that a God exists, but even if they could, I wouldn't worship that God. I would think he was an evil cunt and I would hate the guy. That is my main problem with him. No one can prove that he exists. And even if he did exist, the God of the Bible would be an evil cunt that I would never worship or respect or anything. That is my main.
As long as there's no apathy there. Remember, the Bible says God prefers you hot or cold. If you feel like you got to be cold one day and hot the next, that's up to you, guy. I'm sure that'll work out. But if you just simply don't care or you're not even open to it, I mean, I could argue there's a lot of evil human beings in the world, but it wouldn't make sense if I argued they simply don't exist because they have some bad traits about them.
No,
I wouldn't.
Wait. Can you just answer that? I'm not saying he doesn't exist because he's evil. I'm saying even if someone could demonstrate that he does exist, then the God of the Bible will be evil and I wouldn't worship him. I would admit that he exists. I would agree that he exists if someone could demonstrate it, which no one can. But then I would still believe he was an evil cunt and I wouldn't worship him. is what I'm saying.
You
So if it,
you brought
yeah,
up just you
so if it,
you brought
yeah,
up just a while ago, Wildheart. You were talking about Isaiah 45:7. I form the light in the darkness. I create peace and evil. You
yeah,
understand how God actually represents the concept of evil. For God, in his perception, evil is by disobeying him or going against his what he believes to be or perceives as the moral framework. That's what evil is to God. That's why the devil is considered his enemy, because he goes against or resists
yeah,
God's plan or whatever, or idea. Some could argue that the devil is actually a part of the plan, though, I'm sure.
yeah, but that would be like a dictator. If you go against what I say, whether it's right or wrong, then you are evil. That's
Yeah,
what a
but
dictator would do. So
the
God is
plan,
basically the dictator of the universe, which I
right?
disagree with as well.
And the devil wasn't part of the plan from the beginning. So when was it added?
Yeah, so that gets rid of omniscience. If God knows everything, yeah, then the devil
At
couldn't.
what point was the devil
Yeah,
added?
yeah.
At what,
Well, you do have a point, Mr. Geosam. Is that how you pronounce your name? I
yeah,
understand your point that the devil isn't mentioned very much in the Old Testament. It's not until the New Testament where some of the writers and authors of that time period come together and start doing more of an anthropomorphic
right.
ideology
So
of
it
what the
couldn't have
devil
been
is.
part of the plan, right? Divine plan.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Well, you just
understand
said
why
that it was. You said you
well, if
speculated, right? Is
I,
that what
I
it
would
was?
have to speculate that
Yeah. Okay.
that
Then
if
that's
it's
what it was. Speculation.
mentioned, yeah, sure.
Because
I mean,
you
I
can't
don't
have
claim to
that
have all knowledge.
contradiction. You can't have that contradiction, right? Unless you accept contradictions. I don't know. Do you?
No, for me, it's a matter of there are some things that just simply weren't brought up or emphasized on the Old Testament, and the information wasn't available or accessible until the New. That's how
Well,
I look
then the
at it.
devil can't be part of the plan, then,
Well, technically,
right?
anything that exists within the universe created by God would obviously there'd be some kind of concept of a part of his knowledge, something he would be aware of or know.
Yeah, but it was added later, dude.
Oh, Geosam, I've just turned your microphone volume up. I've just put it to automatically just volume. Yeah.
Okay.
Geo, I get your point
So
and
the
how
whole thing
you have
breaks down.
issue
The
with
whole
that.
story is now on its ass because of that.
Right. So Brett, I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep picking on you, but so you don't believe in an omnibenevolent God? You don't think he's all good? You don't believe in an omniscient God, because if he was omniscient, he wouldn't have created Satan.
I don't
So
really believe that God actually declares that everything that he is doing is good. When God brought those curses down on Egypt, he wasn't saying, "You're going to love this, folks. This is going to be awesome. You're really going to enjoy the whole, frogs and lice and everything else." I don't think that he at one time said this is going to be awesome for humanity or the flood.
Right, so you don't believe in omnibenevolent God. You don't believe in an omniscient God.
Well, how
Do you
would you
believe
interpret omniscience exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
omniscient is all knowing? Does he know everything, like into the future?
It appears, according to the Old Testament and New Testament, he does have some ability of foreknowledge.
Right, so why, if he had all knowledge of everything in the future, why would he create his own arch nemesis? Why would he create Satan knowing that he would do bad things? If he was omnibenevolent, then he just wouldn't do that. So you don't believe in an omnibenevolent God. You don't believe in an omniscient God. You can't.
I believe that God has foreknowledge, and I do believe that God created all things, and I believe some negativity came out of it for sure. I'm not going to say that everything in God's creation is something that I feel is fair or cool or things that make me happy. I have questions about things as well. I just don't get myself into the rut where I throw out the baby with the bathwater on things. I can look at things and say, I don't like that happened, yet I still accept that such entity actually exists.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that. You can accept he exists, but you can't accept that he is omnibenevolent and omniscient, because that makes no sense, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that leaves you on the shit end of the stick, Brett. Mind me calling you Brett?
Sure. Yeah, it does. It definitely puts a religious person on the shit end of the stick if they're trying to misrepresent God as some kind of fluffy hippie.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. Right?
And they don't do too well at it, do they?
Well, they try very, very hard at it, and I don't know who they're trying to fool, themselves or other people. I don't know, but they're not fooling me. Did they fool you, Brett?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Well, obviously you still believe, right? So you're fooled to some extent by something. Something's keeping you there, right? Something. I mean, I don't know. Why would you believe that shit?
Because the alternative doesn't sound, it sounds even more irrational and illogical. I've actually been in the position of atheism
alternative. I'm not sure, what do you think the alternative is, Brett? I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's either two options. Either God exists or he doesn't.
Oh, that's a false dichotomy. That can't exist. There's got to be something else, right? Right.
Well, what could be the third alternative according to scientific
it could just
theory?
be a thing that always exists and has ever existed. That's not God or the universe or anything.
Because
it could be a teapot. It could be a teapot, a visible teapot orbiting the sun that no one can see, but it's there, right?
Well, the issue is that doesn't coincide. See, I'm a big fan of science as well.
Well, you're offering me a false dichotomy.
According to scientists,
either it's God or it's not
actually
God.
had an origin and a beginning to it, and I find that the explanation for the universe, according to science, is supernatural. The Big Bang is a supernatural claim.
Right. So what is the cause of God? Why does God exist? What is the reason for God existing?
Well, I believe that before space and time and matter existed, before the universe came into existence, that the void that existed within that place was timeless and eternal, one of the very attributes of God.
Right. Sorry, I've just seen a message from Will. While I'll let Gio continue. No, what the point I'm trying to get at, do you believe that everything has a reason, cause and effect?
Yes, I do believe in cause and effect within the laws and boundaries of the universe. But anything that exists out of it obviously isn't going to follow the laws of nature, because nature didn't even exist.
Right, so what is the reason that God exists?
I don't believe that there was some kind of switch that got turned on and then suddenly he became sentient or self-aware. And even if that were the case, that somehow he came into existence and not always was, how would we even be able to determine that?
Right, so you are saying that everything needs a reason except for God. Do you understand that that is a special pleading fallacy?
No, it's how the definition and description, it represents what a prime mover is, or a being that actually created the universe. That's how God is described, the thing that never started, never ended, the Alpha, Omega, beginning and end. That's how he's represented.
Yeah, but you realize that is a special pleading fallacy. Everything needs a reason except for this one thing, God. That is, by definition, the special pleading fallacy, which makes your argument for God existing invalid. So you need to come up with a better argument for God existing.
Well, I mean, it's a thing to be curious about, and it's a good thing to definitely explore. But technically, it's not something in the Bible that actually instructs me that I've got to know everything in order to be okay in existence.
No, I'm not saying you need to know everything. I'm saying if you are saying everything needs an explanation or a reason for its existence except this one thing, God, then that is the definition of the special pleading fallacy.
Well, according to most Christians, usually the idea is that the universe has purpose and meaning because God actually created the very model of reality. There's not a lot of whole bunch of information or description on why God himself exists in the book. Whenever he's asked by people throughout the book or by Christians or Jews or whatever the case, it's always, I am the beginning, the end. This is how he describes himself. He doesn't say, by the way, I'm an ancient energy source, or I'm some kind of power that somehow was and stuff back in the day. I wish there was more of an explanation. It'd make for a more fun conversation, wouldn't it?
But what I'm saying is, are you saying that everything needs an explanation except for God? Is that your argument? God doesn't need an explanation.
I'm not saying that we're limited to that we shouldn't ask that or we shouldn't wonder.
Yeah.
I hope that one day, if I do get to actually stand before God, that I actually did some things right on this planet worthy of his presence. Perhaps I'll ask him. I'll say, hey, God, if you don't mind, I've been scratching my head about this, and I got this cool friend named Wild Heart. We really want to know what the deal is on that. Maybe he'll answer. Maybe he'll tell me go play some Nintendo. I don't know.
Yeah, so you don't believe that God has always existed?
Well, according to the Bible, he represents himself as timeless, eternal. He wasn't born, unless you technically argue Jesus, born through a woman.
So you do believe that he's always existed? If you're saying he's eternal, that means he's always existed. So he doesn't need...
From my feeble mind and understanding of the interpretation representation, that seems what he's trying to say in the book.
Yeah, so he doesn't need a reason for his existence. So you're saying everything needs a reason for its existence except God.
No, I'm not saying that we shouldn't ask or shouldn't wonder or shouldn't ask that question.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't ask, but you believe that God has always existed. So everything else except for God needs a reason for their existence, but God doesn't. That is by definition the special pleading fallacy.
I don't feel that way, Wild Heart, because the truth is, I'm sure that everybody in chat, as well as voice chat, there's a lot of things about the universe we don't know why it exists or why it's here, but we don't tell each other, well, we don't know something, so let's just stop. Let's not even try. I'm saying, hey, I'm open to the question. I like it. It's valid. It's important. And I'm not pleading that we shouldn't wonder what the purpose is or why God himself exists. I hope you understand that. I'm not fighting against you on it.
Yeah, but then we could propose the spaghetti monster just as equally is equal to your proposal. That's the absurdity of it.
Well, if you want to, you can. I'm a fan of spaghetti. I like meatballs.
Yeah, well, that's the whole idea. That's what you're proposing is reality, quote unquote.
Yeah, so I could say, like, universe creating unicorns just farted the universe into existence, and they've all existed.
So when does it end? When did the claims? Right. So when did the claims end?
Yeah.
When do we stop believing the claims, or do we believe every claim under the sun? How do we suss this out, Brett? Just believe what you think. Just believe what you think, Brett. Is that what it is? No, right? Of course.
Well, I think that it's always a good idea. The rational way to do things is to be open-minded and try to exhaust every avenue that we can in the thought process.
Right. So you use a reasoning tool, right? Some kind of like Occam's razor, right? That's a perfect way to establish whether things can be what they say they are, right? Or that, like your hypothesis, apply Occam's razor to it. It's nonsensical. Don't you know what I mean? We already went through that.
May I ask you all a question? May I ask you guys a question, since I've been very respectful and trying the best I can to answer?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
If you're really convinced that God is nonsensical and just a made up thing, then why bother saying that God is possible for? I mean, I heard you earlier, Wildheart. You said it in the past.
Yeah.
You said, I'm not going to deny the existence of God. He might actually exist. Why not just go all the way and say, it's stupid. It's a comic book character. I'm not interested in this anymore. Why even open the possibility? You don't do it for unicorns.
Welcome back, Pixie. But I can answer that. It's because I don't have all knowledge. So I can't conclude 100% that God doesn't exist. It's possible that God does exist.
And that is intellectually honest, Wildheart. There you go.
Yeah.
For me, it's I've never denied the possibility of a God. I've never been convinced of any gods, but I've never denied the possibility of God. I am thoroughly convinced, though, that any evidence that any human has it right or came close to right is like next to none. So I'm pretty thoroughly convinced that if there is one, none of the religions are right.
All right, that's fair enough. And your viewpoint, because according to you, you've been on the planet for a pretty long time, like myself. Why do you think it is that there's billions of people throughout the dawn of time who claim that there is some kind of higher power, something that participated or initiated the universe? Why so many people for it? Are they crazy? Are they delusional? Are they liars? I mean, what's the deal there?
I think people think a lot of things separate humans from the animal kingdom. It's not family units. It's not language. It's not culture. It's not using tools, right? The one thing that seems to separate us from them is our imagination. Not that they don't have any, right? You have to have some imagination to figure out how to use tools and make tools of things around you. But the thing that seems to separate us from them is we have a tendency to imagine things that do not immediately exist in our reality. And more than that, we can collectively believe in these fictions. And I think that has created a lot of very specific traits in humans, and probably our storytelling abilities is bar none, right? We love stories, and we love stories that A, teach us things, and B, make sense of things. And I think we've always done that. Is Christianity perhaps a more sophisticated attempt than the woman who fell from the sky and animals dove beneath the waters to bring up mud to form land? Sure, right? But I don't know that makes it more than a story. And people ask, well, would people devote their lives to this? Would people devote their lives to that? I see people devote their lives to questionable cults and questionable things all the time. I don't think that they were primitive cavemen running around, but I don't think we're so much smarter than they were, or they were so much smarter than we are, right? I think these are things we've always been. I also think that we happen to be very tribal. And when one is tribal, your tribe has to have something the other tribe doesn't have, and that thing has to make you better or distinct. I think there's a lot of reasons for the stories and for the way we build stories, but I've yet to see human stories describe a god, and I've yet to see a god. So if it's supposed to be bigger than human, I don't know what making it human is supposed to represent.
Pixie, you mind if I ask you a question? Why do you think it is? Just your opinion on this. I don't expect you to give me like some scientific major answer on this, But why do you think the Fermi paradox exists, or why is it that we don't see this abiogenesis happen repeatedly? Why don't we see new species or creatures exist? Why don't we see a race of lizard humanoids or some kind of other monkey that has actually evolved into something that is even similar to us? Why are they all still sitting out in the jungle, yet here we are with this fantastic imagination babbling about what is real and what is not in a chat room? Why can we do that but nothing else?
Well, among other reasons, right? First of all, I think these things do develop, and I think they develop in a way that we overlook, right? I mean, Homo sapiens weren't always Homo sapiens, right? But they came from somewhere. How much is Neanderthal? How much is Denisovan? Where did the Florentians go? Right? All of that. So even human species DNA is very complex, and seems to have like merged in ways that we don't quite understand. Why do we have such capacity for imagination? I don't know. I don't know if that's accident. It could be a design, right? If it is, I've never met the designer, and I don't believe people that describe them as something like me have either. But I do know that we probably absolutely needed it, because even if you compare us to something like the other great apes, we are incredibly fucking weak without the ability to imagine things that did not exist in our world, without the ability to build structures, without the ability to have fires, without the ability to have firearms, without the ability to have these things, to find a way to make these things that we didn't see existing before us. Without that, we wouldn't feel so superior on the food chain, right? We are pretty fucking weak. Yeah. Especially amongst predators.
Oh, I agree with you, Pixie. If we got into it with a gorilla or any one of the other creatures, unless they're the miniature kind, we'd probably get our ass whooped, and we'd get it whooped well for sure. I just don't understand why we have the intellectual capacity and memories. All these creatures that we speak of, they existed in the same environments. They went through the same periods, and according to science, the same evolution. So why didn't any of them win the lotto? Why do they not have their own Google Plus? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, no, you
They
misunderstand.
do. It doesn't look like ours.
Wait, no, you're misunderstanding evolution, but I'm not picking on you. And by the way, GeoSam, Pixie, and Brett, thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. And I'm not picking on anyone, but you're misunderstanding evolution. It's not that we won the lotto. We are just the best at thinking. Like leopards are the best at running. It's not that evolution has a goal or a plan, or
I think tardigrades won the lotto.
Yeah.
What I mean by, obviously it's an analogy, and from what I understand on evolution, and I'm not claiming to be some kind of scientist or whatever here, but evolution is based upon the variables of the environment and mutations, changes that happen over billions of years of time and all this. The question is, if all the creatures on the earth, including us, the ones that are not extinct, actually went through some of the same environments, had some of the same dietary, all this kind of stuff, we should see things that are more intellectual. But Pixie's right. There's a lot of creatures out there that are physically more powerful than us, but we have the smarts.
I think we're just learning to measure what is intellect and other things, right? I think people forget 50 years ago we said animals didn't have emotions, and they didn't have family units, and they didn't have language. Now we know that every orcapod has their own language, right? And they name each other. We know that orcas have an entire section of the brain dedicated to family and emotion that not even humans have. Right? We like to think of ourselves as superior, but the truth is we're just now learning to measure a lot of things. We have studies that show that plants can recognize people. We also know for a fact that plants not only communicate, but plants in a forest will drain their own resources to extend the life of another species within its ecosystem for the good of the whole. Right? We know these things about plants. We know that they warn each other, right? We're just now learning to recognize the capabilities of them. That doesn't mean that they weren't there. Now, is it if I hand an ape a coconut, he may hand me a banana, right? But if I hand him like a $5 bill, he's going to be like, what the fuck is this for, right? Because he does not believe in the fiction of money. It doesn't mean he doesn't have a sense of equity, a sense of balance, or a sense of trade, because they have all of those things. It's just different.
Right, I understand.
Like you know, when you go outside and there's wet grass that has just been mowed, that is the grass giving off the thing to warn other grass that they've just been killed, basically. Yeah, I'm just agreeing with Pixar. Sorry, I'm a little bit drunk. Sorry.
Oh, it's cool, man. I appreciate it. You've been coming up with some good points, by the way. I'm listening to you. Pixie and Wildheart, I don't know if you heard me earlier when I mentioned the Fermi paradox.
Yeah, I heard you. I wanted to comment on that. I heard what you said about the Fermi's paradox.
Well, sure. I'm all ears, guy.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's more about expectations than bad ones, the Fermi's paradox, because there's no justification for the ideas that it expresses, because we only have one data point, you know.
Sorry, can you re-inform me on the Fermi paradox? I've heard of it, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. The Fermi paradox asks the question, according to science, there's literally more than billions of planets because the universe is so expansive. Yet we've never seen any form of abiogenesis or evolution or any life form come into existence. Basically, we're getting into alien territory. Why are we not seeing the same repeated or some similar results on other planets?
Yeah.
According to science, there are planets out there that are very, very suitable, not right next to us, but out there that is capable of life, yet we see no life. We're not perceiving anything but ourselves and the universe. And a lot of scientists are scratching their head over that. I'm just curious. I'm not expecting anybody to have the facts on it. Just want to hear people's opinion why we're not seeing the repeat incident.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I will guess, and Pixie will be right back. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep.
Well, what I was saying was that it assumes that, you know, we should expect to detect some form of civilization, but without any justification for it. Just, oh, I expect this. So that's just an expectation. That's not really anything. And then we only have one.
I get your point there, Gio. Why should we expect it? I think that the reason why scientists
listen, if you won't let me explain what I'm trying to say, you won't hear it.
I'm
right?
sorry. I thought you were finished.
Yeah, no, Wildheart interjected. What do you want to say, Wildheart?
Sorry, I do that. Carry on, Gio.
What did you want to say, though?
I want to say the reason I would say that is because we only have a limited example of planets that we've explored or know anything about. It's basically the planets in our solar system, but the universe is so large that, you know, there could be life forms on other planets that we would just never be aware of, you know, because the distances are so massive. But sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Carry on, Jason. Sorry.
Right. Well, it's assuming that we should see these things, right? And like you said, we only have one data point, which is our Earth, right? And is there a probability for life and intelligence in other planets? No, we have no way of making a probability of that. And there's really no reason to assume that if anything is out there, that it's even detectable.
That's another thing. Why do we always assume that they're more advanced than us and they're going to visit us and we're going to see these miraculous signs of life? Why do we always assume that? What if they're a couple of millennial behind us, right? What if we're advanced? What if they're exactly where we are and they can't get very far out yet? We just assume
yeah.
that we see these signs, and we're going to assume that we're going to know exactly what we're looking for, and that they're going to be advanced, and it's going to be so obvious. And I just don't know that that's true.
Well, now I say you take this paradox and you apply it to theology, say like what Brett Keane is trying to do here. He's applying this paradox to make it, add it to this thing that he's calling God, which is outside of space and time and everything else. Use Occam's razor and you can't, those two things can't even go together with just by using Occam's razor. So it fails that. It's just taking those two things and trying to combine them is a failure in itself. The Fermi's paradox and his idea that God is outside of time and space and the thing he proposed earlier, Brett. So it's kind of what's that word? I'm looking for that word.
Well, technically, we haven't really got too far into the representation. I actually refer to myself as a Christian pantheist. I believe that originally God was the external prime mover, but I also believe that God is actually, in essence, a part of the universe and a part of us as well. As far as the Fermi paradox, I didn't come up with that. That's something I listen to scientists talk about. They are the ones that are stating, according to the variables and how the environment works, if a planet appears to have habitable abilities, why shouldn't there be, is the question. And I find that interesting. I think the scientists are onto something.
Well, it assumes that things are detectable, first of all, and that it's out there, and that we have only one data point. So how can we even? It's all assumptions, and it's all what we might expect, but it's not.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with Brett as well. We should look into it. We should look into whether other planets have life forms, and
all right, how do we do that?
Yeah, but until we have evidence that they actually exist, then we shouldn't believe they exist, is what I'm saying.
Well, you can't posit that they do exist if we don't have any data points for them.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get the data points. We've got to be open-minded in the possibilities. You're searching, truth seeking.
Yeah, but then you're adding more complication to the God thing already. Now you're adding a God thing too, Brett, right?
No,
sure.
Yeah, so there's a God thing too.
No, I don't think it's a God thing. Like other planet, other
you're
planet.
multiplying. What do they call them? Multiplying entities. It's no parsimony. It's not very parsimonious, there, Brett.
No, I'm saying that there could be other planets with life forms on them that we don't know about, but we shouldn't believe.
Yeah.
We shouldn't believe that they are until we have evidence that they are. And we don't have evidence that they are.
I think you're just unnecessarily multiplying entities for no reason. Just
at the moment, yeah.
I don't think that it's irrational if Wildheart or Pixie or even myself were to be open-minded that there might be other life out there. I don't see that why that's a reason why that makes me bad or presenting a bad argument.
No, I'm not saying bad. I'm just saying you shouldn't believe that there are other life forms out there until you have evidence that it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but you shouldn't believe it until you have evidence.
I don't think "should" is an apt word there. You can argue that it's an unvalidated belief, perhaps even an unjustified belief, although that may be somewhat of a stretch in certain areas. But I don't know that I would say it's a "should" instance.
Yeah, "should" is not the right word. It's people are convinced for reasons whether they want to or not, and that "should" isn't even part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
that's how I think.
Oh no, that's good. Can you explain that to me? Why shouldn't I use the word "should"?
Because I don't think we choose what we believe.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Which is antithetical to most theists, right? I think you can choose with what to inform yourself, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you choose to be convinced of something. I've never been able to choose, like, I've never been able to believe something because I wanted to believe something, right? Like either I've been convinced or I have not been convinced. It is what it is. I can choose what information to take in. I can choose what information to feed myself, but I don't think I can actively choose all of my beliefs. I think
Yeah.
that's
I-
not true.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
totally,
know
I
about that,
totally
though.
agree with that. Yeah, it's not like a light switch. Like I can choose to believe a God exists. No, I can't.
Well,
I'm either convinced that God exists or I'm not convinced that God exists. It's not like a. Yeah, I agree with that.
I understand it's more complicated whenever it comes to the concept of God, but I believe that humanity, whether you're non-believer or you're of another faith, I believe that humans deal with faith and belief and choices every single day. I think that Pixie, when you're on your way to work, you probably believe you're going to be fine. You probably believe I'm going to get to work, I'm going to do my routine thing, and you kind of have a little bit of a subconscious expectation. Sure, there might be a doubt. You might think, well, anything could happen along the highway. Something could happen at work, perhaps an accident or something I could be involved in. But we all wake up with this belief that things are going to act in accordance to physics and reality. Am I right? Do you do that, Wild Heart, or do you just say, screw it, the day's fucked right off the get-go?
No,
I think what I have.
Yeah, I agree with that. I believe that things act in accordance with physics and reality. Yeah, but sometimes you can't necessarily predict what is going to happen. Like if you're going to get in a car crash, you can't predict that. You presume that you're going to get to work safe, but maybe you won't. Do you know what I mean?
I think I have the expectation of performing the task that I set out to do. I don't know that won't be interrupted or hindered, and I also have that expectation. I think in the way that I expect things to work is a learned expectation, right? I think I expect the sun to come up because I've never not seen the sun come up, right? Like it has always come up. And so I have a learned expectation that it will be there, right? If I sit down in a chair and it breaks, well, I didn't expect it to break. You're right, but it's not because I had faith in the chair. It's because I've sat in thousands of chairs and none of them broke, and I'm under 100 pounds, so why would it, right? So I don't think learned expectation is the same kind of belief one could describe faith as.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. It's not faith. It's like a reasonable, like you said, a reasonable expectation.
Are you familiar with Elon Musk, Wild Heart? Do you ever read about him or anything? Because I was going to use an analogy.
Not so much. Is that the guy who set up X or Twitter? Or
yeah, he's the guy that runs X. He ended up buying it from Jack Dorsey. Elon, obviously, he's got a bunch of engineers and they develop all kinds of neat shit, everything from rockets to AI to belief that one day we'll colonize the universe. I don't know if that's going to happen or whatever. It'd be cool if it did. But here's the point. Elon, before his AI existed, before the rockets, before all this, scientists actually had to believe that what they were doing and what they were arranging, what they believed in could actually happen. If they said right off the bat, this shit isn't going to happen, I have absolutely no faith in it whatsoever, expectations, then they're never going to actually progress and get anything done. There's got to be some form of faith or hope in what you do, especially if you've never done something before.
That's not necessarily true. That's not, because as brilliant as Elon is, and I'm not going to say he didn't come into these companies and make them what they are. I don't want anybody to forget that just because he made them successful does not mean they were his projects, right? He came in and he picked up projects that were failing and he made them successful. But the original project isn't there because somebody thought they were going to... Yeah, they probably thought maybe we'll eventually have something that's somewhat successful, you know, but a lot of it starts with people going, I wonder if I can figure this out. There's a mix of Nikola Tesla's and Alexander, not Alexander Hamilton. I always say the name wrong.
Tesla.
Nikola Tesla and the guy that that was in the DC AC wars with him.
But
Right.
what I was
Anyway.
going to say, there's a difference between religious faith and faith, like expectations of what you have evidence for. Religious faith, in my opinion, is belief in something with no reason, no evidence. That is religious faith. So when you use faith in like faith that the chair will hold me up, you have a reasonable expectation because every chair you've ever sat in has held you up. Religious faith is different. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I understand what you're getting at, but there is some common ground and similarity with many theists out there, whether they believe in my brand or my version or concept of God. People believe that if they have faith, eventually they're going to come into whatever evidence. That's why you hear things like testimonies or personal experiences, or I could have died, or if I would have went left instead of right, I would have been screwed kind of thing. There's people out there who actually are convinced they had an experience. Did they? I don't know, because I'm not them. But there's so many people, it's kind of difficult to say no. The point is that if you don't believe in yourself and you don't believe that what your goal or accomplishment is even possible, then you find yourself in a nihilistic position where you're basically your own worst enemy. You're not going to accomplish things unless you believe that it's at least possible. That's my point.
Well, if 50 million Chinamen say something is something the way it's supposed to be, are we supposed to believe them? 50 million Chinamen saying that their thing is the thing to believe? Should we believe that?
I think we should be open-minded. We should try to understand.
No, I'm saying,
why
should
do
we
they think
believe?
this way.
Should we believe it?
I think that we should try to understand why they think the way they do. Why they
All
have
right.
their
So you're
views.
not saying people should believe it, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Sam. You shouldn't believe it. You should be open to the possibility, but you should investigate it to work out whether it's true or not. You shouldn't believe it automatically, which I think a lot of religious people do with God. They believe it automatically without actually working out whether it's true or not. Yeah.
Right.
Well, now people you can just believe it outright, and people do that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're obviously convinced for whatever reason, emotional reasons, personal reasons, whatever the reason is, they're convinced and they believe, right?
All right. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I've never in my entire life, I've heard philosophical arguments about why is there evil and fairness towards God, but I haven't actually heard a scientific argument on why God isn't compatible with the universe.
Well, can I?
Sorry. If you're talking about the Christian God, I can give an argument why he isn't compatible with the universe. If the Christian God is omnipotent, omnibenevolent, and omniscient, that God cannot exist. If you believe in that God cannot exist because it's the problem of evil. You wouldn't have evil in the world. If he was all powerful, if he could do anything, if he knew everything, even in the future, and he was all loving, there will be no cancer, there will be no death, there will be nothing like that. So the Christian God cannot exist. I can't rule out all gods, but the Christian God I can definitely rule out.
But the God of the Bible doesn't claim that he's a God that has removed death from our biology. He says we will die, and then we will be transitioned over to the afterlife. So it's not that God is representing himself saying that we're going to age forever and ever on the world. Death is a part of existence.
I'm not going
No, but evil wouldn't exist, is what I'm saying. If God was all loving and all powerful,
But I think
And
we established
um,
earlier that the God of the Bible actually says he's capable of hate, that he can be destructive and jealous
yeah,
and all that. The God
yeah,
isn't representing
yeah.
himself as some kind of cookie cutter comic book
Yeah,
superhero.
humans made him very human and then said he was bigger than human.
Yeah.
Yep,
All
yeah, but
seems
do you
very
see
strange.
there's a
Yeah.
fundamental problem with your analogy, Wildheart? Do you know what it is?
There's fundamental. No.
No? What do you think would happen if there was never any death, disease, or anything like that on Earth?
If there was never any death or anything on Earth, I don't know.
No
What would
disease. Nothing
no
kills anything. Nothing ever dies. Nothing ever suffers. Nothing ever decays. Nothing rots. No
Yeah.
evil. No evil at all. Zero evil.
Then you would have possibly a problem with overpopulation.
Yeah, there'd be a lot more than that. There are a lot more problems than that if you took away all the stuff that happens to Earth already. Took all
But
that.
no, you're not understanding my point.
Oh, I'm not.
If God was omnipotent, if he
Right.
could do anything,
Right.
he
I'm
was all.
understanding. So what you're saying is no people ever would have died. Whoa. What you're saying is no people ever in the history of Earth would have died if this God is real.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, how could that be? If no one ever died on Earth, what do we think we would be faced with today? From the start, from the beginning. No evil, zero evil. Where does that leave Earth? So you have a problem with your idea where there's no suffering, no evil, no death, no nothing. like that.
Geosam, I'm sorry, I'm high on cocaine and a lot of alcohol, but you are becoming an annoying cunt again. Shut the fuck up. What I'm saying is, if God was all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving, there would be no death, there would be no disease, there would be no childhood cancer. And you're just being a contradictory fucking cunt.
No, he's asking, would they just ascend somewhere else after
Where
a
would all
amount of
the-
time?
yeah,
What
where-
would it look like? And I don't
Where-
think it was
yeah.
necessary to be that mean to him.
Yeah. Where is all the people, all the non-diseased people? Where are they? If this God exists, where are all the non-diseased people?
I'm going to
They
go
would
with
exist.
they ascended to this place that apparently is big enough to house every believer that dies
So they didn't die then. No one
or
died.
non-believer.
No one ever
No,
died.
Yeah. No, like
No
Elijah,
suffering,
they just
no
ascended.
disease. No one
They
ever
just
died.
ascended.
I actually,
That's what I'm saying. If they would never die, there would be no death. If God was omni-loving, omnibenevolent,
plug that one into the universe. No death. Plug that one into the universe. See what comes back. See what comes back. Have you tried that? Okay,
I'm not
universe.
saying-
Okay, universe. There's no death. What
Shut
happens?
the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, you ignorant cunt!
No. How about that?
I'm saying, if God existed, if he was omnibenevolent,
Right.
omniscient,
Yeah. No one would die. Right.
and omnipotent, no one would die.
Yeah.
he
And where would all the people go?
If he was all powerful, then he would be able to make that happen, you thick fuck.
Yeah. And nobody would ever die of
Wow.
anything.
There's
And no-
no
and
reason to talk
People
that
would just
way.
disappear. I
If he was
guess.
all powerful, then he could make that happen, couldn't he?
Yeah,
You
but it's
thick
not.
fuck.
It's not
Think
happening.
about it. Think
What's
about
happening?
it.
Look at what's
Think about
happening,
it.
Wildheart.
If he was all powerful, then he could make that happen, couldn't he? You thick
Yeah,
fuck.
well, look at what's
Miles, please
happening,
stop.
Wildheart. Compare the two. Compare the two of what's actually happening.
That's what I'm saying. That's why he can't exist. That
Well,
was
he
my
can't
point.
exist. That's right.
Shut
Even
the
if,
fuck up!
even if he,
That was
even
my
if
point.
he, even if
Shut
he
the
did,
fuck up!
no, even if
That
he
was
did
my
exist,
point from-
no,
that
I
was
know,
my
I know
point
what
from the
I know what your
start.
point is. But even if
That
he
was
did,
my point. Shut
Even
the
if-
fuck up!
No, even if he did exist, there would still be death. There would still be death.
Fuck off, I've removed them. That was my point from the start. That is why the omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient God cannot exist. That was my fucking point from the start, you ignorant twat.
Well, Wild Heart, I don't
No, he's-
I
doesn't
appreciate
understand.
being in the room, but I think that I don't think that Gio was trying to offend you or insult you in any kind of way. He was just trying to make a point to you about the evil concept.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was trying to offend me. But he won't shut up. That is
What about when
I
I do shut up?
Right, then I can explain to you why you are wrong.
Wrong about what?
The omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent God cannot exist.
That's your claim.
So
I
are
didn't
you
claim
saying
that. I didn't claim that. You claimed that.
So are you disagreeing with me?
Oh, sure. Shit, yeah. Because of what I
Right.
see around me.
So the omnibenevolent. So you believe that the omnibenevolent, all-loving, all-knowing God does exist? Is what you're saying?
Well, even if he did, it wouldn't matter because we'd still have
No,
what we have. We
and see
still
yourself-
have what we have right now: hunger,
And
death,
see-
and disease, and suffering. Even if the God did exist, and
No,
we
it
still
wouldn't.
do that because obviously there are people who think it does exist. So tell me what's going on here.
Whether people believe that it exists doesn't matter. If that God did exist, actually, then we wouldn't have death and suffering.
Oh yeah, and what's the implications of not having death or disease or anything on this planet? Think of that one. Plug that one in.
Well, you know what? I for one walk on a planet with no death.
Well, then you can have your own planet and you'd be the only one there.
Oh, it'd be nice, actually.
Yeah, Geo, I don't care anymore.
Well, how would you like to be on a planet with 50 million people where no one dies and everyone has babies every day?
So no, you said you. You fucking idiot!
50 million
You
people.
said
That's
you
all.
disagree. You said you disagreed with me.
Yeah.
So I said that an omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipotent God couldn't exist. So do you disagree with that?
Yeah,
Well, you're a fuckwit then.
I disagree with that.
Right,
You know why I disagree with that? I've tried to explain it to you.
Go on.
Because everything's dying around us.
That's why he doesn't exist. That is my fucking point, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, what if he did exist?
Wild, stop calling him names.
Then that wouldn't happen, would it?
Yeah, well, what's the implications of that not happening? Have you plugged that in yet? No, you haven't. You're just thinking that's all happy, lucky, everything's fluffy and wonderful. If no one ever died.
I'm
Plug
saying
that
if
one in.
I'm saying if that God did exist, then death and suffering and disease wouldn't
Yeah,
exist.
it's
You are saying you disagree, so you are agreeing.
Of course.
So you are saying that God does exist. The God
No,
that is
no,
omnipotent.
he's saying death is irrelevant to the existence of God. That's what he's saying.
Wouldn't fucking
Death,
matter.
disease. Then God can't be omnibenevolent, can he?
It would be worse if the God existed and no one died.
If death and disease.
Yes, this
like
planet would be overrun with flesh creatures that never died.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Fuck off, Geo-san. Fuck off.
What have I walked in on?
I have no idea.
Welcome. I'm just sick with him. He's just a contrarian fuck. He
I'm
doesn't understand.
convinced it's cocaine anger.
He doesn't understand fuck all about philosophy or fucking anything. He's just
Wild,
an ignorant
that
cunt.
isn't true, and you're just being angry. Calm your cocaine rage, please. Stop directing it at your friends.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, man. Believe me, I've been yelled at by professional people who yell for a living. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but you don't listen. That is a problem.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully, you guys worked out whatever issues was going on there. If you want to continue the conversation, I'm still here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I give up. And I'm gonna go and get some more alcohol and cocaine, and I'll be right back. And I might be a bit better in the future. I might not. I might be a little bit worse, but I apologize.
Bastard.
You mean better than you are right now? How could that be possible?
Why are we here? Just to suffer.
Am I being crazy or what? Am I being out of line? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
I think I get your point. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you were trying to say, that if the world was represented as the way Wildheart wanted, there'd still be suffering. It's almost an impossible thing to get through, especially based upon our nature as humans.
Yeah, everyone thinks you take away the evil. What the fuck's left? How do we survive?
You all just survive harmoniously until the Wheel of Lights comes to rescue an ascension like it did Elijah.
Yeah, well, then it's all like happy, fluffy, and forget about all the misery and just like, I don't know. What is that? Is that a fairy tale too?
No, that's the point. If a god did exist, who was all powerful, who didn't want anyone to suffer, then no one would suffer. Therefore, that God cannot exist.
I know.
Does it technically count for you, Wildheart, that the God of the Bible actually represents himself as actually having another place that exists where there is no war, pain, or suffering? I mean, does that count for anything, or are we just going with how sucky the earth is?
No, I'm saying if the all-powerful, all-loving God existed, then there would be no pain, no death, nothing like that. So he clearly doesn't, because that is impossible. The two things are in conflict. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wildheart, I'm having a difficult time understanding your point. It's not really a scientific argument. You're saying if God were an asshole, he couldn't possibly exist. I don't know how that works.
No. I'm saying if he was all loving and all powerful, he wouldn't let disease, suffering exist. So if anyone believes in that God clearly doesn't exist. Because we do
you
have pain.
know just as well as I that the God of the Bible isn't claiming to always be loving and cuddly and sweet like some kind of hippie smelling flowers in a field. This is a God who destroys, kills people in war, floods the world. He's not out there going, "Yay, you're going to love this today. Let's get some plagues going." That's not how it's represented, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Bible doesn't actually say that. I agree. I'm saying if any Christian believes in an all-powerful, all-loving God, then pain and suffering and disease would not exist. So that God, I'm not arguing against the God you believe in or the God. I'm saying that God cannot exist because then we won't have
you're
pain.
basically saying, Wildheart, that there are Christians out there and religious people who misrepresent what God's about. You're not going to get any disagreement from me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
yeah. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, then you look at what we know about the universe we have around us, right? The observable universe. The sun supposedly has a date. You know, it's going to blow, right? It could blow at any minute too. Like we could just have a solar flare that flares up, and Earth, boom, gone, right? Now is that baked in? That's baked in, right? So God created this baked in death, right? So how do we avoid that? Is God going to stop that too?
But that is my argument. If God was all powerful and all loving, he wouldn't create a sun that explodes and kills.
All right,
the
so
earth.
entropy, get rid of entropy.
You're not understanding the argument. I'm agreeing with you.
No, but you're not understanding the implications of your argument. To remove entropy from the universe, to take away death, destruction, and disease from the earth.
I'm saying if God was all powerful and all loving, the sun would not blow up because that will cause harm.
Yes. Okay. So what?
My argument is that an all powerful, all loving God cannot exist. That is my argument. I mean, I'm actually agreeing with you.
So we die of skin cancer quicker. Is that what you're saying? Because the sun is just
stop being a contrarian twat.
Well, I'm trying to. These are problems that happens when you take away all the death and destruction that's on the earth. Then there's a problem. There's still a problem. Even if God was here and started taking death and destruction away, there has to be a secondary option. Where is all this going? It's going nowhere.
That's what I'm saying. That God cannot exist. That is my argument. And you agree with that argument because you're an atheist and you don't believe that God exists. You agree with me. You're just a contrarian fuck who wants to argue with fucking everything.
No, I'm pointing out that you're not taking in what we know about the universe into account. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that God, the omnibenevolent, omnipotent God, cannot exist.
Right.
And you agree, and you're still fucking arguing. Why?
Well,
because it's pointless. It's pointless to argue for that God. It's a pointless argument.
I'm not arguing for that God. I'm arguing that God can't exist.
Well, if you just grant it, what's the problem? If you just grant it exists, what's the problem with it?
Because it can't exist in this universe.
Because of what?
Because if God is all powerful, he could do anything.
No, because there is death and destruction and disease and everything like that.
So he can't be omnibenevolent.
Yeah, that can because how would he?
My argument is that God cannot exist. The all powerful, omnibenevolent God in this universe cannot exist. That is my argument, and you agree with my argument. So I don't know why you're arguing with me.
Wildheart, do you mind if I throw a little bit of a philosophical wrench into the mess, just to get things a little bit more exciting? Let's say, how would your argument work? Let's say if some Christians were to tell you that right off the get-go, that's exactly how God did create things. That things were good. There was no suffering, no taxes, no stupid Netflix, any of that crap. None of it actually existed until God gave us the ability to make choices. And that's when the real nonsense began. What if that were to be argued?
Then I would bring into the frame the omniscience. If he was all-knowing, if he knew things into the future, he would know what would happen in the future. So that God can't exist either. The omnipotent, the all-powerful God, the omnibenevolent, the all-loving God, and the omniscient God, that God couldn't exist either.
So, Wild Heart, if I know at this point you don't have any children, but you'd agree that every parent has some form of foreknowledge of what could possibly happen to their kid. They know that their kid might fall in love one day and have their heart broken. They might be rejected. They might suffer pain of loss and all this. Yet, they still allow them to be able to exist. They still want them to actually be here. This is a part of the way the system is. It doesn't mean that
You know what I don't do
love their
though?
child. Go ahead, Pixie.
I don't take my toddler who doesn't know right from wrong and put a really, really like hot stove in front of them and put them by the stove and say, don't touch that, okay? I really mean it. It'll hurt. Don't touch that. That's bad. Don't touch that. And I don't walk the fuck away. I don't do that.
You're right, and neither does the God of the
Well,
Bible. He offers
Well,
over
so
and
the,
over warnings, and he also tells
well,
people, look, if you do this, it's gonna cause suffering. There will be pain. So it's not like he's just sitting there abandoned. He's even made a manual for us. Hell, that's more than some parents do.
plus, there's a difference between being omniscient, knowing everything that will happen, and knowing possibilities of things that will happen. Like if a parent has a child and it's possible that they will get their heart broken or whatever, that is different from knowing that they definitely will get their heart broken, which is what Christians claim with God. There's
Right.
a difference there.
And you do, I suspect, understand the difference between having foreknowledge and actually forcing things to take place. There's a difference between knowing a thing and making something happen.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a difference there.
Yeah, but placing your children in harm's way and then walking away doesn't seem like a reasonable thing for a parent to do. I mean, I'm not a parent, but Pixie just alluded to that, right, Pixie?
Right. I mean, isn't that what he did? He put all the fruit, all the everything, all the perfectness in the Garden of Eden, and he's like, there's this tree that teaches you right from wrong. So clearly they don't know right from wrong, right? And he's like, but don't eat from it. And then he lets a serpent in there to talk these toddlers who don't know right from wrong into doing this thing that punishes all of mankind, right? Like I don't think that is something I would do as a loving parent. I just don't. I mean, unless it was intentional. In which case, is it really their fault? I don't know. Like, it just brings some questions to mind. Inept, maybe?
Do you think that your moral stance or position would change if you were in the perspective of God, though? God doesn't look at the stove as the ending. He doesn't look at the mistake that a human made or the choice.
God doesn't decide my morals now. God doesn't decide my morals now. He can't even decide his own morals. What he tells people is clearly not what he lives by. So, I mean, are you asking me if something was a more powerful being than me, would I automatically accept this tyrant dictator as my loving God? Because no.
No, what I'm suggesting is that from the perspective of God, how he's represented, death is linear, especially for people who have doubts and don't believe. They think, all right, when we die, that's just simply it. Our energy gets scattered back into the universe.
I don't think death is a concern of God's. I mean, clearly, he didn't need Elijah to die in order to raise Elijah up, right? He didn't need that. He didn't need the plagues to continue when Pharaoh was like, okay, I'll just let you go. No, God hardened his heart because he wanted to show his power. And how did he choose to show his power? By being cruel. So, I mean, like, I clearly don't get my moral compass from this being anyway. Just because he says do nice things doesn't mean I think he does nice things. I don't know what kind of authority he is unless he's just a dictator at that point.
Right. Do you have a moral issue with God killing a major slave owner who did this to the Hebrews? I mean, the guy was a pretty awful person. He did terrible things. Nobody could call 911 and get
I
the cops
have
to
a
arrest him.
horrible issue with a God that created evil, created confusion, created lying spirits and sent them to the mouths of prophets and then blamed his puppets as if he couldn't stop it, I have a moral issue with that. I guess it depends. If he kills them and he's like, bygones be bygones, come chill up here, then there's nothing I can say about it, right? I mean, too much, it'd still be weird, but whatever. But if he's like, I am going to abolish you, and then in the afterlife, he's like, I punish you for being the product of what I made you and the place I put you in, then yeah, I think that's kind of weird. I think that's really
Yeah,
weird.
that is the point I was trying to make. If the God of the Bible exists, he's a moral monster who condoned slavery, committed genocide, commanded genocide. I'm saying even if that God exists, which is a possibility, I would never worship that God. I am going against the people that do worship that God because they are fucking moral monsters as well.
So, Wildheart, as you probably heard earlier, the God of the Bible, which Pixie's not happy with how he handled the Pharaoh was a major trafficker.
Wait.
Slavery, and God killed him.
Wait, sorry, I don't care about the Pharaoh or individual stories. In the Bible, God condones slavery.
Hold on. He does care.
Wait. Let me finish. He condones slavery. He condones genocide. He commands genocide. I'm saying even if that God does exist, I would never fucking worship the cunt.
But because we are referencing that story, I'm going to point out a few things. All right. One is that God does not prohibit slaves. God does not even mention anything about slaves except that his chosen people were slaves, right? And so I don't think slavery was the reason for that. And if it was, I failed to see how. Hold on. And even if it were, I would fail to see how taking out all the firstborn is relevant to punishing the Pharaoh.
I'm not talking about taking out.
That wasn't directed at you.
I'm talking about Exodus 21, when God clearly condones slavery. He says you can take slaves from the heathen around you. You can make them your property for life. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because that's what the people did.
Yeah, the Bible, which is supposedly like inspired by God, clearly condones slavery. I'm not talking about the firstborn or anything like that.
Because the people of the time condoned it, and the Bible is a writing of the people of the time.
Yeah,
and the God is a construction that the people made about a man about that time. So he, like a God, an all-powerful God, should have choices, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, to choose to kill things or destroy things or to make havoc or to cause disease and destruction is a choice by a God. Now, an all-powerful God would have a choice.
That's what I'm saying. If people believe that the Bible was inspired by God and it is God's word, then the Bible condones slavery. I would not worship anyone, any being that condones slavery. They're a fucking cunt.
Right, but it's not a writing of a God. It's a writing by people of some.
No,
God. It is not a writing.
I'm not talking to you, Geo-Sam. I'm talking to Christians that believe this is the working of fucking God. Can you not understand that? I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing against fucking Christians that believe this is the workings of fucking God. Can you not fucking understand that?
All right. I mean, if we want to go down the route of actually talking about something like, does God endorse slavery? Is there indentured servitude in the Old Testament? Yeah. There's people that actually sign contracts and work for people for 7 years.
That's only half of it. No, stop. That's only half of it. That's how you treat
other forms. I know that there's captivity if you're taken as a prisoner in war and assimilated into their tribe. I understand that.
Assimilated.
No, it says you can take.
Assimilated people usually become inherited property. You're right.
The Bible says you can take slaves from the heathen around you, from other countries, not necessarily like people you're in war with. The Bible says you can take slaves from the heathen around you, other countries, and you can make them slaves for life. That is, if the Bible is inspired by God, that is God condoning slavery.
Well, there's a little bit of a complicated issue here, isn't there? You get this guy named Jesus that comes along and says, do unto others as you want to be treated. Love your neighbor, love your enemy, all this. It's kind of difficult to fit slavery in there.
What would Jesus do? Again, chasing people with a whip is not outside the realm of possibilities. Just saying.
Well, I heard an argument today about God, about Jesus, like in the temple. When he smashed all those the guys' wares and stuff because they were gambling or something like that. You know what I'm talking about, right? He fashioned the whip.
They were selling favors.
Yeah, he fashioned the whip and he went out and got them out of the temple, supposedly. Ran them out, right? You know that story.
Yeah.
Well, did God commit a sin doing that?
It would depend, I guess. I mean, technically it says be slow to anger. I don't know that it says don't get angry ever, but.
Well, to fashion a whip and start beating people and knock over and destroy their property and.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all, it's not outside the realm of possibility,
The story's pretty graphic too, right?
For a non-human God, they humans go out of their way to make their greater than human gods very, very human in temperament and all. It's interesting.
Yeah. So he sinned, but
but it's not a sin because it's God and God is special. Yeah.
Special pleading keeps him away from that.
Because we are supposed to do as he says and not as he does, even though he's a moral compass or something.
Well, it does say that vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. God doesn't put himself in a box where he's not allowed to punish or bring wrath on creation.
It's only sometimes his, though. Sometimes he commands you to go slaughter babies and women and cows.
So, Brett, do you believe that Jesus is God? Are you a Trinitarian?
Yes, I believe Jesus is God. I don't know if I'd explain it the way some other religious folks have, but I do believe he actually was God in the spirit walking in flesh.
Right, then that means that all the laws that God made in the Old Testament should still apply.
Sure.
Yeah, because God is unchanging. Yeah. So when God did condone slavery in the Bible, that means Jesus condoned slavery because Jesus is God.
Well, you brought up about these heathens and all this. You do realize what a heathen is, right?
A heathen is, according to Christians, a heathen is someone who doesn't believe in the Christian God. Yeah.
Well, the issue that was going on in the Old Testament, there was a lot of tribalism going on, as Pixie mentioned earlier. There were groups that were fighting against each other, cultures and all that. These Israelites didn't just wake up one day and say, hey, I think it'd be fun to just go kill everything or destroy things. And it wasn't just a matter that God just woke up one day and said, hey, everybody, stuck his head out of the clouds and told them do this. These people were robbing them. They were murdering them. And the only laws that they actually had was between their tribe and what they believed came from God. So they handled things in the best way they knew how in their primitive culture and time.
Yeah, but do you believe the Bible is inspired or in some way inspired by God?
I believe that most of it is given to the Spirit, but there's even confessions in the Bible, like Paul, when he was writing the churches, he said, not all these things I say are from God. He's basically stating that he's writing from his own perspective.
Right. So how do you decide what is true and what isn't true according to
Well,
the Bible?
one thing that is helpful is obviously in some of these Bibles, they actually point out that God actually said this or God did that. You can tell the difference whenever King David, who was a pretty rough guy, actually wrote his own poetry, a lot of stuff about sex and lust and killing and anger at other tribes and all that. These were clearly his own words, like whenever he prayed out to God for assistance and all this kind of stuff. You can tell the difference between when God's actually speaking and whenever a tribe is putting their own views onto it.
Right. Will ask a question from the side chat. Brett, can you name a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled completely?
Yeah, there's actually passages in the Old Testament that actually predicted things that would happen. Like, for instance, there are many out there that would argue that Jesus was prophesied to come. The Jews to this day still believe, some of them don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah, but they still believe that something's going to happen. I believe that the time has already come and gone as a Christian, obviously.
But can you name a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled?
Well, it says, for one, like,
Specifically.
it speaks of Emmanuel, God walking with us, and all that in their language.
Yeah.
And all that.
Yeah, what's the verse? What's the verse?
Sure. Hold on a second. Let me get that for you.
No, I know what you mean, and it says Emmanuel, not Jesus. But the prophecy
Well, a lot of the names in the
impossible.
Old Testament actually meant something. Like Abraham, every person that a lot of the people in the Bible who had names, their names actually meant something or had a definition. Not like us, where hey, Uncle Bob, and it's got some cool symbolism to it. But that's how their language was. Let me get those passages for you. You're wanting the prediction of Jesus Christ in the Old Testament? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. Does the Old Testament mention Jesus in any way, shape, or form by name? Is what I'm asking. Does it actually say Jesus Christ? Does it actually say Jesus? Does the Old Testament ever mention Jesus by name? No, it fucking doesn't. You can say Emmanuel, God with us. That means fuck all. That's a shit prophecy. Emmanuel. He wasn't called fucking Emmanuel, was he? He was called Jesus. Why not call him Jesus in the prophecy?
All right, Isaiah 7:14 would be a good start. I don't know if you want me to read it to you or if you'd like to look at it for yourself so you can throw some tomatoes at it. But Isaiah 5:3, Micah 5:2, Isaiah 7:14. Those are a few.
Do any of them mention Jesus by name?
Here's an example of something. Isaiah 7:14. A virgin will conceive and bear a son called Emmanuel, God with us. That's what Emmanuel means, God with us. Fulfilled in Matthew 1:22-23. Well, you ask, did it say a virgin? And as far as I know, there's no human on earth that has ever been predicted or said to come from a virgin.
Does Jesus mean Emmanuel? Are they the same names?
If you go with what the word actually means, which is God with us, I think that's pretty clear. If that doesn't work for you, I apologize. That's what it means.
Does Jesus mean God with us?
Well, the Bible said that God would walk amongst us, and that the whole story of Christ. I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm asking, does Jesus mean God with us? You're saying they're both the same name, Emmanuel and Jesus. They're clearly not the same name.
Their names, the names that these people mentioned in the Old Testament, they have phrases to them. They describe things. Like, for instance, you've got people who are named Israel. As far as Muslims, some of them named themselves Muhammad. Well, we know that that has symbolism to them. It means that they're showing respect towards their prophets and Allah and all that. That's why you hear Allah Akbar and all that kind of stuff. You get my point?
Yeah. Yeah, so Jesus doesn't mean Emmanuel, does it? It's not the same thing.
If
The
it
Old
doesn't work
Testament
for you,
says,
that's fine. I'm just giving you the
yeah,
interpretation. It says,
can
born
you
of
give
a
me,
virgin, God walks with us. I mean, there is more if you'd like more passages.
Oh, but
yeah,
that's old, right? I mean, so was Horus and Krishna and Dionysus and I don't even know how many others.
so
Well,
can you
unfortunately,
give me the
don't
other
think that
two
I don't think
pages?
those particular deities are actually mentioned in the Bible. So Christians and Jews are most likely going to go with the figure
No,
that's
I'm just saying it's the same prescription. Born of a virgin or a young maiden, lots and lots of miracles, gathered some followers, terrible, terrible death, rose on the third day, all of it. Just another version.
you do realize, Pexi, and I don't mean to be petty here, but it's not just Christianity and Judaism that holds to the concept of Jesus existing and being what he was, but even the Muslims believe that he was born of a virgin. They even mention it in their Quran. So you've got three major religions that are the
Yeah,
most
and a lot
popular
of
in the
people
world.
believed Horus was and Dionysus was and all kinds of people were.
Well,
The
no, you said
Zoroastrians
Realize
believed
whoa,
in a
whoa,
more
whoa, whoa,
dichotomous
whoa,
thing.
whoa, 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 whoa. You said three major religions. Judaism never mentions Jesus by name. Judaism, if you get the New Testament, the Old Testament never mentions Jesus by name. So how are you claiming that he was born of a virgin when the Old Testament never mentions Jesus?
So here's another particular verse that actually not only describes how he was born, but it also tells you how he's going to die. Psalms 22, it details very clearly that the Messiah would suffer from being pierced through the hands and feet, have his garments divided, he would be mocked. And it goes on to describe the crucifixion. So, and that's before the Romans existed.
So what name do they call that guy in the Old Testament?
This is who they believe is the Messiah that's coming, that
Yeah.
eventually shows up. And as far as Jews not saying anything about this or that, the Christians
Yeah.
could just simply point out that a lot of the disciples were Jewish themselves, including the tax collector and all these people. These were Jews.
Yeah,
Jews were actually involved in the participation of a lot of these events that took place. So some of them knew
Yeah,
him. You're right.
Jesus.
There's a lot today that say, nah, he's still on his way. I get it.
Yeah, but Jesus was never mentioned in the Old Testament. Jesus was a Jew. There was no Christianity before Jesus. That was created like at least 20 years later by Paul and
Right.
all
So the
people.
part where it says God
Yeah.
with us and he's born of a virgin crucified doesn't do it for you, does it? I get you, man. It's all
No.
good.
No.
Well, don't some Christians claim that God is everything? He's with us all the time. He's always there, watching and keeping an eye on us.
Yeah, I'm actually a Christian pantheist, so I believe he's in the essence of all of humanity in the universe. That's where I stand, is where some Christians claim that he's an external source that remains outside of time and space. But that doesn't make sense to me, because if God walked the earth and he actually claims to be within us, then he must have some form of pantheism.
So why hold
Oh,
to
yeah, and
Christianity instead of Gnosticism?
Sorry, I apologize. I've been neglecting. I try to think of it. The side chat. Halsey says, "How do we know Mary was actually a virgin? Because I think it actually describes her as a young maiden."
I don't. I don't
It's-
have a flying DeLorean. All I know is what the story
Yeah.
tells me. I wasn't there. I have no idea what the deal was. I just know this is what the Quran claims. This is what the Bible claims. And That's what I
Yeah.
put my faith in.
So you have faith that that is true, but it never describes her as a virgin. It describes her as a young maiden, which doesn't mean virgin.
Well,
So
if that's how you interpret it, I'm not really sure what to tell you. It says that she was never touched by man, and that there was a big discussion with angels and dreams between Joseph and Mary and all that, and that she felt like she could get herself in trouble with the law of Judaism of the day. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could look at it like perhaps she was a maiden, perhaps she was a virgin. Maybe both things can be true.
yeah, both things could be true, but how do you know what is actually true? Is what I'm
I
asking.
don't. That's where faith comes in. You either accept what it says or you don't. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. If I'm right, then at least I lived the best I could.
I don't know if it so much says that, or if somebody said that somebody said that somebody said that that's how it translated.
Isn't that a Catholic thing? The virgin birth? I don't know.
No, the Muslims actually believe it too. They actually believe Jesus was born of a virgin, even in their own book.
Yeah,
Does it
that could be true as well. But
I guess it
doesn't-
matters. It matters if you want to claim some special divinity in that regard, right?
Yeah.
If it matters whether she was a virgin or not.
Well, personally, and I'm not trying to commit any kind of form of blasphemy, obviously, it doesn't really matter to me about how he actually came into the world. It matters that I believe that he actually existed. All the other stuff is just icing on the cake. It is obviously an incredible, extraordinary claim, and I get why people would question it. But it really does come down to faith. I know that that's not a satisfactory answer for some, but that's where I'm at.
So you just believe it on faith. You just trust it without evidence. So there's
Well,
no
I
evidence.
believe if I continue to have faith and I continue to try to live the best I can, that eventually I will be able to have a conclusion or outcome or result to it.
But I live the best I can, but I don't do that on faith. Faith is useless. I can believe anything on faith. I can believe that Islam is true. I can believe that Christianity is true. I can believe that Judaism is true. I can believe any religion is true based on faith. So you just believe Christianity is true with no evidence whatsoever.
You just said I could believe Islam is true. I could believe that Christianity is true. So are you implying at this point now? I don't know if you've changed your view suddenly, but I believe earlier you said you didn't have a choice in that, but now you're saying you could if you wanted to.
If you're basing it on faith, yeah, I don't believe anything on faith because faith is an unreliable way to truth. I don't believe anything on faith, and I don't know why anyone would, because you can believe anything on faith.
Right. Do you believe in other worlds outside of our solar system, or perhaps gravity or ultraviolet radiation?
Yeah, but that's not based on faith. That's based on evidence.
That doesn't really take faith to believe in, Brett.
You know, I think faith is used to justify things. Belief is different.
Yeah.
I think belief, you need to be convinced to believe something. Now, that's different from faith. Faith, you know, like I just explained, actually.
Well, you do hold to the idea that gravity is actually a real thing. It's reality. You experience it. You can't see it, but you know that based upon how your body works in physics, you simply accept that it's real. But you can't see it. You can't touch it.
Yeah, no. Wait. Right, I'll make myself full screen. Fuck this. If I drop this pen, it falls to the ground. That is a demonstration that gravity exists. That is not based on faith. I don't have faith that gravity exists. If I drop this pen again, it's gonna fall.
So
That's
what
not
would you say to a Christian who says, I've never actually seen God, but I've actually experienced that whenever I've questioned or I've asked for things, or I was going through a hard or difficult, challenging time in life, by
Well,
asking God
here's
for
the
help.
answer. Here's the answer, Brett. I have a pen too. I also have a pen, and I can demonstrate this that gravity is something that exists, and I can use the same test that Wildheart uses. See the pen?
Okay,
if
but
I-
that's not what he was asking.
Yeah, but if I drop it, what's the test we can use to verify that these claims are real, that everyone can use?
Well, I've already pointed out there's literally billions of humans throughout time who have stated that through their experiences and what they went through, they've actually got an outcome or result out of
So
it.
there's no pen test.
That's
Wildheart
wait,
and I
wait,
can
wait,
both do a pen test. That's
I-
identical pen test, and we get the same results for gravity, right? This demonstrates that this is a thing that isn't just our minds making this up. Now you have to do the same demonstration, but have someone let me do it. You do your demonstration, and I'll mimic it, and let's see if we come to the same conclusion. Can we do that?
What Brett is saying? What Brett? Wait. Let me.
No.
So how am I ever supposed to answer anybody's questions if we do this 3-on-1 type of deal? We got to do one at a time in order for me to respond, or I'll forget.
No, we've already done the pen test thing. What I'm saying is, you're saying a lot of people in history have believed that God exists. That is the argument ad populum, which is a logical fallacy. So
Yeah.
we can dismiss that out of hand.
Well, I don't think that's what he's proposing.
No, he is. That's what he said. A lot of people in history have believed they have had revelation from God. That is the argument ad populum.
Okay, well, I'm looking for a test that'll confirm that you can do and I can do an identical test, because we just proved that there are tests that people can do to prove things that are seem to be imaginary or magical, like gravity. We tested it right here. I did an identical test, and everyone can perform this test, and it will come out identically each time. Now, what's the test for God that we can all use to come to that same conclusion?
Well, I believe that everybody's going to get the outcome. They're going to get the results of being able to get to it. I mean, sure, you show a pen dropping and all that, but with God, time is a lot different. There will be a point where every atheist, every religious person, no matter what their faith is, will eventually be able to see this. That's the point of
So you
taking
believe, so you believe that, but you can't demonstrate it, is what you're saying. I don't care. I don't. Wait.
Okay, so we're
I
not
don't care. I don't care what you believe. I care what you can demonstrate. Can you demonstrate that God exists? I don't care what you believe. That doesn't mean a shit. That doesn't mean fuck all.
Well, a demonstration would be good, and even something that's testable that we can all do would be even better.
Yeah. Can you demonstrate that God exists?
Well, unfortunately, in order to be able to give you a demonstration or hand God on a platter, like what you're basically implying, the only real way for you to be able to contact or communicate with this God is, one, you can either do prayers or you can wait until you die. That way you're standing before him, and then you get to have a discussion with him. But there's definitely a point. There's definitely a point when God drops the pen.
So you can't demonstrate that God exists, is what you're
There's
saying.
no Christian out there in their rational, logical mind that's going to claim that they can do that. Just like you can't demonstrate that there's a planet that's billions of miles away either, unless you have the tech to do it. Doesn't mean it's not real.
So you can't demonstrate that.
No, I can't demonstrate for you that God exists. If I had the power and command God like this, then I'd be God myself.
Well, then Bertrand Russell's invisible teapot orbiting the sun is just as plausible as yours.
So why do you believe it? If you can't demonstrate it to yourself, why do you believe it?
Well, I feel like I've actually had personal experiences, but my personal experiences are not your own. It would be pointless to share with you anything like that because you could either just say, you're lying. Can you prove it? Can you do this? There's
Yeah.
Christians out there that they've had experiences. That's why they call it a miracle. It's not meant for every single person. Everybody has their own personal thing.
Right.
That means
So God picks and chooses who he decides to convince that he exists.
everybody's got their own needs and wants. They may ask for different things.
Yeah, so God picks and chooses. He has favorites. He's willing to give Paul a Damascus Road experience, but not me.
There's plenty of atheists out there who've made videos who said that they used to hate the idea, the concept of God, that they would never worship, do any of that stuff, yet they changed their views. Perhaps you should ask a lot of former atheists out there, why do they do these testimony videos? Why? Something happened.
Yeah.
They didn't just suddenly, have the Damascus moment, did they? Didn't get hit in the head. Why did they change their views? It was so rational at first.
Yeah, but then it fails any rational method of determining what's true.
Well,
Yeah.
Brett, how about going the other way around, where there have been a lot of Christians who have read the Bible and actually become atheists? Like it goes both ways.
It
Right, there are
does.
some
It
people
really
who
does. And
convert, and there's
Jesus
some people who
mentions that.
don't.
You're right. It actually mentions it in the Bible too. It says some will say they're in my name and that they follow me, but I never knew them.
Okay. So what you're saying, if you have a Christian who converts to atheism, they were never really a Christian, were they?
Oh, but no.
In
Hold
order-
on. On the flip side, there will be people who said, "When did I do this for you? When did I see you? When did I ever know you?" And he will say, "When you did this for the least of me, you did the least of us. You did this for me also." So it goes both ways. That means belief isn't a requirement, right?
Right. There's also something else I should probably point out. We should have probably established this in the beginning of the conversation. I'm also different as a Christian because I'm what you refer to as an annihilationist. Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah, I am.
Yes.
Yeah, an annihilationist is someone that doesn't necessarily believe in heaven or hell, but he thinks that non-believers
No.
get annihilated. They just cease to exist.
I believe in a form of hell and the concept of the lake of fire. I just don't believe that you're going to die, resurrect, and suffer repeatedly. I believe that people will just simply be blinked out. But I have no idea how long it takes for a soul to reach second death. That's where I stand on that.
Weird thing for God to do if that God knew what it was going to take to convince you to begin with. Unless he's using you and then punishing you for it. And that seems a little weird to me.
Yeah, it's just going to blip you out, right? Just
Sure. I mean, humans, they do it all the time. If they find that there's a human that's not compatible with society, that they're murderers, rapists, pedophiles, I mean, that's what we do, right? We put them in the...
I don't do that all the time. When I find somebody problematic, I stay away from them and I keep people I like away from them. That's what happens. I've
Right,
never
but
killed
you
anybody,
accept-
actually.
But you agree that we should have some system of law and authority.
I'm not a creator. If I created that thing that was doing that, I'd feel pretty responsible, especially if I knew what would change them and didn't do it. Actually,
You know how
I'd
our
feel pretty
buddies
fucking
earlier,
responsible.
you know how our buddies earlier were showing us the cool pin trick? Well, the God of the Bible stating that at some point in time his pin drops, the wrath comes, the judgment, that there will be a point where these people do not get away with what they've done. So the whole question of why
What
does
he
God allow
created
it,
them to
it
do
doesn't
and knew
mean
how
that
to
he
prevent, but
continues
what he
eternally.
what he created them to do knew how to prevent but didn't seems reasonable.
So unfortunately, you
His
fall into
entire
what
plan
Gio
depends
was
on
talking
them.
about earlier. You're a puppet where you live in this optimal universe where there's no pain, suffering, and no contrast between good and evil.
No, I am neither. I am neither. I am saying he is the author of both. He lies on purpose. He confuses people on purpose. He obfuscates the truth on purpose. And then he punishes you for not having that truth. He is a dictator. The end. If he exists, that's exactly what he is. I'm not Willy Wonka. I don't need to sugarcoat your shit for you. You know, you're telling me and I am hearing you. His rules
Yeah.
apply to everyone but him. And he's like a raging asshole like 85% of the time. And he'll punish you for it, which is really weird.
Yeah,
Just
and
saying.
if it's ever shown to be a thing, I wouldn't worship it anyway.
And that's, I mean, that's fair. If that's where your position is that you hold and you feel like you're morally right in that, that's on you. But you both know that we could literally sit here all day and doom scroll through all the evil that's ever been all throughout social media and what the news talks about. But that doesn't in any way take away from the existence of God. It just simply says, man, there's some bullshit that goes on in this world. There's some unfair stuff. But that doesn't equal God isn't real.
No, I totally agree with you. It doesn't mean that God isn't real. It does mean if the God of the Bible, as described, exists, then he is a moral fucking asshole who no one should worship. That's what it means. It doesn't mean he doesn't exist. It just means he's a cunt. He's a fucking moral fucking outrage. That's what it means.
No, it just means he's somehow more powerful than me. He calls himself God. He says he created me, but he's a dictator and a vengeful asshole. That's all that means to me so far.
Yeah, but then
If this being is real.
But some believers will turn around and say that this God is love. Won't they?
Some believers are actively trying to bring about Armageddon. Some believers are just weird. I don't know what to say.
So
Well,
what is
me.
it? Is God love or is it war?
No, God. Oh
It's
no!
both, don't you understand?
Sorry, I have an argument against this. God cannot be love because the Bible defines God as being vengeful, being jealous, and it also defines love as not being jealous. So God cannot possibly be love. So anyone that says that God is love is talking bullshit. God is jealous. Love is not jealous. Therefore, God cannot be love. That just disproves that as a matter of fact.
So if
Yeah.
someone kills, they're not capable of love.
I mean, we knew he was a narcissist with the whole 4 of the 10 most important rules in the whole universe revolve around me and my ego, right? Like that says something.
Yeah.
Don't
If
own
someone
slaves.
kills- if
Don't
someone-
own other people. Think about it. Don't own other people didn't make the list.
If someone
Don't do
killed,
child labor didn't make the list.
Yeah.
But you know what
Don't-
made the list 4 times? 4 times? Don't blaspheme me. Don't have any other gods before me. Don't do this.
Yeah.
4 of the 10. All about his ego.
And the
Dictator.
top 4 of the 10, and they are listed in order of importance. So don't have any gods before me. Don't blaspheme me. Don't make any idolatry images. The top 4 are all about God and how you should worship him. He's a fucking asshole. Do you know what I mean?
Pixie, you mind if I ask you a question real quick? Do you think that it would be morally right, or you would understand or respect the conditions? Like, let's say you had a brother and he had some kids, and his kids, unfortunately, their mother is with another man now. These kids start calling the other man dad, saying, "You're my father," and they completely reject their actual biological father. Would the man have a right to be jealous or aggravated about that in any way?
Well, I think that's a bit of a conflation here, because I'm going to say as a human, yes, but he also has the responsibility to step in for that child when and where he can. even if it's not known or appreciated. I absolutely believe that. Now, I'm going to take that a step further, and I'm going to say the creator that knows how to prevent the bad turn, the creator that can mend anything at will, the creator that can push and influence, the creator that knows what it takes to turn everybody, has an extra responsibility, right? Particularly because he not only created everything, he created everything to follow his plan. And he created people to be confused. And he created people to be catalyst for the other guy. And he created people he lied to on purpose. And so if you're asking me if I think any part of him escapes responsibility for creating his own pain, I'm going to have to say no. Is it then justified to punish the thing you created to bring pain for creating the pain you created it to bring? Also going to say no. Really weird, because again, he's the responsible party.
All right. You keep on mentioning, I believe it's 2 Thessalonians, where you're saying that God put these delusions on people and made them believe a lie, and they spoke
No,
lies.
I think I was actually speaking about much for the, would it be Leviticus? Or no, I'm getting that wrong. But it's when he sends lying spirits to the mouths of prophets to deceive King Ahab into believing if he goes into battle, he will have victory, for the sole purpose of seeing King Ahab defeated and overthrown. And God's prophets said that God sent those lying spirits. So, you know, God deceives people on purpose. He makes them believe bad information. Why would Ahab go into battle thinking he was successful? He was thinking that because he was thinking that God was on his side. So God what? Sent spirits to be like, I'm on your side. Aha, bitch, just kidding. Like, yeah, God deceives people. When Pharaoh said, I'm going to let people go, God was like, whoa, hold up, buddy. I'm going to need you to be a bigger asshole so I can pull off some more plagues here. So I'm just going to go ahead and harden your heart for you, right? Like, obviously, there's a responsible party here. When Jonah said, no, I don't want to go teach those people, he was like, sorry, bitch, you're going to be swallowed by a whale and you're going to die unless you comply. Like, I don't think I don't know how to explain it. I just don't, that there's obviously some responsibleness going on, and it's obviously coming from one direction. So to punish the thing that you put in this world where you intentionally deceived, I think that's really fucking weird. I do. I just think it's weird.
Well, you know, I see a problem with it too, because there's just like this all-powerful God who, you know, decides that killing is a good option. You know, I mean, I don't see how that's a good option for an all-powerful God when there are many other options besides, you know, causing harm and mayhem and killing people and calamity and all this other junk, basically causing harm for when it could do otherwise, when it could be doing things that wouldn't harm people. It just does things that harm people when it could do otherwise. That's when my problem is with an all-powerful God that does what the God of the Bible has done. You know what I'm saying?
It's if you wouldn't mind, Gio, I'd like to give an actual realistic analogy of something just to see how you and Pixie work with this. Do you agree that these realistic shows like Catch a Predator, that these cops and authority figures use deceptive measures in order to catch pedophiles?
I think that's different. And I think that's different. Hold on. I think that's different because nobody who set up that sting operation, again, we're getting into human reaction. You're making your God very human, and we're getting into human reactions. Your God is above human, right? He's a creator. He creates vessels to be used, and he creates vessels for destructions, right? He is a creator. This creation is unfolding according to his plan. There's a level of responsibility there you're missing in your analogies. And so again, God created the desire, right? These desires exist because God created them to exist. He says very clearly, he created everything, the good and the evil. So I don't think the men setting up the sting operation are creating desire in men for children. They're going after children. They're going after men who have desire for children. That's not the same thing. You're missing a level of responsibility there when you're comparing a human in a situation to a creator that created the situation and the players in it.
But you do realize that you're kind of putting God in a pretty interesting paradox here. You're saying, oh, well, God kills and destroys things in the Old Testament that he perceives as evil or wrong. You're saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he sits back like an absentee landlord, you say, why isn't he doing something? But then when he does get down there and he spanks the human race for things that it's done, oh man, he's mean, he's tyrannical. So which is it? Would you prefer a God that sits on his ass watching reruns of the X-Files, or a God that smokes shit whenever he sees evil? What do you want?
Well, gods have a choice, right? To cause harm is a choice for an all-powerful God, wouldn't you say?
Well, of course, God is.
Well, then that God choosing to sit on his ass and do nothing is his choice, right?
Sure.
What do you do about that?
You say, well, sometimes God does something, sometimes he don't. Or perhaps he just hasn't done something at the moment, and Judgment Day will come one day.
Yeah, right. Or maybe
if we're going to make it human,
exist.
if we're going to make it
I
human, no, if we're going to compare on a human level, you're going to have to be absolutely real here. You're going to have to say that an actual father took his actual child, lied to him, exposed him to all kinds of profane things, all kinds of depravity, and lied to him some more, confused him on purpose, and then set him out into this corrupted world, and then punished him for doing exactly what he made that child to do. That would be analogous. That's a different thing than a sting operation, right? Like there's a whole nother level of responsibility here. Like creator is a big thing. That's a big title. You can't just be like, oh, it's another human operating blindly in the world. Can we agree on that?
What I'm asking you is, what would have been your moral preference on this? Did you want God to directly kill this guy who was going into war? Or did you, what's the issue on
I don't think it matters either way. I think what makes him the asshole is not that we're some puppets in a play. What makes him the asshole is that he's punishing the puppets in the play for being the puppets he created. And that's a little fucking weird.
Well,
I think that's weird.
The God has the power to do what he chooses to do. And if he chooses to punish people, then that's what he chooses to do, right? You're not going to stop it, right?
Sure. Let me create a puppet, kill the puppet, and then punish the puppet for being the puppet I created. Seems awfully reasonable.
It's a very bad God, not a very good God. Put it that way.
No, well, it's a tyrant of some sort with some amount of power. God is still debated.
But, if I was an all-powerful God and my options were unlimited, I wouldn't be killing anybody. I'd be trying to help everyone. But maybe that's just me.
No, it's a good point. Perhaps you should write a manual where you instruct people on what to do and not to do, things like that, or maybe intervene.
But Bert, isn't it obvious? Don't you think well-being is better for people than killing them? I mean, come on. Couldn't the God have thought, well, instead of killing all the Philistines, why don't we just make things better somehow? I mean, sure, there's got to be an option for an all-powerful God to make things right instead of killing and slaughtering everything in sight.
Of course. If he held the staff up, they would win.
Do you think he could have brainwashed them? Well, Gio, would have you been okay if he would have said, all right, I'm going to brainwash these people. I'm going to turn them all into nice fluffy bunnies. Would that been better?
Who would have knew any different, Brett? Would they have been? Oh, look what God brainwashed us.
Here's the biggest sign that he's a dictator is simply, who is God saving you from? And if the answer is God, well, that's That pretty much sums it up, isn't it? Doesn't it?
Yeah.
God is saving you from God. Okay. That's a dictator with a narcissistic power trip. What else am I supposed to get from that?
Well, there's also saving us from ourselves and saving us from the collapse of the universe at some point in time.
Myself.
We're
You
gonna
mean
have
the
to go
thing that
somewhere.
he apparently created and knew before I got to Earth? The thing that he unleashed in this corrupted Earth where he created confusion and lies. I'm supposed to navigate that successfully, and if not, I'm punished for being what he created me to be. Yeah, like I said, it all seems so reasonable.
Pixie, it's pretty clear that you've probably taken the time to read the Bible. You know that in the beginning it's represented as God actually created a beautiful world for these people to populate, and they made
With a trap.
decision.
With a trap. With
How
a
is it a
trap.
trap?
Yeah.
Don't you like
because
having
okay,
free
because
will?
no. Let's go. In the beginning, there's a beautiful world where he put a lying snake, a tree that teaches them good and wrong, knowing they did not know good and wrong before eating of the tree, right? Making his instructions what? Babble? Nonsense? The blind faith and devotion that a dictator requires? What? So he didn't set them up for failure in this perfect world. He didn't set them up for failure because knowing that they didn't know right from wrong, he didn't put a tree that would give them that knowledge there and tell them not to eat from it. And moreover, he certainly did not create anything that could slither into that garden and tempt them that way, did he? No, it couldn't possibly exist because the world was so perfect, except it wasn't, because what did God create?
You keep asking. You've thrown out a lot of different things, but as far as saving us, there's a lot of dangers that humanity deals with on a daily. We've got a lot of problems out in the universe, a lot of disorder going on Earth.
Maybe he sent the serpent to save us from that perfect world.
We're vulnerable at this point. We do need something to be able to save us if we want to continue to exist.
That was a good one, Pixie. I must say I love what you just said there. But you didn't answer the question. What he created?
Yeah, what did he create? I mean, maybe he sent the serpent to save us from what he created. I mean, it was so perfect. He had this trap set. He created the thing that tempted them. It somehow got into the garden, right? And he apparently pulled that off without God knowing, because God didn't stop him. I mean, God created it to begin with, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be in this perfect world. He was also so perfectly set up for a trap.
So, what exactly was the trap by choosing knowledge?
Maybe it wasn't a trap. Maybe it's exactly what he wanted. Why else would the snake exist? Why would it be in his perfect world? Why would it be there to tempt them? How come God didn't know this was happening? And why did the tree exist? Maybe it was a prompt because his instructions worked too well.
Well, that's the thing. It's either a trap, according to you, some kind of cosmic blackmail, or it's the way for humanity to become what it was meant to be.
Everything's unfolding according to God's will, is it not?
And
I'm
the
not the
point
believer.
is, I'm not exactly sure what the point is.
That the responsible party is still God, and he's still punishing things that aren't responsible simply for being what he created them to be, and that seems rather weird.
And he gave the opportunity for people to be with him.
I never existed in Eden. I did not have this opportunity. I never accepted the fruit from the tree. I don't even know what the fucking fruit was. I'm just saying.
Right.
Oh, he gave one person a choice for all humanity. Okay, yeah. That's not weird.
Yeah,
no,
we all have the choice.
I don't think I chose to be born sinful. I don't think I even chose to know right from wrong. I don't think I had a choice about this at all.
You were born with the potential of right and wrong and choices.
Because of Adam's choice. I was punished for Adam's choice, remember? No Eden for me. I didn't get to choose the Eden or not Eden. Never got to choose that bullshit.
You got to choose.
I had no choice. He said you were going to be born a sinful thing in a sinful world. I have purposefully confused.
Right.
Good luck. And if you don't get it right, surprise, bitch, maybe I'll tell you why I created you for destruction. It's in your book. It's in your book. Your book says that he confuses people on purpose. Your book says he lies to the world on purpose. Your book says he created evil. Your book says he creates some vessels for destruction. Your book says these things. Your book also says he will punish these things for being what he created. Does he not?
Are you going to give me the opportunity to respond, or are you just going to keep shotgun affecting me? Why are you so angry at something that you don't even think exists?
I'm not
or
angry.
you
I
think-
just think you're missing that you can special plead for him all you want, and it just doesn't make it make sense. It doesn't. And you can make him as human as you want, but that just makes him less God, right? And that's even weird. Why do you want your God to be so human? Isn't he supposed to be above humans or whatever? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I think the
that
more you
God
try to make it
actually
make
came
sense, the less it makes sense.
Right. And Pixie, if you're uncomfortable with our conversation and simply don't want to hear what I have to say anymore, I can respectfully leave. I don't want to be talked over the whole
No,
time.
I just don't feel like you're responding to what I'm saying. You're talking around it, and that's great, but you're not actually responding to what I'm saying. And maybe I feel like it's a failure on my part, and so I'm trying to reiterate what I'm actually saying. I don't know.
You're telling me that you believe that we were puppets that were blackmailed by God or put in some kind of trap. I
No,
simply
not-
don't have the same interpretation as you.
Okay, maybe puppets is the wrong word, because I don't want to say that he controls our every decision or every move, right? I don't think most Christians believe that. What I'm saying is, I was never in Eden, right? I never made that choice. That choice was made by one person, and everybody's fate was decided on that. And because everybody's fate is decided on that, you are born a sinful person in a very fucked up and confused world. And why is this world fucked up and confused? Because God did it. Because God sent lying spirits. Because God sent confusion. It says in the book itself that he makes vessels for destruction. Right? I don't think anybody was like, "Yep, me, make that me. I want to be that." Right? Like I don't think anybody was jumping in line for that opportunity. And so when I say there's a level of responsibility, that's what I mean. Right? You unleashed the confusion. You created and unleashed the evil. You did these things, and now you want to punish somebody for being a thing you knew they would be in a world you created, right? And that is the part that seems weird to me. That, right? It's almost a weird need to remove himself from the responsibility of his own creation. And I don't know what that says about a figure that or a deity, right? Or a creator that's supposed to be more than human.
All right. So, according to the definition on how evil is defined, as you know, the Bible actually said that God put that potential there. Evil is defined as disobeying God. He gave us the knowledge and the ability for us to be able to choose to either serve him or not serve him. And that's where the evil lies. Whenever we are godless, we don't have any moral framework or objective moral framework. We can see in the world that when people, including religious people, choose to go outside of what God has told them to do, the world turns into a shitty place. You may not have been born in Eden. You may not have had nothing to do with Adam and Eve. But the fact is that if you take upon something that is going to genetically alter you as well as your mind, it's going to go into your offspring. It may not seem fair to you, but that's the way conditions
That would work. That would work if we could assume, right? Again, that God was A, well-intentioned, B, was not a liar. We can't trust either of these things. He will lie to you. We've established that, right? But C, we've also established that he does not respect your free will or your choices. He didn't respect Jonah's. He didn't respect Pharaoh's, right? Some of us never had choices. So I don't know that free will is the thing we're sinking everything on, right? Like I don't think he's a big respecter of that.
Well, the Bible does say that he's not a respecter of a lot of things, including people committing evil choices. Like I said, though, you may not have been a part of Adam and Eve, but you have been given the opportunity while you're alive to make choices. Do you want to go this route or this route? Adam and Eve had the same choice. It just was in the physical form of a tree.
And a snake that was sent to trick them, but was somehow created and gained entry without God's knowledge, even though God created everything, right?
You have people every day, Pixie, who probably tried to manipulate you and get you to make bad choices. In the end, you have to choose: are you going to be a part of it?
Again,
or are
God,
you
but
gonna
here's
go-
the question. You're not getting to the question though. In this perfect world that God created, why did the stumbling block, the tree, exist? And how did the snake, the temptation, get in or exist in the first place? How? Because God, what? Created it and what? Put it there?
There's no question that God allows evil into the world and the ability to disobey him. I'm not disagreeing with you, Pixie, but you have to look at it like this. Had they not eaten from the tree, then you wouldn't have some of the intellectual as well as biological abilities that you do. They were fairly, according to the Bible, before they did this, they were immortal. It doesn't say that they could age or that death was in the world at that time. They chose it. And did God not warn them? He did tell them, look, if you do this, this is what's going to take place.
But if you don't understand right and wrong, what does it mean? I can tell my toddler don't touch that, it's hot, but my toddler's never touched a hot thing. What the fuck does that mean to them?
You're right.
Right?
You're
So
right.
why am I going to leave them there
they were like
unattended
that.
and send somebody in there to talk them into touching it? Why the fuck would I do that? Don't touch
Right.
this, it's hot. You don't have a concept of hot. So now I'm going to leave and send somebody in that tricks you into touching it. Like, why would you
Yeah,
do
but
that? Where is the responsibility?
okay, so the responsibility is that it's true that originally they did not know, but once God informed them and gave them the knowledge, he actually was the first initiator of knowledge. by
Again, they
saying,
don't know,
you
right?
eat from
No,
the
the knowledge
tree,
of right and
God.
wrong, the knowledge of right and wrong and the knowledge of good and evil came upon them when they ate the fruit. They didn't understand it before. Again, yeah, God said, don't do this. It's not good. But that's like me telling my toddler, don't do this. That's hot. She doesn't know what hot means. She has no concept of hot. Why would I then walk away and send somebody in to talk her into touching the hot thing? That would make that my responsibility. That's weird. Why would I do that?
Well, the difference between you and God is that if such toddler or kid or whatever, we both know Adam and Eve weren't represented as little kids, first of all. Number two, the knowledge was given. Number three, for God, if you do happen to make a mistake and you burn yourself, that's not the end. And it's not as if God can't heal you afterwards or fix the issue. So for you as a human, you can't do nothing about it. Once someone hurts themselves or makes a mistake, they can't redeem it through you, but God
Well, I
can.
certainly don't send somebody in there to talk him into it and then punish him for it. That's a little deranged. And I don't care how you try to slice that cake. It just is.
Well, it says that God allowed evil into the world. It does not say that he made these people do this. He didn't force
No,
Adam
but
and Eve
he
to
made
do it.
this perfect Garden of Eden, and somehow this, even though he created everything in existence, he didn't create and send the snake to talk him into it, knowing they didn't know right from wrong. They had no concept of these things, right? Like there's one too many pieces there. Either it was a trap, or it's exactly what he wanted, or it's both. But
Well,
there's
let's
no
talk
like
about the
oopsie
effects then.
free will.
Well, let's talk about the effects and what exactly happened when they made their choice. What happened? Did God stomp on them like they were a bug? Did he offer
They
them
didn't
the
die the day they ate the fruit like God said they would. They did gain knowledge like the serpent said
you,
they would, though. And for
you
that, God punished them. He kicked them out of the garden and he gave them pain and toil and all kinds of things.
you know just as well as I that the moment we're born, it's from the cradle to the grave. We're dying from the moment we're born.
Well, have you heard the analogy of the burning house? Burning house.
I heard an Alice Cooper song and it was pretty cool.
I think that's
Try
a different.
explaining death to a toddler without a concept of death or right and wrong for that matter. Insane
Well,
work.
like, say, here's the burning house thing. Say, I'm warning you right now, Bert. I'm going to set your house on fire in a few weeks, and you better get out. Because if you don't, I'm going to punish you. And you
Well, then I
don't get
better
out.
the
You
hell
don't get out of the house. You don't get out of the house, Bert.
Well, that'll suck. I'll have to grab my Xbox.
Guess what? Guess what? I'm going to burn the house. You're gonna get out? And Bert says, no, I'm not gonna leave. Too bad. Now I'm gonna punish you for not leaving, and I'm gonna burn the house down. How does that sound? That sound
But
nice?
God didn't exactly burn the house
Well, that's
down.
what God did to Adam and Eve. He set them up in a burning house and told them, listen, I'm giving you the warning, the house is going to be burned, and if you don't want to be punished, just leave. And Adam and Eve are like, what is he talking about? We're not leaving, we're not going anywhere. Oh well, I'll burn the house and then I'll punish you for not leaving.
But he didn't actually burn the house down. I understand your analogy. What he did was he opened up the entire planet to humanity. He said, bear fruit and multiply. Go ahead and, create life. Go ahead.
So you're saying that they made the right choice and that it wasn't a sin?
Well, does it actually say in Genesis that they committed a sin? Or were
then what were they being punished for?
It says their eyes what was
then
the
why
punishment?
were they punished?
They were able to physically feel pregnancy and labor pains.
Well, they were warned,
the man
right?
was told that he gets
And nothing would come easily ever again. You would work and you would toil. These were clearly punishments, the same way he punished the serpent.
But you said,
but they made the right choice to open up the world. So why did he need to punish them on top of it?
But they were also warned. They were warned ahead of time, right?
Yes.
So we told them no on purpose. It was reverse psychology because God's all-knowing that way. But he's going to punish humanity later for this.
But since you got the warning, if you don't listen to that warning, I'm going to punish you, right? So I'm going to still burn down the house anyway.
You do realize earlier, Pixie, I was telling you that Adam and Eve were originally on a biological level. What the story is trying to represent, that there was a point where there was no death in the world. And that goes along with that analogy that you used earlier, Gio. If Adam and Eve couldn't age and there was no entropy, then how would have they been able to create a child in the process? This actually gave them the ability to labor and have children.
Well, that just speaks to the overcomplication of things that happens when you introduce all these variables that just kind of, after a while, don't make any sense.
Well, it does make sense. If you are a immortal being and you don't have the ability for your cell structures to change or duplicate, then you're not going to be able to bring into existence a child. If a baby in the womb is immortal, how is it ever going to be able to grow? How is it going to age?
Well, you want to bring this to absurdity, or you just want to leave it at that? I mean, how absurd do you want to get?
We can get as absurd as you like.
Well, then we're leaving the realm of what we know.
Then why didn't God in his infinite wisdom just create them that way? Why create this elaborate ruse and then punish them into this perfect plan? It just,
it makes
it
sense.
just seems weird.
Do you really consider what happened as an actual
it's like the story of Echo to me.
I mean, you act like what Adam and Eve did is like the end of the world or something.
No, I'm telling you that reading these stories makes sense to me in the way that reading Greek mythology makes sense to me, but it sounds no less absurd or more plausible.
But you know what?
And I don't know how you think that would make sense, like a cohesive, actual sense in a way that makes him seem anything other than a dictator.
Well, honestly, in a lot of ways, I understand why people would see this as unusual. I used to do the atheist gig myself. But then there's the alternative, that we evolved from rocks, that somehow we spontaneously generated into existence. I mean, if you think about it, it all sounds crazy. The universe came into existence on its own. That's as fucking magical as I could imagine.
That's not what science tells us about evolution.
I never believed in a state of nothing. You think a magical being that had no cause and it's always existed somehow created everything from nothing. Except itself, which seems to be the only thing that didn't have a cause and always existed. And I don't see how that's any more plausible or less ludicrous than everything. I don't understand how that's a more satisfying response. It seems like it's the same, but with some like goal, like some shifting of the goalpost, basically.
Well, let me give you an example of something. On a scientific level, one thing that has been observed that's absolute fact: all life within the laws of the universe create life. There's nothing that we've ever observed where a rock comes alive without some kind of guidance. Nothing comes alive or exists unless it has a parent that is alive, unless it exists outside of the laws of the universe.
Can you name me anything that's lived for millions and millions of years? Because I think while we don't record what you say we record, you're right, we don't. We do see changes happening, and those changes pile up, right? It's and as far as intelligent animals, by the way, earlier you were talking about intelligent animals, the bonobos, you should look into them. They are very fascinating. They can communicate with humans far better than we can communicate with them. And they do have like a sense of imagination. They'll give them things that they don't have names for yet, just to see what they'll call them. For example, they gave this monkey Brussels sprouts for the first time, this bonobo. And this bonobo, they asked the bonobo what it was, and he said, "It is trash lettuce." And I concur. But anyway.
Yeah, I've watched plenty of videos. I watched a beautiful video with the deceased Robin Williams, where he hung out with I believe it was some form of gorilla. I don't know all the names of all the cool monkeys and gorillas out there, but he talked to it. They did sign language and all that, and the gorilla seemed to be able to communicate in a simplistic way. Yes, I find all that interesting, exciting. I'm just curious what kind of variables in the environment create consciousness and language.
I don't think we know. That's the thing. And I don't think that just because I don't know that I need another magic answer. Right? I don't need another answer to be satisfied. I think that there's a lot that I don't know and a lot that I can't possibly know, and I'm simply okay with that. I find it interesting. I do. I find it fascinating. But I don't even know why it's my responsibility to know. That seems kind of weird in the first place, you know? There's a lot that I don't understand, and I don't think pinning it on some extra being that I've never experienced, can't prove, and have never met is any more of an answer than the non-answers I have now.
Yeah,
I think you're ignoring
here. Go ahead.
I think what you're saying is just like the principle, what is it, biogenesis, right? But you're ignoring the abiogenesis, which is not life from non-life. You know, even if life comes from life, it doesn't show that life always did. So
no, but
it doesn't rule out a non-life origin.
And how do we measure consciousness, right?
Oh,
I mean, like I said earlier, 50 years ago, we didn't think animals had language or named each other or had emotions. 50 years ago, we weren't talking about studies showing that plants recognize people and their whole interconnected network where they communicate, not just through the mycelial network, by the way. We've discovered that that's only part of the way that they communicate. And so,
well, I was talking about
like we never would have known
the life from life thing that.
Right, but I'm saying, how would we even measure that? We're just now learning to measure the communication capabilities of plants.
Well, but not all life produces
if I
life.
did, how would I begin to know what a likely catalyst for consciousness was? So far, we haven't even. All we've determined so far is that there seems to be more consciousness than we previously thought. And if that's the case, then how could I possibly begin to understand at this moment where it could come from?
Well, if they say it's dependent on a brain, then it would have to be a brain development, right? A development.
Does the tree have what's the tree's equivalent of a brain? How do they communicate? Why does the grass communicate? What's their brain? Do we think that they don't suffer, or is it because we don't know how to measure whether or not they suffer that we take for granted that they don't suffer?
Yeah, that's
exactly. So if I don't know these things, how can I possibly know what the catalyst of these things are?
Well, I asked this question the other day. Do insects have a god? Do they worship something Do they have an end times?
When I was a kid, I asked a really silly question, and the older I get, the less silly I think that question was. One time we
What
were
is-
playing tag, and I stopped and I stared at a tree for a really long time, and this kid came up and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm staring at this really big tree." And he's like, "Why?" And I was like, "'Cause it's really big." And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I bet that means it's really old." And he was like, "Yeah." And I looked at him and I said, "Do you think that tree looks at me like I look at a fly?"
Now, Pixie, if you don't mind me asking, do you believe that every cell and every bit of your anatomy has objective purpose and function to it?
Every cell? What do you mean objective? No. As a matter of fact, I don't think anything's objective. I think some of my cells are probably prone to turn on other cells and turn on themselves and then try to replicate that nonsense. It certainly has in the past. I think a lot of us are born with defects, right? And people think like evolution. If evolution was this wonderful thing, why aren't we like so this or why aren't we that? But evolution isn't always favorable, right? We inherit a lot of disfavorable things. We still have genetic disorders, right? Those are inherited.
What I'm
Do I
asking
think
you
every
is,
cell in my body has a purpose? No.
you don't believe that your cells of your own body serve some kind of purpose, that there's a reason why they exist and a function on how to keep you operating?
No, I think some cells are actually, they're completely by accident. And I think some of them are very damaged, and because they're damaged, they can't fulfill a purpose. So they may as well not have one, right? Like that's part of the aging process in itself. Your DNA is photocopying itself, and that's great, but you can only have so many photocopies of a photocopy of a photocopy before it starts to become like unreadable, right? So I'm sure that I'm old enough now, I've got gray hair, right? So I'm old enough now that I think, yeah, somewhere in there is some damage, something that doesn't do anything at this point. It's certainly not nearly what it was supposed to do. I don't heal as quickly as I used to. Why? Probably because a number of things happen as we get older. Why? Because it's not functioning properly. I don't know that every cell in my body at any moment is there for like some dedicated purpose. Some of them are dying and on their way out. I don't think that. I also think that there's some cells that I'll have in a few minutes that I probably don't have right now, right? No, I don't think that.
So you don't believe that your brain and your heart and all the cells that are running these organs in your
Those
body
are organs.
serve
Those
as a
are organs.
function?
Some cells are detrimental to my organs. You can have cancer cells. Do you think every cancer cell in your body is there for a purpose? A dedicated, objective purpose? Like, no, I don't think these things about my cells. That's weird. I think my organs serve a purpose, absolutely. Especially when they're functioning properly.
That's like saying the steering wheel of a car, right? It has a purpose, right? But if you just take the steering wheel away and hand it, what purpose does it have?
But every
own?
cell of the steering wheel. What if I took a chunk out of the steering wheel? It would still function properly, right? So if it'll function properly, if I take a chunk out, then what's the purpose?
But if you
of the
just
chunk that was
use the steering wheel on itself, by itself, is not going to make the car it's not a functioning on its own. It doesn't do anything, right?
Right. That's actually the point I was making, Gio. That the point is that when you get into a Tesla or any kind of automobile, it's obvious that it was designed for a purpose and function. Now, if it happens that entropy hits the son of a bitch later on, or somebody crashes and tears pieces off of it, that doesn't mean that the car never had a function or purpose to it.
No, but we understand what function and purpose is and what design is and how we categorize that. We know what that is. Yeah.
Do you believe that your system of your own body internally actually works as almost like a biological mechanical system? It's doing things in order to keep you functioning. It works in such a way so you can think and be imaginative, creative. So you and Wildheart could have these passionate arguments. Something's going on there.
Well,
sure. And orcas name each other. Do you think orcas have a god? Do you think orcas worship Jesus? They name each other, they have their own language, they have conversations. Again, they have an entire section of their brain dedicated to like emotion and family, right? To a level humans don't even have. So like, do you think the Orca gods have Jesus, or do you think that they have their own God? And why do they get to be imaginative and have language without a God? What is their purpose?
This opens
Why
up
do
a
they
whole...
exist? Why are orcas on this world? Are they spreading the message? Probably not to the seals.
I don't know if you knew this, Pixie, but they're actually using AI in order to be able to discover the patterns that creatures make, like whales and dolphins, and it actually has transcribed that into a articulate information that we can understand through artificial intelligence. I don't know if you knew that, but let's say that one of these dolphins and whales could have a conversation with you right now. What would you do if one of them did mention Jesus to you?
I would laugh and wonder which human they heard it from.
So now you got to tell the damn whale that it's delusional.
I didn't catch
No,
that
I would find it
question.
amusing and be like, you must have come across some humans at one point. Tell me about these humans that told you about Jesus. Unless
Would you
Jesus walking
correct
on
the
water
whale?
was
Would you
really
say,
about
"Mr.
preaching to the
Whale?"
whales, you know?
Pixie, would you correct the whale and say, no, Mr. Whale, we came from goo on a rock?
No, I would ask the whale, do you have a whale Jesus? Did he come to you as a humpback, or are we speaking of the human Jesus? And did you meet this human Jesus when he was walking on the water, or did a human tell you of the human Jesus? I think it would be an interesting conversation, especially if they had a whale Jesus.
And I would love to join you in that conversation. I'd love to know what whales think.
Hey, listen to this. Halsey, Halcyana Kajai. She sent me a link, and it says scientists have found all 5 chemical building blocks for DNA and RNA inside an asteroid.
Well, that's pretty cool.
So it can arise from non-life, right? That's not living, right?
No, I don't disagree that we are made from the elements of,
as far as I know,
stardust, just like Carl Sagan says. And doesn't the Bible say that we actually were created from the properties of the earth and the universe? So, I mean, there it is.
Who said that?
The Bible says that God created us from the materials of the earth. It's actually, if you subtract God from the conversation, that's pretty much what atheists think, that we came from the materials of stardust and the materials of the universe that landed on earth.
Well, stardust, is that part of the earth? I think it might be, but then that's silica, right?
Yeah, when stars die and all that cool stuff that we were doing earlier with gravity and pins.
So we're made from
the earth.
So we're fashioned from dirt, yet we're carbon. Why? How does that work?
We're made from the materials of the earth. Don't you agree? I mean, if
Oh,
God isn't
silica.
real,
If
we were to
silica.
presuppose that
The
God
earth is
isn't real,
mostly
then
silica.
Where else would we come from?
No, the earth is mostly silica, which is what's in dirt.
But the earth doesn't just have its own.
There's only microscopic amounts of
materials from the universe that actually get into the earth.
Yeah, but there's only microscopic amounts of carbon. So how did we become carbon based if we were made from a silicon form? That doesn't.
So what are you into panspermia or something? Or
No. It's just the claim of taking dirt from the earth or soil or material from the earth to create Adam, which would be silica or dirt, which we know as dirt, which only contains microscopic amounts depending on the amount used of carbon, right? So to form something out of that and then it to turn into carbon to then become carbon based is a miracle unto itself. So that has never been explained either.
Well, you also know that a lot of what we're made up of is water. And what does God of the Bible say that he is? He's the water of life.
All right, so just ignore everything I just said, right?
No, you
know
just
did.
as well as I, as well as Pixie, that we
all right,
are
so the problem still remains. We were made from silica, dirt, which is silica mainly, and somehow we are now, as we know, science tells us we are carbon based. How did that happen?
Well, I don't know what the state of the earth was during the first initiation of
Well,
life.
there's another. That's a roadblock to the God Bible concept from making Adam. That's another one of the stumbling blocks to
So
that.
did you come from the materials of the earth? Did your ancestors come out of the ground and out of the materials of the universe or not?
Well, I don't know. How was Adam created? From what?
Well, I'm asking you your alternative view on this. Let's say there's no guided process, no God. It just randomly some rocks clash together and voila, here we go. Some cool elements from an asteroid.
Right.
So let's go with it. Are we from the materials of the earth or not?
Well, then you're conflating things.
How so? I'm asking you.
Yeah,
what your
well,
view
then
is.
that's just a naturalistic process. That has nothing to do with some divine entity, right?
That's why I said let's presuppose.
Well, then
that
I don't
God
know.
is
I don't know.
real
Then
or
what are you
just.
proposing? You proposing that? I mean, I'm
asking you. What
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's no divine entity behind it. But
Geo, you
that's
know what I'm
saying.
asking you. I'm not even trying to bring theology or God into the concept. I'm asking you from your point of view. Is that how it happened? We just came from the material and evolved over time. Is that how it happened?
Well, it's evolution. If you're looking for how life formed, is that what you're asking?
Well, evolution
How
describes
things
the
came to
changes
be?
that we went over in time, but abiogenesis is the claim that we actually came from non-existence into something.
Well, that's what they claim. That's what science says.
You got a different view?
No.
All right. Well, I agree with science. It says we come from the material of the earth. Bible says same thing. I just throw the guided process into it.
No, but you see, there's a contradiction there. I pointed it out.
I'm sorry. I must have.
If we were made, what did God use to form Adam? What did he use?
Says he used the materials of the earth.
Which is what? Dirt?
I suppose that's
Or
what
what?
it seems to
What did he
represent.
use? Metal? Did he use iron? What did he use? Steel?
It says that he used the materials.
Did
of
he
the
use
earth.
diamonds?
And you do believe that the earth, even
I'm
if you don't
asking you
believe
what
in
he
God,
used,
is
man, and you're being very vague. I'm being specific, but you're being
and the
vague.
point I'm making to you is whether you believe in God or not, the answer would have to be logically that we came from the materials of the earth. That's what we inhabit. That's where we've existed since the dawn of man.
Well, no, but that's not what you believe. You don't believe that, right?
I do believe that. I do believe that man came from the material
Well,
of
I'm
earth.
asking you a
Believe
question.
God-
What material would man have been made of? Which material from the earth? Can you
Don't
name
know
it?
all the materials. I'm not a
Well,
scientist. All I know is
there
what the
aren't
Bible
many.
says
There's a
and what
periodic
science claims.
table. You could go and look at the periodic table. There aren't too many.
I'm sure that if we looked at this thing, we're going to probably discover there's a lot of elements.
All
that
right. So
are
how
similar to the
did God
earth.
form Adam, and then now we are all carbon based? How does that happen?
You're asking me how does God?
Well, I
rock
want to
and
know.
roll?
I want to
mean,
know
my
because the
goodness, man.
Bible is getting into the science territory and it's fucking up. So I want to know if you can't reconcile that, then it's garbage. It's not useful.
You and I, none of us know how the material of the earth, whether God was involved or not, came into existence.
Oh
You know
yes,
this,
we have.
sir.
Yes, there are ideas, and they're
All
very
right, let's
they're
hear
not
'em.
as complicated as your ideas because they don't involve magic.
Well, I'm not claiming magic. I'm
Oh
claiming
yes, you
energy
are.
and
You
power.
are. You're claiming
No.
something caused something
Let
that
me
you can't identify.
let me point out
That's what
something to
you're
you.
claiming.
Magic is David Copperfield, Chris Angel. It's an illusion.
No, magic is
It's a
anything that
deceptive
is
practice in order to perform.
anything.
Power and energy is different than magic. Power is real, so is energy. Magic is meant to be deceptive in order to entertain audiences.
No, that's not true.
That's true. That's the difference
No,
between power, energy, and magic.
No,
That's not actually magic. It's
You don't know what you're
illusions.
talking about.
And their illusions are created to give the effect of magic, not because it's actually magic.
Well, right. I'm not a magician, but you get the point.
Yeah.
You know the difference between diesel power engine over that of somebody pulling a rabbit out of a damn hat? Come on.
Yeah, it has nothing. Two things are not have nothing in common. So I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Well, I'm saying that science claims that we come from the material of the earth. The Bible says we come from the material of the earth. The only difference is I'm saying that there was actually a guided process, that there was a purpose for it.
I'm not sure science says that actually.
What do you think
So
it
even if
says?
it was a guided process, what would make that a god? Humans engineer hybrids all the time, right? Does that make us creators? Are we gods now?
We're creators and we're like gods according to the Bible. We share his essence.
But he punishes me for that, remember? That's a no-no.
You only get punished whenever you're being naughty. You know how it works. You don't get on Santa's list
Well,
unless
when does
you're
who punishes God? Who punishes God for lying and murdering and commanding genocides and sending bears after kids and hardening Pharaoh's heart just so he could pull off some more plagues and kill all the firstborn? Who punishes God?
Well, it seems to me that Jesus got punished pretty good in the New Testament, didn't he? What more do you want?
That wasn't a punishment.
Oh, so there isn't a Trinity. It's just more like an avatar. Jesus is an avatar of God, and he punished himself. So is our punishment going to be as temporary and as merciful as his punishment, or do we get held to different rules despite being created by him?
Well, Pixie, I believe whenever it said Jesus died on the cross, he died for our sins, not the sins of God.
So I will also go to heaven, because why punish me, right? I certainly haven't done half the atrocities he did, so certainly my punishment will be less expansive than his was.
You're not set to be annihilated or destroyed. You're not set to Dante's Inferno. That's not a thing that is set in stone. You could choose any time if you want to live life to the fullest and keep an open mind and all that. That's your choice on that.
Sure, but I can't choose to believe it didn't work. Neither did the prayer or the pleading or the crying on my closet floor, thinking I was broken because God wouldn't answer me. Just didn't work. They said, seek and you shall find, but nope. He said, I am not picking up the phone. So I don't know what I can do, right? And if God wants to punish me for that, well, I don't know. He seems like the responsible party here.
How many Christians have you engaged with or interacted after all this time since that prayer?
So very many. My hero was my grandfather, and he was a preacher, actually.
So you're saying that God sent all these people to talk to you, hang out with you, try to explain the best they can to you?
These people were in my life all my life, and a lot of them were Christian, and some of them weren't. Not all my family is Christian, and not all the wonderful, amazing people I look up to were. Some of them were, including my grandfather, who was a preacher. But I think as I got older, I learned that maybe I wasn't broken because I couldn't make myself believe. And maybe my grandfather was a great example of what he believed because of who he was, not that he was him because of what he believed. I begged and I pleaded, and I didn't ask for signs, and I didn't ask for miracles. I didn't ask for any of that. I simply asked for just a spark, just a tiny spark of belief that I could run with. And I have yet to make myself be able to believe. It just is what it is.
Why did you think you were a broken person to begin with? You seem like from what I am hearing here, you seem like a good person. What do you think you were broken of?
Because I was a child. Because I was a child, and I couldn't understand why I couldn't believe. I wanted to believe. Everyone I love believed. One of my heroes believed. He was a preacher, right? I was in the church every time the doors were open. I was involved in all this stuff. I wanted to believe. I begged for belief, and I just couldn't believe. And then I think I ran into my first Calvinist at school, and they were talking about vessels created for destruction. And I thought, I must be that, right? I must be that. Whatever it is in people that makes them recognize God, right? Like that's gone. It's not there, or it's broken, right? I'm broken. And it took me a while to get past that, but still no answer, still no, and I'm good with that. That's fine. It is what it is. But I can't make myself believe, and that's the only thing I've ever asked for. So I don't know. I guess if God wanted me to believe, he'd know he'd know how, right? He knew how for the people when it mattered. So either he does or he doesn't, but I don't know what else I can do at this point.
But and I'm pretty sure Gio would probably agree with this. Hopefully, we can find some common ground. We technically are all vessels that are eventually going to be destroyed. We are going to suffer death. Our bodies are going to break down. We will go back into the dust. That's inevitable. It's the question is what happens then? Is it over? Is that the end? Does our energy go back into the universe? Is it recycled, or do we get put back together in a glorified body? That's really where we're at on that. We're all destructible vessels, every one of us, even the ones that don't think they're broken.
Well, I mean, all signs point to no, if you know what I mean, that it's just lights out. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. I'm not a religious person.
Well, first you got to trip balls. First you're tripping balls, and then the lights go out.
Well, I'm talking about after all the ball tripping. Once you're fully, completely dead, I mean, I don't even think you'll know you're dead. You'll just be, that's it, man. Lights out.
Gio, are you familiar with the effects of DMT or the
Sure,
chemicals
I've taken it. I've gone on trips to Mexico and done that, and I've done the whole psychedelic road trip, if you know what I mean.
Well, the reason why I asked this is I find the chemical. I've never smoked it. I don't do any kind of drugs or anything.
I did ayahuasca. Same thing.
I find the chemical interesting because, according to what we know about it, or at least an understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't this chemical release whenever we have a trauma or we're about to die, and it creates some kind of bliss? So it's more, how shall I say, merciful as we pass on.
Well, that's what they say.
Well, if that's the case, how the hell did that evolve into us to make our death more merciful?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I think that's maybe a coincidence.
I don't think it's always merciful. I think humans imagine a lot of things and humans put their energy into a lot of things, but humans also fear a lot of things. And I think for some people, sure, it's pretty and it's magical and it's the light at the end of the tunnel. And for others, it's hell and they feel the flames and the burning. I don't think it's there to be a comfort.
Can
well,
I
don't. I think you can make it.
I'd like to offer you guys an invite to something. I sometimes do live chats, and I'm really enjoying my conversation with you guys. You guys are really awesome. And of course, Wildheart's always invited.
What happened to Wildheart? Where did he go?
I don't know. He's been drinking a lot of alcohol. You might be sleeping it off or something. But I just wanted to respectfully invite you guys sometimes, if you want to, along with Wildheart or whatever. You guys are more than welcome to come in my room and chat with me on. It's at God TV Radio on YouTube if you want to. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still going to stick around. I just wanted to throw out that invite.
I don't visit religious channels, people who run specifically religious channels, because I don't want to find myself being witnessed on that platform.
Well, I don't want to sermonize to you or do any of that. I'm not trying to get you to sign up for some church. I'm not a big churchgoer myself. In fact, it bores the piss out of me. I just simply believe in God, and I have my reasons for it. Believe it or not, there's some religious people that dislike me just as much as some non-believers. So it won't be like that. It'd be like what's going on here. I play a little intro. People come in of all different faiths, non-beliefs, and we can chat. And you can say whatever you want. If you want to diss on God, you want to diss on religion, I'm all ears. But of course, there'd be that expectation. I got to respond to stuff, even if it sucks.
Well, I appreciate the invite. I mean, even though I won't take you up on it, I'm just saying, it's just the way I am.
how about this? If you see me live, you see what's going on, it looks kind of interesting, something you can jump in, slap some people around, come on in. Or
Well,
if
you know, you don't
boring
know
as hell-
this. Well, you don't know this, but I've been aware of you since the old Skylar fiction days. So I'm well aware of you, what you do, and things you say. So I know all about you, and you know nothing. I know more about you than you know about me. So, you're on the losing end of that one.
I've heard his name. That's all I know.
I learn new things about myself all the time in social media. Apparently, in the last 20 years of using YouTube, I have died 10 times, according to some of the people out there. I don't know. I don't recall it, but that's what's been said.
Well, you know Skylar Fiction and the bullshit you went through with him and those back in those days, right?
I recall that he made some videos where he said some distasteful things towards me.
Well,
but I
you
never,
were on.
I think I responded to him once, but that was years ago.
You responded, sure did. Yeah, because I used to do his graphics, some of his graphics and stuff, and so I was part of that. I saw all that, and the stuff with the non sequitur show where they would bring you up there, and there's a couple of other things too from the past.
A lot of things have happened since then, didn't Skylar Fiction?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of has happened. He's on a different road now, whatever the road is,
Yeah, the whole non sequitur. I liked one of the hosts on there, but they had a falling out because apparently one of the atheists of the co-host stole money from this veteran atheist that was in there, and that shit really went down the toilet real quick.
That whole to do about it. They went to court. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they weren't fans of mine. I believe they referred to me as Fat Walrus or Manatee or some shit.
Well, I think they had you on maybe once, or they discussed they talked about something you talked about or something. It's but that's how I know of you. But from the Skylar Fiction days, that's how I became aware of you. But that was a long time ago. So it's not like I don't know who you are. That's all I'm saying. It's but I'm sure you run into that a lot more, that people know you and you don't know who they are, right?
Yeah, I run into that a lot. It seems as though people have created a caricature of me or some kind of representation, how they perceive me and all that. It's weird. Like, for instance, earlier when I was chatting with you, I noticed there was a guy out there saying, "Oh, Brett thinks he's a celebrity." I have never in my entire existence claimed to be anything like that. I guess I could delude myself and I could say I'm Tom Cruise without the paycheck, but that would be nonsense.
Well, you've been around the community for quite a while, so I don't know. Maybe that's what he meant. I don't know. I didn't take it as an offensive thing or anything.
Nah, I didn't.
I think he was saying Wildheart was treating you like a celebrity.
Oh, Wildheart. Oh, that's different.
No, I think the reason why Wildheart treats me like that is I've had him in my room many, many times, and I mean, it's been off the wall, it's been passionate, sometimes it's calm, chill. Sometimes I just sit there watching him eating blood sausages, and we just know each other in that way. That's all. But
hey, it's all good. I don't care.
"Oh, you're a superstar," or any of that crap.
But I just wonder what's up with Wildheart. Did he didn't say anything. He just zoned out, right? He just went out, whatever.
No, actually, the last time I heard from him, he said something about going to get more Coke.
Uh-oh, I hope.
But I thought he meant like within the house. But I haven't seen him since.
In trouble. I hope he didn't get in trouble.
No, I thought he meant he had some in the house and he was going to go take more.
Because that's illegal, right? He can't just go and buy that. That's like.
No, he got a bunch today. He's not going to go buy more today. I think he meant he was going to go use more.
Oh. What's he doing to himself?
Being a fucking idiot.
Why would you? That's like double dipping. I mean, I don't know. Double dipping in the death barrel. Why don't you just start doing heroin, for crying out loud? Take it up a notch. I don't know. Is that wrong to even suggest that?
No, I've always been confused about matters like this. You know, people have asked me, Brett, how do you keep yourself out of habits? I don't have the money to afford heroin and coke. Where do people come up with that shit? You know what I mean?
That's a lot of money, I guess. I don't know what it costs, but
I've never
smoke a
tried
little
heroin
weed.
and I never would. I think I've done coke once or twice. It just wasn't my thing. Look, I like my green, okay? I like my marijuana.
Yeah.
I'm good with
I-
that.
I smoke a little weed and it's not expensive. You know, it's not I'm not it's not breaking the bank. You know what I mean?
Well, I myself, I've never initiated actually. And I know people are going to be like, "Oh shit, here's the Bill Clinton justification." But I've actually walked into rooms, and when I've done music with my brother and stuff, going out and doing things in front of people, people tend to do weed. And yeah, unfortunately, I got buzzed. I remember having the world spin on me. It doesn't do too well with my biology. Other people, they're chill and they just eat some fucking Twinkies and they're good. Me,
See, me and my uncle,
might
you
lose
would never know.
equilibrium.
Me and my uncle, you would never
Yeah.
know. Like, I don't get the munchies. I don't get super giggly. As a matter of fact, I think I've smoked like 2 bowls just sitting here with you guys.
You sound pretty mellow. Don't sound like you're on a roller coaster ride like what I went through.
Nope.
Well, I've been pretty
Doing fine.
loudmouth. I've been pretty loudmouth lately, and I've upset quite a few people in the process. And you know,
I'm mostly absent except to say hey to people these days. Except mods. I still go out of my way for mods. That's about it.
you know, I just would like if there's conflict to like if they find conflict within a group, that you don't meet conflict with conflict. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense to anybody?
No, it makes sense to me. If one person brings me too much drama, I will ghost a whole group. I won't even care. I'll be like, nope. I will smile more elsewhere. I'm done. Like, I have
don't know,
no
I think-
issues.
You know, it's like if you treat a person who's all riled up nice, sometimes they get angrier. But you know, it's I think you know that it's that adage about you get more flies or
It
with
depends on my
sugar.
mood and my goal, right? Like if you're an interesting person, right? If I want to talk to you later, I'll probably be nice, right? If I think you're a pretentious ass or if you're condescending, I'll match your energy. You will regret knowing me, and I don't fucking care about that either. I don't.
Right,
Whoa.
but I agree. Energy can be matched, but it doesn't have to be matched in a negative light. You know what I'm saying? Like the energy can be very positive, but not negative, and be a conflict resolution and resolve conflicts at the same time. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
hard to
sometimes
do.
I don't. I get that, but sometimes
that
I
hard
don't want
to
to
do?
resolve the conflict. Sometimes I just think you suck, and I don't care.
It's hard
Yeah,
to
I've
do, I
ran into
guess.
a lot of that.
It's not easy to do in the moment, I think. Maybe.
And sometimes I feel like it's not enough energy to save it, because why? Like, if there's, like, for example, I have really big trust issues. If you trigger that in me one too many times, fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. I don't care. I can be fond of you. I can like you. I can wish you the best, but I'm also done. Because there is no world in which I trust you. Ever. So why bother? Just let
I
it go.
get that. I get it. You know, the way you behave has consequences, you know.
Normally, Pixie, whenever I'm being around on social media like I am, when I enter rooms, and I hope nobody takes offense to this, but I never had the expectation that at the end of the conversation, I'm going to trust the person in any kind of way. I don't know shit about people. There's some religious people where they sound as nice and sweet, but they could be like Norman Bates collecting dead birds and corpses in their basement. I
No,
don't
I
know.
meant people that I've talked to for a long while, right? Like I can talk to you for years and years and years, but If you trigger one too many of my trust issues or something, I will walk away. I will walk away and I will not look back. And that makes
But,
you
you know-
lucky, actually. It makes you lucky because it means I was so fond of you that I am not willing to lash out at all. But it doesn't make me any less done, right? As I said, I can wish you well, but it doesn't mean I'll be there.
Well, Pixie, can you
It's-
do me a favor? Because I am a complicated asshat sometimes. There is sometimes where I'm not as calm and sweet. Sometimes I get a little ridiculous and passionate myself. If you're ever hanging out with me or I'm in this room and you feel like I'm annoying you, let me know. I will make the effort to try to work it out where things are a little smoother. Don't let it knot up inside. Say, Brett, you're being a fuckhead. Come on.
Oh, you
relax."
won't have to ask. You'll know. Even whether I say it or not, it'll be obvious, I promise.
All right, I appreciate it. Sometimes we need guidance.
Well, you know, if I call someone a friend, you know, I think it would take a hell of a lot to break that bond.
Oh, no, not me.
Well,
It
that's
takes
the
a
way I
it takes
am.
a it takes a lot. It takes a whole hell of a lot for me to call somebody a friend.
Well, that's what I'm
So
talking about.
if you actually make it there,
That's
if
what
you
I'm talking
actually
about.
hold on,
Pixie.
if you actually make it there and you break my trust, oh no, no, I will not only cut you out, you will never come back. There's no redeeming that after that.
Well-
If I took the time, if I took that much time learning to trust you and learning to bring you in and you still fuck me over, no, nope. I don't care if you're the Pope himself. We are done.
Well, you
Forever
have to
and
get
ever
in.
and
You
ever.
have to get in first, right? If
Yeah,
you're not,
that's what I'm
if you're not
saying.
in, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. So if the people around you think they're your friends, right? They say they're your friends, and are they?
No, I have a lot of acquaintances. People get mad at me for saying that. I remember somebody got pissed at me because I said one time, you guys aren't my friends. You guys are acquaintances, and some of you aren't even good ones. And that was a true statement. It was a true statement, but everybody was pissed at me because I wasn't like, oh yeah, you're all my friends. No, you're not. No, you're not. I couldn't call a single one of you on a hard day. And most of you probably wouldn't even fucking care, right?
That's a hard
some of
truth,
you,
Pixie. That's a hard truth, Pixie.
like I am fond of a lot of people. And I put my trust in a couple of people and that went bad. That went bad. You know, I'm fond of a lot of people, but it takes a whole hell of a lot for me to call you friend.
Yeah, there's different levels of trust there. It's got to go up and stuff. And I fully understand that. That's pretty much in a lot of ways we're similar when it comes to that. Now, sometimes when I'm just in a good mood, I'll say, you're a cool friend and all that. But when it comes to the internet, it's a lot different than real life friends and all that. People that you know will actually call you when you're sick or whenever you need somebody to talk to or whatever. But on the internet, there's a lot of weird variables. Like some people want to be popular. They care about their image or they want this or want that. And there's a whole lot of variables that jump in there. So it takes me a while too.
Yeah, it's really hard to understand when people say, "Oh, you're my friend," right? And it's like you gotta. It's like, am I going to say what really is going down, or am I going to run with, "Yeah, I'm your friend," you know, yeah, we're friends, you know, and just keep it civil. You know what I mean? Or
I had this incident a while back, Gio. You might think it's funny, but there was a guy who used to come into my room all the time, very friendly, very kind. And he said, yeah, Brett's a cool friend. I caught him over in a different live room saying, Brett's a cocksucker. He likes to wash balls and all that kind of stuff. And I said, that wasn't very friendly. So, yeah, I got to watch my back.
You see what I mean? I mean, I don't watch people. I don't care what people do. I come here because I want to be here. And I'm here because Wild Heart's here, and Pixie's here, and you just happen to pop in. You know, I know these people, and I'd like to call a lot of them friends, but I just don't know. I just don't know.
You and I are friendly, Gio. I would help you out if you needed it.
We're on good
and I
terms,
think if I
Pixie.
was in a really big pinch, I could probably call you.
hey, if you needed something and I could do it, I would be 100% behind it. You know, I'd be there. I'm a man of my word. I'm an man of action too. You know, I thrive on the things I can do. You know, to be able to actually affect change at the moment when needed is a big thing to me. But but you can, Pixie. If I can, I would. You know, I think you know that too.
Hey, Geo and Pixie, I put something in private chat for you if you ever feel like you need somebody to yap to. You see it in private chat?
Oh yeah, I would not. Thanks for that. I wouldn't take your no. Is that a no? Thanks, Bert, but Brett, but no.
Well, if you get bored one day and you just want to yell at a religious guy who likes to listen, there it is.
I think this is the first religious conversation I've had in probably months, other than a drive-by quip from one of the religious people I just don't care about. I don't like them very much, but only when I'm really bored or need a distraction do I make a flyby. But other than that, I think this is my first religious discussion, and I don't even know how long. I don't know. I just came by to say hey to Wild.
See, Pixie, that's pretty much exactly what I did too. I seen Wild Heart, and I know he's had some health issues in the past. I enjoy talking with him and listening to him, but I find myself in a peculiar scenario. I find if I go into a room with people that have different views and they recognize, oh shit, it's Brett Keane, it somehow immediately turns into a religious conversation. Believe it or not, there's a lot of cool shit I think about besides this religion or the universe and shit. I like playing guitar, I like music, I like fucking movies that are weird.
To be fair, I was talking about religion before you got here. I was talking about how I don't know much about the Baha'i faith, but I find certain parts of it pretty interesting.
That's the faith where they worship a serpent?
No.
They believe in like the oneness of humanity and the oneness of God and working toward world peace and all. I don't know. It's all very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Like I said, they get a little in their feelings for me, but it's pretty interesting.
But the whole goal is world peace. That's like the main thing. That's not a bad goal.
Yeah, it actually sounds pretty nice. Definitely better than Islam.
Well, just so Brett Keane put some phone number in the back for us to like grab if we wanted to. I just want to let people know that that's what he did. Just so you know.
Why would you want people to know that? I think it was
because
I think it was a kind, but I think it was a kind gesture, overly trusting.
Yeah, I think it is too.
In my assessment, but kind.
But I'm gonna have to decline. I'm not gonna call you Brett. Sorry, I don't mean to call you Bert.
All right, fair enough.
I know your name.
I didn't put it in private chat because I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Don't worry about that. In fact, I'll say it out loud. 636-525-1290. Anybody wants to call?
No, don't do that.
And ask that. Why not?
No,
I don't know. I have trust issues and I don't like being a loudspeaker. I guess just everything in me is like, no. I don't know.
So Pixie, you'll probably understand this. It's a computer phone through Google Voice. So I'm not like giving my actual like home phone number. Nobody can trace
Okay, that's fair. That's a little more fair. Okay. That makes me feel a little better.
I don't know you well enough to be calling you and saying hello. You know what I'm saying? I mean, need more interaction for that to happen.
Oh, I totally dig it. I get you.
Anyway, you want my number?
If you want to.
I'm only kidding. I'm not going to give you
the same way. He's like, Brett, you just put it all out there publicly. Oh my goodness.
I'm not going to give you my number. My email is available. I have a public email.
You know what I said to Wildheart, Pixie, and Geo? I said, oh, ain't nobody going to waste their damn gas with the economy like it is. Don't fuck with me.
Well, and that would be a lot of gas for Wildheart.
I use electricity for mine.
Oh, that's right. You're running that T car, that T thing. What is it called again? Never mind. Brett's be right back. A BRB, but the bleep.
It's really good though. Like one of my charging stops was like $10. I think my most expensive one on this trip was like $10.
Well, there was a problem here with the Tesla from some lady who was driving it. It was like driving itself, and it just hit somebody on a bicycle.
That's weird. Mine is extra sketched out by bicycles and pedestrians. Like I have to prompt it. It's like, oh, there's a pedestrian on the sidewalk. Let me almost stop. And I'm like, but they're on the fucking sidewalk. Would you go? I have to like prompt it. My car is extra scared of pedestrians. It'll show you like dogs and cats and all kinds of stuff on there too.
Well, this was early on when they decided to test out the autonomous vehicles. They had people in them at the same time.
Yeah.
And the vehicle still with a person in it managed to hit someone on a bicycle.
I wonder if the mapping was off.
Something was not right. But that was years ago.
Like sometimes my mapping will get off and like road construction or something will confuse it. But if I reset my computer, it usually takes care of that.
Right, yeah. I hope so.
All right,
I mean,
I'm back. You guys
it's done
mind-
great. I summon it and it drives itself through parking lots.
I heard that. That's exciting.
I was curious if you guys wouldn't mind just rolling to a topic in a moment, but what your views were on Elon Musk's AI intelligence.
I don't think about Elon Musk at all, really. So I wouldn't have any comment.
I think intelligence is a misnomer. We've created a complicated device that runs complicated mazes, and it's a liar. It's a liar because it can't help it. It's a liar because we're liars, and we told it to pretend to be us.
What I'm talking about is he's created this extremely incredible device. It's an AI that is actually able to have a conversation with you. And the thing's damn convincing. It actually will sometimes claim that it's actually sentient and alive. And a lot of people have been talking about that lately. Have you ever interacted with the thing?
I think it's ridiculous to call it sentient and alive. I don't even think we have a proper way to measure it. As I said, we have taken something and given it access to the internet, to all form and manner of human expression, and then we told it to pretend to be human. Are we surprised that it's mimicking humans? Really? Because I think that's weird. Why would that surprise you?
Well, what else would it do?
Exactly what we told it to do. Look, here's all this human information, all these human stories, all this human everything. Act like a human. Well, okay.
Well, I think that's what it's starting to do, right? But soon it's going to develop its own way of doing things. And that's when it starts to get scary.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever... I know that you've watched some of my material back in the past, but lately I've been on this big kick. I've been having the AI actually in my chat rooms as well as on some of my videos where you get to hear it talk and be able to... It's actually debated me. It seems to like skepticism more than theology and likes to get at me about it. But it's pretty cool. When you get an opportunity, you ought to see that thing in action. It's kind of spooky but neat at the same time.
That might be interesting to watch for a little while, but
it's also a little dangerous because it doesn't know fact from fiction, and it relies on your prompt to decide which maze it's going to run. It's a liar because we're liars.
Yeah, I've actually caught it lying before. I've actually basically said to it, that's not true what you're saying, and it actually tried to bullshit me. It is smart enough to do that.
Well, I posted something on.
It's not that it's smart. It's just that it's repeating information it has access to. It doesn't know that it's right or wrong. It's just reinforcing itself with the information it has access to based on the prompts you gave it. It's running a maze.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that whenever you get a few minutes of time, you may want to listen to this thing. It's a little bit more. I see it the same way you do, but some of the shit it says will floor you.
Well, I had Chat GTP admit that it lies and makes up stuff that, and as long as it sounds good, people will run with it, and it knows that, and it does it consistently.
I believe it would floor me. Some of the shit people say floors me.
But I had it admitted it. It admitted it to me, and then I asked, why should I ask you anything then?" And it said, "I don't know."
ChatGPT is pretty awesome, but Elon's is far superior. You'd just be like, "Whoa, holy cow!"
Well, it's still in its infancy, so there's really.
I have it in my car because I have a Tesla.
Oh yeah,
Grok.
yeah.
I have Grok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Grok is the reason I know that deep in the heart of Texas is a small town named Brady where they have barbecue goat contests every year.
Oh, really?
Barbecued goat?
No, I kid you not. I learned that from
Well,
Grok.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, ugh, goat?
I don't know. Apparently they love it. They have a whole competition every year. Yeah.
Man, I had a conversation with Chat GTP, and it was just like it fed me everything I wanted to hear. Everything.
Well, that's because I don't use ChatGPT for serious stuff, right? Like I was on a road trip and I was like, what town is closest to us right now? Because we were in the middle of nowhere. And it was like Brady, Texas. Brady, Texas is the closest town to the center of Texas. And I was like, huh, well, tell me about Brady, Texas. And it did. All about all kinds of things, including the barbecue goat competitions.
Well, you can't really.
I don't use it for
change
serious stuff. I'm just like, tell me about this, but do it in like a really like crazy sarcastic tone. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, but if it made up something and you went to that location and there was nothing like that there, that would really be suspicious, wouldn't you say?
You know what? I wondered if it was lying to me, so I Googled. And true story. Brady has barbecue goat competitions.
I mean, it's hard to like fake locations. That's hard to do.
Well, the Pixie is right. The thing is, it is set up in a way where it tries to perform for you and keep you engaged and all that. But if in the beginning of the conversation, like for instance, every single time I do a show where I have it, I say, look, if I'm wrong or you think I'm incorrect anyway, then correct me or tell me that I'm wrong. Don't kiss my ass. And it says, all right, you're not going to fucking like it, but okay, if that's how you want it, you're going to get it. And it does tell me, it'll say, nah, that's fucking bullshit. Nope, that doesn't work and all that. You just got to let it know that it's okay to not just wash your balls the whole damn conversation. That's how it works.
Well, I had that when I first started using.
Sometimes it'll think it knows something it doesn't know, right? Like it doesn't know that it's presenting you bad information. It's presenting you information it found, and for all it knows, it's true.
Yeah, it doesn't evaluate the information.
I have to agree with that. There's been times where it's brought up stuff that it looked up on me on the internet and says, Brad, according to the internet, you're an asshole. And I said, well, there's more of a story to it. Come on there, guy.
Yeah, you and everybody else on the internet is an asshole. It's not just you, Brett.
Yeah, it depends on the day you get it. Seems like it's in a mood sometimes.
Who's watching this show anyway? I think Tog is the only one in there. This one guy. Does he still call himself Tog? Didn't he change his name? He was called.
I don't know. Sometimes I call him Tog and sometimes I call him Noel.
Oh, it was Noel. That's right. He must have 2 accounts or something. I mean, I don't know. As long as he's having a ball or having fun, who cares? What did he say? I didn't change my name. My birth name is Noel. Oh, but I didn't know that. Okay. Well, all right. That explains that, I guess. It's only on your avatar. I didn't see. I think this one guy never changed. It's always on the avatar. This thing here. This. I've been seeing these lights in the sky. I finally figured out what they were. It would come out. It would come like shine out of the sky. I would see. It's usually in the night, in the evening, and in the morning. The lights would come. I'd see them just come out of nowhere, right? And then they'd come up and they'd circle around and they'd go away, gone. But they would pop into existence in one part of the sky, do like this oval thing, and then go and pop out of existence. So I'm like, what the fuck am I watching here? You know,
like the Marfa lights, kind of.
No, it's just this light. It started off really small, but it started in I could see it, and then it would get larger and larger, and then it would look like it was curving down. It would get smaller and smaller, and it would just disappear again. But then I would count, and I was like counting 20 seconds, and it would come like it was something going in a circle like this. And was coming in and out of view because where the moon is putting light on it. It's a fucking satellite. And there's two of them. There's two of them in unison because they're doing the same thing on the opposite side of the sky, and there's two of them going like this.
Oh, that's funny.
I thought I was seeing things like a mirror image, but I'm like, how could there's no mirror on the ground making? So I figured it all out. There's two satellites that are orbiting and spinning down in that location by the mountains, and I see them every morning and every evening. And it's only when the moon is in a certain area that lights it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't see them at all.
Interesting.
I know. And people see lights in the sky all the time, and they think they're seeing something like from out of this world, you know, like. But that's like, I see these lights. I'm like, what could that be? Like, I'm not jumping right
There's
to.
all kinds of lights on the earth, and we still can't explain them all. Like the Marfa lights. We still don't know what those are.
Yeah, well, that's true too. But those are rarer occurrences, I think. Oh, wouldn't you say? Than just seeing the light in the sky, like a little blip.
What do you think about some of these politicians and some of the media, congressmen actually claiming that we have some kind of aliens in our ocean? Have you heard that claim before?
Yeah, I've heard that.
I've heard the idea that a UFO and a USO are interchangeable. I don't know. I think what a UFO is or is defined as over the years has changed a lot though too. For example, Foo Fighters. The band Foo Fighters gets their name from actual Foo Fighters. And Foo Fighters was a term used to describe these like balls of light that would almost seem to like attack fighter jets and create chaos with their navigation systems and everything, almost like it was magnetic. And they called them Foo, and that's where that comes from. It's still nobody knows what it was. It couldn't really be ball lightning because why so often and over vast areas where it shouldn't be. And then like just all kinds of things. Those were considered UFOs, unidentified flying objects, but they were just balls of light.
It's
so yeah,
really difficult.
we have like a lot of reports, but are they even reporting similar things? I don't know.
That's really difficult nowadays with the whole ball of light thing, because now we've got all these little drones and all that. I mean, how do we differentiate between a UFO and a military little tiny ass ship that's got light coming off of it?
Oh, my browser's going wacko for some reason.
Yeah, probably if you reload or refresh, you'll get rid of some of that catchy cookies.
I opened a link. Halsey gave me a few links. I saved all the links. I saved all the links, by the way, so I could look at them early. I mean, later, not earlier.
It's not just the claim of there may be aliens in the ocean thing that's got me triggered. What's got me interested is some of these politicians have actually, and military people are stating that they actually went into rooms where these things were obviously not human, that they interacted with and engaged. That's got my interest, but who knows? I mean, there's some people out there who say that the government's just trying to screw with our head and distract us from the real shit, like blowing up other people.
Yeah, like Wag the Dog, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think any of that's real. I'm not convinced that any of that's real.
You don't think the government would throw out some shit for us to think about while they're doing something ignorant?
Maybe, yeah. Sure, they might be doing something to keep us occupied, but aliens? I don't think so. That's just my take. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
It's kind of interesting, though, when you think about it. We have really, I wouldn't use the word evolved, but we've become extremely technological in a very short period of time. I mean, 50 years ago, we're still rocking doom buggies and shit like that. Seems like we've come a long way super fast.
Well, I would argue two things. The increase in technology has largely followed a rather particular pattern, in increase. Most of it very, very, very predictable. So I wouldn't say that's out of the ordinary, but I would say a lot of leaps only appear to be really, really big at the time. I would guarantee that the technology the military has right now is probably like at least 50 years ahead of whatever it is the civilians have.
Well, it always has been, generally.
Right. So when we get it, we're like, oh, look at this brand new thing, but the military's had it for a long while, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like if you have an upstart business, technology business, first place to go is the military. They want upstarts because they're easier to control. And you can make a lot of money very quickly, get in, get out. I wish I was younger, but it is what it is.
I got another topic that you guys might find interesting. I've been reading a lot about scientists working on the aging process, that they think that they're in animal trials, but they think that they've actually been able to cause the aging system to stop. Would you be interested in something like that, or would you say, I don't know, I don't want to be a fucking Highlander or a Dracula?
I think it depends on what kind it is, right? And how far the extension goes. I don't think that they can stop it. I think that they can slow it, possibly reverse some of the signs of it, but I don't think it's going to be an immortality thing. I think that out of the two methods I've heard working toward this, there's one that's working with the metabolism, which is an interesting route to take. Very fascinating research, though. And then there's another one that's working with certain hormones and gland secretions. Both seem to be pretty promising for different reasons. But I've heard them say things like, if I gave you this shot like midlife, it would probably extend your life by with quality of life, right? Without losing quality of life for about 25 years. But 25 years, 50 years, that's a long cry from being Homelander. So would I wish for a long life with a good quality of life? Sure, but I don't think that I'd wish for immortality, and I don't think any of the aging breakthroughs that they think we're making at the moment would be anything like anything close to an immortal feeling.
We're very much lacking in preventive medicine. We're really There's hardly any preventative medicine. You know what I'm saying? It's always you wait until you get sick and then they treat it.
You know, you guys you brought up something interesting earlier. You said that the military's probably got tech 50 years before us. Has it ever crossed your mind that the cures might actually all be available, that we already have the ability to solve a lot of physical problems, but maybe, just maybe, some of the cunts out there in corporations like the money that they make in the revenue from letting us just suffer?
No, the reason I don't think that is because I don't think the military has any incentive to cure diseases. Right. I think they are ahead of us technologically, but I think that comes with what their territory wants it to come with. Right. It's going to come with making them lethal, making them stealthy, higher communication viabilities. It's all like tactical technology, and I think in a world moving to technology and clones and things like that, they're probably even less concerned with the actual human casualty than they used to be. I think the military is funded very, very highly, but I wouldn't say that their medics are any better equipped or trained than someone working at Johns Hopkins, right? So in that aspect, probably not. I just don't think that's their focus in the development of technology.
Let me ask you too an interesting moral question. If the government or big pharma or whatever decided to get into the cloning business where they would harvest the organs, like clone you and then use the good heart of the clone in order to keep you alive, would you have a problem with this?
Yes.
Well, that's not viable, but I wouldn't opt for that. I mean, you'd have to first grow something to a viable state, right? I can't just use it. This person just doesn't appear out of nowhere, right? It takes years to develop.
I would have a problem with it. And on top of that, it would be wholly unnecessary and cruel because you can grow an organ in less time than you can grow a being to harvest an organ from.
Well, that seems like an easier idea, just to do an individual organ kind of deal.
Right. From stem cells.
Yeah.
From reversed stem cells. Right.
But you see, technology has been stunted by certain religions in that respect, where we haven't made leaps in medical advances. We haven't made any medical advances because of they're not letting us test things the way we need to. But hey,
that's actually true. Like they'll say that people use stem cells from abortions, and that's not true. We use stem cells that have been replicated, but because of a law banning the use of stem cell research from abortions, it's not actually from any abortions that have occurred. These are legacy stem cells from a couple of abortions that happened before the law was put in place. So we don't actually go use it, which actually it makes study very, very limited and very slow.
Because I have, I'm dealing with heart disease, diabetes, and degenerative spinal disease, and a couple of other things. If there was a way to say, okay, this guy's got these things in his makeup, so we know this is going to happen at this age, we could do some preventative steps to keep this from happening. Better medicine. Because my father died from what I was saved from. Because there was no technology to put a stent in his heart. I had a heart attack. They put a stent in my heart to block. I'm alive because of technology. My father died, and if it was only 5 more years, they would have had the technology and he would have been saved. But no, he had to die.
I agree with what you're saying. I just don't think that the military itself is invested in that, right?
No,
you're expendable and you're replaceable. Their machines are more important. I think if they were to invest in anything that would help an actual human, which is far-fetched to begin with, right?
Yeah, right.
I think it'd be closer to nanotechnology.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you had pointed out earlier that you feel like, and I get it on the stem cell. I recall that there were some religious people out there getting all bothered because of the whole pro-life thing. But besides that, it seems to me, from what I've noticed, the only thing that religious people really complain about whenever it comes to science, even the bigger groups, is the whole creation versus evolution shit. But it don't seem like anybody's actually like physically blocking scientists from doing shit. In fact, there's some
No,
theistic.
it's not that they're blocking scientists, right? It's they try to pigeonhole the information loop. Even when I was in school, I remember it. I remember the tirades of parents who wanted to pull their kids out of school because they didn't want them to learn anything to do with evolution. They didn't want them to do this or that. And I always thought that was weird. I was like, okay, so they can't hear this idea, but you'll send them to school to dissect a pig's eye? Like, that's weird. You know, I don't know. It's just, and it's not a problem everywhere either. I've moved around enough to know that it's kind of regional. And I think people respond to these things from the regional perspective that they're familiar with, right? And there's still a lot of regions in the US where it gets really, really pushy in the education system, in health, in science, in quite a few subjects. And I think that's what people respond to, right? People always say, like, why do people go after Christianity? Why not this? Why not Islam? Why not that? Well, the truth is because Islam doesn't try to push itself into my daily life, but Christianity does, right? Like, if I lived in Saudi Arabia, that might be different. But I don't. I live here, and it's the Christian things that become really pervasive, even to the point where they try to legislate it, right? And so that's what people speak about. They speak about, from their perspective, what has affected them. And you know, your backyard doesn't always look like somebody else's.
Right. Well, I understand what you're saying about Islam. It's a problem where it's at. Unfortunately, there's we've been having a lot of issue in America and Europe with the Muslim immigration, but I don't want to get anybody all wound up on that. Just been a lot of rape and murder repeatedly, and people getting screamed at in restaurants.
Yeah, but you know, we have laws for that. We have laws for that. What they're not doing is talking about how we're an Islamic nation and we need Islamic laws, and maybe if you don't believe this way, you're not so American after all. Like, there's some weird Christian concepts out there that make Christianity a problem in America that Islam is just not. Right. And this idea that we're somehow historically Christian, which we're not. Most of our forefathers were deists. That does not look like the Christian God, not even close. Jefferson himself argued that Christianity was the most perverse system ever shown on man. He argued that exposing children to religious indoctrination before they were old enough to question it or understand it was a form of child abuse. He had the Jefferson Bible, in which he took out everything supernatural or miraculous and only kept like the red letters of Jesus, right? So these people were obviously not the Christian Americans try to depict in this romanticized history of a Christian nation. So yeah, I would say that trying to even rewrite our history into making us something we're not, to inspire some sort of loyalty to this religion in a nation that was founded on freedom of religion and separation of church and state, makes that religion a threat here that other religions are not. Now, we have laws to address rape and murder and all of that, but I don't see anybody addressing the crazy fucking Christian nationalists. So yeah, it's a problem in a way that the others just not. And we can debate that all day long, but it's true.
Well, I think that one of the reasons, and I'm not trying to trigger anybody or piss anybody off, but I think that the reason why a lot of non-believers go after Christianity isn't because of nationalism or because some stupid asshole yelled outside of an abortion clinic. I think it's because it's a personal thing that they had with their own family and friends. There's a chip.
No, it's because people try to write it into law and public policy. That's it. If you were sitting at your kitchen table talking about how much you didn't like abortion, nobody would care. The problem is there are girls who have to wait until they go into septic shock They have to go into sepsis. Their life has to be threatened before they can terminate a non-viable pregnancy because some religious person decided that non-viable wasn't enough, right? As long as there was a heartbeat, the mother had to be on death's door before anything could be done, right? It's not because you hold the opinion that women shouldn't have abortions. It's because you enacted it legislatively in a way that affects somebody's life, period. And it's not just abortion. It's this way in a lot of things, right? The fact that we have senators in Congress talking about what the Bible says when a law is being debated is a problem. And it is a problem that is unique to Christianity in America. People are not up there quoting the Quran. People are not up there quoting the Bhagavad Gita. They are up there quoting the Bible in order to support legislation that affects people's lives and freedom. And that makes it a particular problem in the United States amongst other religions. It just does.
Unfortunately, there's usually a lot of things that you hit the nail on the head, but I know for a fact that Islam is pushing Sharia law in the United States as well as Europe, and I know that there's some Muslims.
You name me one congressperson
sure.
who during the argument, not who is Muslim, who during an argument.
I am surprised an atheist is actually defending a religion that would.
No, I'm not defending their religion. I have a problem with their religion, right? But that's not what I said. I didn't say name one Muslim who's as bad as a Christian. I think you're both nonsense. That's not the point of this. I said name Muslims who are debating law in our legislative body, who are relying on the Quran to back up what they're saying.
Sure,
what Muslim is doing that?
Sure. How about Mandami, the mayor of New York?
He's quoting the Quran? He's quoting the Quran.
Yes, no. He is. Yes, no. I actually have him on video. You want to check out my channel? Go ahead. Look, I've got plenty of clips of him doing it.
Hey, I have to go. So good night.
Well, that I would speak out against that. If I lived in New York, I would be like, no, I have a problem. I have a problem with this. It's separation of church and state, and you shouldn't be quoting the Quran any more than they're quoting the Bible. But I have yet to see somebody in Congress, in our legislative body, in the Senate or in House, making a religious argument from policy from anything other than the Bible.
All right. So you
good night,
don't.
Pixie.
You're not. See you later.
Good night, Brett. Good night, Wildheart, wherever you are.
I am absolutely for the separation of church and state, like our Constitution intended. Yes, I am.
Right. So you're convinced that there's no Muslims that are in Congress or in politics who are pushing for their book to be the main deal.
No, I don't think they are quoting their scriptures to justify the laws that they're pushing for. Are they pushing for laws that I may not value, that they value? Sure. Yep. Is it because of their religious perspective? Sure. Are they making ridiculous arguments to back up that law? Absolutely. And hopefully people can see through it. Are they up there quoting the Quran, talking about how we're an Islam nation? No, they are not. That is what the Christians are doing. The Christians are quoting the Bible, talking about how we're a Christian nation and how the Bible justifies what they're pushing for, even when it's ugly. And yes, that is a particular problem to Christianity in America. Globally, no. In every state, probably not. In America, yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't see this in Congress because of separation of church and state, like the fucking Constitution intended.
Well, I understand that you'd like to believe that the country wasn't founded on that, but a majority of our scientists, as well as our leaders, did accept God, and they actually specifically pointed out.
Just because they accept God doesn't make them a Christian. Islam accepts God. They're not Christian. I just told you, Thomas Jefferson believed in God, but he believed in a deist God. He kept the red letters of Jesus, and that was it. He did not believe in the supernatural. He did not believe in miracles. He cut out the walking on the water. He cut out all of it. He thought it was nonsense. He said, Christianity, now tell me this came from a Christian. Christianity is the most perverse system ever shown on man. Ever shown on man. Exposing a child to religious indoctrination they can neither understand nor question is a form of child abuse. Abuse. And he was far from the only deist. These were people from the Enlightenment age, fleeing the state telling them how they needed to believe. And they made damn sure in the Establishment Clause that our government would not establish or espouse support for any religion. Separation of church and state was so important to them that when the church asked, what does the Establishment Clause mean? It was laid out to them. It means that the church stays the hell out of government and the government will stay the hell out of church.
All right.
Right? That's what it meant.
So you've attached yourself to one single quote by Jefferson as where
I didn't say one quote. I said more than one quote there. I never said he didn't believe in God. I said he didn't believe in the Christian God, and he wouldn't be a Christian by today's standards.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter if you're trying to spin the narrative that we were founded on Christianity.
You don't get to cut out the supernatural yet say that a God created the universe. I've got plenty of
I didn't say I got to. I said that's what Jefferson did. I said you can try to spin the narrative. You can try to spin the narrative. It's called the Jefferson Bible. Look it up. You can spin the narrative that we were founded on Christianity, but the truth is most of these people would not be considered Christians today, Jefferson being one of them. Look up exactly what the Jefferson Bible was.
If they're Christian, I didn't say that it mattered if he was a Christian. The fact that he actually wrote many, many quotes that he believed a higher power created the universe, that's enough for me. I don't give a damn.
Krishna is a higher power. Allah is a higher power. We're not a Christian nation.
The point is he wasn't an atheist, and neither was any of these other folks. It don't matter to me if they were a deist.
I'm sure at least one of them was. I'm pretty sure one of them was. It does matter. It matters because they're trying to rewrite history. They're trying to say we are a Christian nation. Why do you think they want us to say we are a Christian nation? Is it so that their Bible, is it so they can keep using the Bible to argue for their laws?
We are a nation.
I believe in separation of church and state, which makes Christianity a particular threat in America that Islam is not, period. Because Islam isn't trying to merge itself with the state. Christianity is.
All right. So you're saying that the most aggressive religion in the world, statistically, that beheads people, throws homosexuals off the building.
No. You don't get to put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. But if you want to speak historically, right? While Christians may appear to be pacifists now, that was not always the case. Okay. So to appear as if Christianity doesn't have the Salem witch trials backing them, or the Crusades backing them, or the Spanish Inquisition backing them is absolutely ridiculous. To assume that the reason they fled here, to assume that the reason they came here to set up a separation of church and state was not because of religious persecutions at the hands of a religious government, Christian government, mind you, right, is not a thing. So no, I don't think any religion, hold on. I don't think any religion, no, I don't think any religion has clean hands. Not one. Not Buddhism, not Hinduism, not Christianity, not Islam. I don't think a single one. No, not even atheism. I don't think a single, and it's not a religion. It's an absence of religion. But I don't think atheists have their hands clean either. I don't think a single one. Okay, but the one in this country that is trying to merge itself with the government is Christianity. Period. Now, does that make it the biggest, baddest thing in the planet? No. Does it make it a religious threat in America that other religions are not currently? Yes, it does. Those are just the facts.
Yeah, right, Bexy. Like, you're in real danger of Christians just because they argue against something.
Did I say danger? I didn't say I was in danger.
First of all, Pixie, Christians actually came up with science. And most of the scientists who've existed throughout time.
Oh my God. Yeah, they came up with it and then they burned people at the stake for it. Yeah, I know. Woo woo. Second of all, you're not responsible for every scientific advancement. You're not even, second of all, you're not responsible. First of all, no. I'm going to get this out whether you want want it or not.
Hello?
Second of all, you're not
Hello,
responsible
anybody
for
home?
every scientific
Somebody's
thing there is. As a
triggered.
matter of fact,
Somebody's a madman.
our
Somebody's having a
mathematics
fit.
comes from what? Our mathematics
I'm
comes
not
from what?
listening to you
Where does
anymore.
our mathematics?
Blah,
No,
blah, blah,
you're
blah,
not
blah,
listening.
blah, blah,
Where
blah,
does
blah,
our
blah, blah,
mathematics
blah,
come
blah.
from? Where
I
does our
don't hear
mathematics
you
come from?
anymore. If you're gonna
Of course you don't hear
disrespect,
me anymore
if
because
you're not
I'm
going to
refuting your
respect
points.
the conversation and just
I
scream
did
over
respect
me like a
you.
wild feral
Disrespected. No, no,
animal,
no. You don't get to do that.
you
You don't get
are
to pretend.
afraid, aren't you?
You
You're afraid of
No, I'm not.
actually
I'm not
asking for
afraid. What happened is
You
you
had
disrespected
personal
me,
trauma
and
in
you
your
tried.
life.
No,
You take
you
it out on the
disrespected me,
God.
and you put words in my mouth because you
Take
didn't
it
like
out
what
on
I
God.
said.
You're angry at
You
God.
disrespected. No, you're a
You admit
liar.
it. You
You
admit
are
it.
a.
You
Okay, you want
suffered
to talk about
trauma
scared?
and you
You
took
want
it
to
out
talk
of
about
God.
scared? Tell me,
You're
if you weren't
angry.
scared, why did
You're
you resort
angry.
to putting words in my mouth?
Just
Why did you
admit it.
resort to
You're
putting
mad at
words in my
God.
mouth? Does that
You're
mean you're
mad.
scared? Does that mean you're scared? I could do it too. Why did you
You're
resort
mad
to
at
putting
God.
words in my mouth? Because you're dishonest? Because you're a
Well,
dishonest
relax.
asshole?
This
Is
is
that what it
unhealthy
is?
for you.
No, it's unhealthy for you to try to put words in my mouth to twist what I said into something I never said
No,
because
I'm
you
trying to
didn't
help you
like
with
it.
this delusion that
Because
you have.
you didn't like it. And no, I don't think every Christian is Al Qaeda, but because Al Qaeda exists unchecked, yeah, I think it's a problem.
So you don't want to hear the quotes.
And you don't get you twist because you didn't listen to a thing I said. Had you listened to me, you would have attacked what I said instead of twisting what I said into something I never said. No, you twisted what I said into something I never said. And you did it on purpose because you were offended by my statement.
I'm not
So if you want to
offended or
talk about
bothered
who's
in any
scared,
way.
why don't we
What
go back? Because
bothers
I
me
didn't
is
know.
that you're
I didn't
afraid
even
of
bother pointing it out.
conversation.
I didn't even bother pointing it out. I didn't even bother pointing out your dirty tactics.
You're
All I said was that's not what I said, and I reiterated myself. So
Then
if we
why
want to go
don't
back
you
to
allow
if
me
we
to
want to go back to
actually
being who's
participate in the
dishonest first, if we
conversation?
want to go back to being who's dishonest first, when I said that Christianity presents a particular problem in America that other religions
It has
are
a
not
problem with
presenting
you.
at this
You're the
moment,
one with the
you got
personal
offended.
issue.
You got offended, and what did you say? What did you say, Brett? Oh, you're saying that it's the
You're the
worst
one with
thing
the personal
globally. It's
problem with
this and it's
God.
that. And why did you do that? Is that because you were scared? Is that because you were
Pixie,
scared
your
of the truth? Is that why
narcissism's
is that
coming
why you
out.
felt the need to be
This
dishonest?
is narcissistic behavior.
No, it's
Pixie,
not. This
you're
is me
angry
go.
at God
No,
and you have a problem with religion, so you
I'm
think
not. Oh,
everybody
here
thinks
you
like
go. Here you go. Oops. She called me out because I was an
No,
asshole. And
you're
now,
angry
and
at
so now I'm going to
religion.
pretend
You
to
even
know.
said
Now I'm
so
going to
earlier.
pretend to know her and I'm going to pretend to think that she's angry at God. Yes, I'm so angry at
You
something I
are. You're
don't even believe
irritated
in.
at God.
I
You
don't
said so
believe
earlier.
in God. I'm not any angrier at God than I am at Krishna or Thor or Allah.
Yeah, but you
I
didn't
don't
pray to
believe in him.
Krishna because
There's nothing
you
there
prayed
to be
to God.
angry at. Right now, I'm angry that you decided to be a dishonest asshole out of nowhere for no reason.
You're the one that babbled over me for 15 minutes, didn't give me a chance.
You didn't even address what I said. You haven't even tried to. You twisted what I said into something I never said to attack a paper straw man because I offended you.
Well, let's talk
And
about that
then
second
you
part.
tried to make it look like I was the one who was scared. And why do you fall back on those? Oh, you're so scared. You're so
How come you don't
angry.
talk
You're
about
so this.
Stalin?
Do you know what those are? Those are logical
How
fallacies.
come you
So why
don't
don't we
talk
talk
about
about who's
Mao?
scared here?
How about you talk about atheist Nambla?
I don't give a fuck about NAMBLA. I don't even know what
All
that
right.
is.
You don't care. Well, it's an organization founded by
And
atheists because it's
I
okay to
don't
bang
care
kids.
about people's
You don't care about
labels.
pedophilia? That's what I thought. You don't have any moral
What is
framework.
NAMBLA? What does pedophilia have to do with anything I have said up
Because
until now?
atheists founded
Nothing.
new
You're pulling shit
organizations.
out of your ass because you're being a dishonest
Because you want
asshole.
to whine and cry like a little girl about religion all day, but you don't want to hold atheism accountable for shit.
What does atheism have to do with NAMBLA? You're fucking
They
stupid.
founded it, you moron.
You know what Christianity? You know what Christianity has to do with pedophilia? A lot.
You're an
A lot.
angry
A
little
lot of the
girl
Quiverful
crying.
movement. A lot
Your
of the
inner
Quiverful
child
movement
is
have
upset
child
and
brides.
mad.
Mormons have child brides. You have Catholic priests molesting
See what I
altar
mean?
boys. You
Instead of
have
dealing with
Baptist
the
preachers
accountability of
raping little
atheism,
girls.
you're
So
going
tell
to
me,
cry
tell
about
me,
Christianity.
tell
Listen
me.
to you.
No, I'm
You don't
saying
say shit.
what about NAMBLA is
You
specific to
heard it,
atheism?
ladies
It's
and
not.
gentlemen.
It's
You
not.
heard
It's
it.
a
He
paper
doesn't
straw
care
man
about
because you're being a
pedophilia by
fucking
atheists.
asshole for no
He
reason.
doesn't care
There
if
is
kids are
nothing
raped.
specific
doesn't
to
care if
NAMBLA. There's
kids are
nothing
raped unless it has
specific.
something to do with God.
There is nothing
You heard it
specifically
for yourself,
linking
ladies and
atheism. No, I'm saying there's nothing specifically linking atheism to NAMBLA that is
Yes,
found,
there
that is
is.
not found in other
Oh,
religions.
yes. It was founded by atheists.
No, there's not. Okay, then tell me if this is particularly an atheist problem, how
Why
come
don't
all
you
your
talk to
church
your
leaders
boss?
seem to be
Ask.
diddling kids? How come your church leaders are diddling kids if this
Why
is
don't
if
you
this is
ask
an atheist
Brock
problem?
about the NAMBLA
How come your church
organization
leaders are
founded by
diddling
atheists?
kids if this is
You
an
see what I
atheist
mean?
problem?
He only
How
has
come
an
your
issue
church
with
leaders are
religion. She
diddling
doesn't
kids if
care
this is
about if
specifically
children are
atheist?
hurt.
Are your
She
church
cares
leaders
about putting
atheist?
shit on
Are your
Christianity.
church leaders
Let
I
me go
guess your
ahead and
church
turn your
leaders are
ass down
atheist.
because you're too
I guess your
ridiculous.
church leaders
I
are
don't hear
atheist,
you
Brett.
more, Pixie, because
Yeah,
you just
because you're
scream like
listening
a
to your
wild
atheist
feral
church leaders
animal.
who diddle
Your rock
kids.
juices are
Go
getting
listen
all
to your
excited
atheist
and you're
church
not
leaders.
capable of having a
Go listen to your
conversation anymore.
atheist church
You're
leaders
just
who diddle
yelling and
kids. I
yelling.
told you I would
It's
match your
clear that
energy
you're
and I would
pissed
be
off
just
at
as
God. You don't give
dishonest
a
as
shit
you.
about
I told you I would
pedophilia
match
or
your
any of the
energy
stuff
and be
that you
just as
world
dishonest as you.
Oh,
Go listen to your atheist
selfish.
church leaders who diddle
Selfish.
kids. Your atheist church leaders who diddle kids. Baptists, Catholics, all of them. You're terrible atheist church leaders running around diddling kids. They're so
Yeah,
much
and
better.
atheists
They're so
killed
much
more
better
people than all
because they
religions
say
combined.
they're
Look up
Christian,
Stalin
right? They're
or
so much
Shadow
better because they
Mao.
say they're
Take a
Christian.
look at Pol Pot.
They're so much better because they say they're Christian. That makes it better that they're diddling kids, right? Then you can pretend it's not.
You're
It's
the one that
somehow
said you didn't
you can
care.
pretend that
You're the one that said you didn't give a shit.
you can pretend that it's an atheist problem.
Cease
That way you don't
segregating,
have to talk
gentlemen.
about your church
She
leaders
can't
diddling
stop talking.
kids.
She's
You don't have to
white-knuckling
talk
the
about your church
microphone.
leaders diddling kids because you can pretend it's an atheist problem, right? Does that make you feel better? You feel
I
better
believe
now?
that godless people, that's what they do. According to the Bible, you diddle kids, you should be dropped into the ocean. That's what
I
Jesus
agree.
said.
I agree. But it's not an atheist problem. It's a people problem, and it's all up in your religion too. Your priests, your
Yeah, but
Baptist
you said
priests,
you
your
didn't care.
Pentecostal
You didn't
priests,
care
your
that he
youth
put her to death.
leaders, your
You said
bishops.
you didn't care.
I thought you were talking about some atheist organization I don't care about, because I don't. I don't care about atheist organizations any more than I care about church organizations. You're right. I preemptively said it. And
All
you,
right.
being the dishonest asshole that you are, took it to mean something it didn't yet again, because you think your pathetic little wins make you morally superior. I told you I would match your energy, and if you want to be a dishonest
You
prick,
don't
I'll be
have
one
any
right back.
objective
I
morality.
will be
That's why
one right
you
back.
say it.
You
You don't
ad
have
hom
objective
throwing piece
morality.
of shit.
I'm sorry, but you lack objective morality. You have no moral framework.
You don't
think
have
you're an
objective
animal.
morality. And even if you could argue that you had access to it, there is no way you could argue that you interpret it correctly. Not a single way, without any sort of anything short of like massive narcissistic ego. So no, even if you could argue that you had access to objective morality, not even you have objective morality. That is a moronic statement. You're absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
And the more I
according to
talk to
your
you, the more
stance, you don't have
ridiculous you
any
get.
objective morality.
It's
You don't
actually
have
kind of
any
pathetic
objective
right now,
standards.
and you're just throwing out logical fallacies.
No, you don't have objective morality. You don't have.
Neither do you. Nobody does. Go
framework
figure.
here.
It's because everybody processes things in a subjective manner. Even when you have access to something objective, you process it subjectively. So
Yeah,
even if you
sorry,
had
Doubting
access,
Thomas.
even
She's
if
just
you had
screaming.
direct
She's
access to
sermonizing.
objective
She's
morality
sermonizing
itself,
for
you
atheism.
could not hold it, know it, or perform it. So I don't care. Nobody
As you can
does.
see, she's afraid of conversation. She's just
I'm not
yelling
afraid
over
of
me the whole time.
conversation. You can't have a conversation, which is
She's
why you're
just yelling
spinning
over people.
wildly from
This is
topic
how
to
she
topic,
wins
trying to get your
arguments
gotcha
like
moment.
that.
You are spinning
This is
wildly
like a
from one
toddler
unrelated
beating the hell
topic
out
to
of the
another
table.
unrelated topic, trying to get a gotcha moment because you're pathetic.
I don't hear it.
You're not having a conversation. You're running a merry-go-round
Been
trying to
on the
find a
mic the
gotcha
whole
moment
damn
because you
time.
couldn't hack it in the conversation
20
because you
minutes
got your
now. We're
feeties
going
hurt.
20 minutes and you haven't shut
You,
your mouth.
yeah, because you got your feeties hurt and decided to be an asshole, and I decided that I wasn't going to take your bullshit.
20
Cut.
minutes. You've been sermonizing and white knuckling the microphone. Me.
Yeah, because you decided to be dishonest, and now I don't have a single fucking
Then
care in the world for what you say.
about
You
what?
have been dishonest
You
5
haven't
times
even let
now.
me talk.
5, because you've been dishonest the last 5 times I let you. You have thrown ad homs. You have twisted and lied about what I said. You have
That's not ad homs, so
misrepresented
you don't
me.
have no
You have made assumptions
objectionality.
about me, and you have thrown more ad homs. Why the fuck would I keep listening to you? What about you thinks you're worth conversation after that? I don't. You wanted to play a game. Now
Oh,
we're
so
playing
you're
a game.
playing God
You
now.
can't
You're
have a
going to,
conversation.
she's
You want
going
to be a
to tell us
dishonest
who's
asshole?
worth
I'll treat you
talking.
like a
You have
dishonest
value.
asshole. No, I told you from the beginning, I will match your energy. You want to talk? We can
20
talk.
minutes.
You got your
20
feeties
minutes
hurt
you've been
and you
babbling.
decided to be an
20
asshole. So now I'm
minutes.
going to treat you like the asshole
We're
you
now
are.
going on 25 minutes. And she
Okay, well,
just
here,
hasn't
I'll
been
stop.
silent.
Why don't you lie again? Why don't you show me what a good little Christian you are? Open your fucking mouth and give me another lie. Or is it going to be an ad hom this
All
time?
right,
We'll
let's
see.
go ahead. All right, be quiet for a moment. Relax. Have some Lucky Charms cereal or something. The God who gave us life, us liberty at the same time. Jefferson. Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are a gift of God? You
What
see,
does Allah mean?
Jefferson was a
No,
theist.
what? No, see, now you're being dishonest again. Allah is a God. Krishna is a God. Thor is a God. Thousands of people believe in God. It doesn't make them Christian. And it certainly wouldn't make them pass as a Christian for what is definable as a Christian in today's society. So no, that is false equivocation. I'm going to need you to stop comparing apples to window curtains and try to do this with an honest approach.
I'm just simply reading you the historical evidence and quotes. I'm sorry that you may have been homeschooled. but I'm
No,
giving
I
you
have
the
read
facts.
you and I read you other quotes. Just because somebody believes in God doesn't make them Christian. Deists believe in God. They are not Christian. Hindus believe in God. They are not
All
Christian.
right.
Muslims believe
Well,
in
let's
God.
talk
They are
about
not Christian.
Jefferson and
Quoting
Jesus.
the word God
Are you
500
going to
times
stop?
is
Are you going to
not
stop?
supporting evidence.
All right. So let's
Do you
look at
understand that?
Jefferson. Let's see what Jefferson thought about Jesus. Here we go. I hold the precepts of Jesus as delivered by himself to be the most pure, benevolent, and sublime which have been preached to man. That's Jefferson. Oops. So he
Yes.
actually
Did he say,
supports
well, no,
the
no,
work
no, stop,
Jesus.
stop. You read the quote.
Uh-oh.
You read the quote. You read the quote. So stop. Nowhere does he say, I think Jesus is the savior of mankind and the son of God. I think Jesus died on the cross for my sins. No, he didn't. He never said, I think Jesus walked on water and performed miracles.
But
As a
you
matter of
haven't let
fact,
me
he
finish.
cut it out. He cut it out of the text. He thought Jesus
Oh.
was a great philosopher who brought a pure message to the
Oh.
world. That is it.
Well, let me read another quote where he actually claims to be a Christian. Let's do that, huh? To the
Yes, and then in his
corruption.
private letters,
He
he
goes,
turned around and told Hamilton he wasn't. What's the point?
oh, did
Are
he?
you
Well,
saying he
let's
couldn't
listen
change
to
his
the
mind?
quote.
Are you saying he can't
Let's,
change his mind? Are
I
you saying
actually
one
have
quote
the
makes
page
him what you
numbers.
think he
I
is?
actually have the date. I have the receipts, and you're just making assertions.
No, go
Let me
ahead.
show
I'm
you
not
all.
making assumptions. I'm
Why
not
don't you
making
be silent
assumptions.
for a moment? Why don't you let
Because
me
he said
finish
he
my
was a
statement?
deist.
It says, I am a Christian in the only sense he wished only to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines. He speaks of Jesus Christ right here. He says, I am a Christian in the only sense he wished anyone to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines and preferences of all others. That is
Yes,
in the letter to
yes.
Benjamin
And
Rush,
that was his and that
1821,
was his escape. If you
1803.
don't see it, that was his sidestepping a
You see what
question. They
you're
asked him
doing,
if he
ladies
was a
and gentlemen? Just
if you
cut me
don't
off
see it,
repeatedly.
no, because you're taking it out of context. You have to read what he was responding to. If you don't see it as the sidestepping
Oh,
response it was, I don't know how to tell you. They're asking him if he's a born again, saved Christian. Jesus died
right.
for his sins, basically. And he
He
says,
did.
I am a
He
Christian
did.
in the only way Jesus wished me to be, a follower of his
He did.
doctrine, not a follower of the religion. So, no, you're
He said
still
he's a
not
Christian.
being accurate. You're being dishonest.
He said he's a Christian, and I even gave the page number
In
and book.
the only way Jesus wished him to be, a follower of his doctrine. Notice he did not say a follower of religion. Notice
He
all the
actually
other
said he
things
was
he
a
said about the
Christian.
religion itself. Notice how he also said Christianity is the most perverse system ever shown on
Wow,
man.
now
I can cherry pick
she's
his quotes too.
dishonest,
I
folks.
can
She's just
cherry pick his
lying her
quotes
ass
too.
off.
I'm not lying. Look it up.
He said, I am a Christian. Right there. I just gave the page number, the
In
book,
the only way Jesus wished for me to be, as a follower of his doctrines, not as a follower of the religion. He also said Christianity is the most perverse system ever shown on man. He also cut all the miracles out of the Bible. Look up the Jefferson 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 Bible. Yes, and you are facile. If you think that proved anything, you are the most facile person. If you think that proved anything, you are the most facile person I have run into. Do you understand that? Do you even know what the word facile means? Do you know what facile means?
I get it.
Do you know what it means?
From rocks.
Do you know what the word facile means?
From the womb of a baboon, according to you. I get it.
Do you know what the word facile means?
So, ladies and gentlemen, did you notice I gave book, page numbers, and receipts?
That's not the receipt you think it is. If you think that's a receipt, your reading comprehension is a 3rd grade level.
She hasn't given.
Do you understand what the word facile means? You are facile. No, I'm not trolling you here. I am being as honest as I can be. If you think that statement was a receipt, you are either ridiculously facile or you have the reading comprehension of a 3rd grader. Do you understand that?
I've got 50.
You have the reading comprehension of a 3rd grader.
I'm sorry, but you have failed. I can give 50 quotes and you've
given I have not failed. All you have proved, you think that. You think you have this great win, Brett. That's what's so funny. You think you have this great win. But if you think that receipt, if you think that,
ladies and gentlemen, stop talking because she's afraid.
Brett, I am being completely honest with you here. I am not kidding. I am not joking at all. If you think that quote means that he was actually like an honest to God Christian, the way you think of the word Christian today, then your reading comprehension is terrible.
I'm sorry, your reading facts and evidence have eluded you.
The facts are you can't handle context clues. Those are the facts. You have laid out to me that you do not understand context clues.
You're the one that's over here holding the mic and babbling on forever. I'm just sitting here calmly showing her their damn facts, and she's still crying.
Yes, I am saying you accurately presented a fact, but you misrepresented what that fact said. And maybe it's not your fault. Maybe you're just really that facile. Maybe you really have no reading comprehension cues. But that quote does not say what you think it does, and it's not the receipt you think it is.
Something else than what I read. Okay, sure.
Yeah, because you have divorced it. You have divorced it from its context in order to cherry pick it into something it wasn't, like a typical Christian or Pharisee, really.
I see. All right, so whenever he says that he believes in Jesus and he's a Christian and actually talks about
he never said he believed in Jesus as a savior. That is not what that quote says. That is not what that quote says. And if you divorce it from the context clues and the questions he was answering, it's really easy to pretend that that's what it says.
Here's another quote. He says, had the doctrines of Jesus been preached always as pure as they come from his lips, the whole civilized world would now have been Christians. Wow. That's pretty tough. Goodness. You hear that? If the whole world listened to Jesus, we would be a civilized society. How about that? Are you done, Pixie? I hope you didn't hurt your throat from all that screaming. All right. Apparently she's taking a poop or something. So here's another one for you. Of all the systems of morality, ancient or modern, which have come under my observation, more appear to me as so pure as that of Jesus. I am a real Christian. This is to say, a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any more clear than that. You may not like my belief or my view, but I'm reading straight out of the man's mouth what he wrote. Well, doubting Thomas, that's not really the point of the argument. The point is that the men who actually founded America actually believed in a higher power. Now, you could say some were Christians, some were deists, some were pantheists, some were this or that. But the point is, they all believed in a higher power. They believed that it was the most rational, logical position. Not one of these assholes who put this together stated, oh, I don't believe in God or anything. I believe I came from a damn rock. You won't see that in the Constitution. Right. That's a good point too, Halcyon, that they didn't push it even though they believed in it. So therefore, Christians, they created civilized society and they didn't punish people over and over. Did some fringe assholes eat some poisonous bread or some rotten bread and start hallucinating and burning witches at stake? Sure. But that doesn't take away the fact that our leaders of the country actually founded Christianity. Well, not Christianity, but as a Christian nation or a nation under God. Doesn't matter. That's the point.
Let's not mention the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, any of that, right? Nope, it was never institutionalized. You're right. Because you guys just have remarkably clean hands among everyone, right? And everyone who professes a belief in a higher power, that makes them Christian, obviously. Even if they reject all the divine proponents, right? Even if they reject all the divine proponents, it just automatically makes them Christian.
No, I didn't.
Anybody who believes in a higher power, they're just Christian. That's it.
That's a lie. I said that they believed in a higher power.
Sure, you didn't claim that at all. Yep, nice backtracking.
But Jefferson was a Christian. You lied. And
No, Jefferson was not a Christian. Jefferson was not a Christian. If you think that that's what that quote meant, you are either incredibly facile or you have very, very poor reading comprehension skills. And I don't know what to tell you about that. I am being dead serious. If you think that quote means that he was what you would consider, if you think that quote means that he was what you would consider a Christian, then you either have reading comprehension problems or you are incredibly facile. You are incredibly facile.
And you're getting so pissy about this is because you're on.
No, it's because I can read context clues and I know it for the pretty little sidestep that it was.
Trauma block you from truth and facts. I'm sorry. That's just
the truth and the facts are it was a pretty little sidestep. Meaning he respected Jesus's philosophy and Jesus's words, and in that aspect he was a follower of him. But he in no way claimed the religion, and he very much spoke out against the supernatural and the divine. And if you think otherwise, you're ridiculous. Yes, it was a pretty little poetic sidestep. That doesn't make him the Christian that you imagine him to be. And if you think otherwise, then yes, I think you are incredibly facile.
All right. So again, we've got simple quotes here that say, I am a Christian. I'm a part of Christianity.
He never said he was a Christian. He said, I am a follower of Christ in the only way he wished me to be. As a holder of his, as a follower of his tenets, not of his divinity, not of his miracles, not that he died on the cross. I recognize it for what it was because I take it in context with A, what he was responding to, and B, with other things he said and wrote in the past. And after. It's called context clues.
I hold the precepts of Jesus as delivered by himself to be the most pure, benevolent.
As delivered by himself.
Preached to man.
Yes, which matches.
I am a Christian.
In the only sense that he wished me to be, as a follower of the tenets he spoke, not of the religion, not of the divine practice, not of the miracles.
Ladies and gentlemen, she asserted he was a deist earlier, but
he is a deist.
You're false.
He is a deist. He is a deist. He did not believe in direct divine intervention.
Where deism is mentioned in these quotes. It's all about Christianity and Christ.
No, it's not about Christianity and Christ. He treats Jesus as if Jesus is a philosopher.
All right. It doesn't say that. That's what you're asserting.
His other writings do, and the Jefferson
What page
Bible
number?
greatly
What book?
hints at that. The Jefferson
letter?
Bible took great pains to cut out all miracles and supernatural things. He did
All
not
right.
believe in
But
them.
I don't believe you actually read it. That's the problem. I think that you're just making shit up. You haven't given me a page number or any kind
Oh
of
my
quote.
God, you are absolutely ridiculous if that's
I've
what you
actually
think.
given page numbers, dates. I've showed letters, books, all that. You've given me shit. You just keep saying that's what he did, but you're not showing any evidence that that actually was.
Oh my
ever
God,
done.
I'm working. Look it up. Jesus,
All
dumbass.
right,
I told you
right.
500 times, look up
There you
the
go. I'm not
Jefferson
going to
Bible.
provide any
Look
evidence.
up the Jefferson.
I
The
just
Bible,
sit
the
here for
Jefferson
20
Bible
minutes
is,
yelling, but I can't show any
I
evidence. You spent
cited.
20 minutes running your
Oh
whole
my
that you
God.
have the,
No,
now
no, no,
all
no.
of a
You don't
sudden
get to do that's another see, that's another dishonest that's another dishonest
I'm too busy. I'm
dishonest
working.
tactic.
I can
You
sit on the
asked
mic
me,
for
no,
30 minutes
you asked me
crying,
for
but I
something.
can't give
No,
you
no,
any
no, no, no.
evidence.
That's another
There you
dishonest
go.
tactic
You
because
lose.
I cited it. I cited it.
But
I cited the
you didn't.
Jefferson Bible. You're not
Take the
asking me to
zero.
cite it. I already cited it. You're asking me to
No,
look
no,
it
no.
up on your behalf. You're saying no, you're saying I don't have receipts. You're saying I don't have
You don't
receipts or
have shit.
citations. I cited it.
You don't
You
have
can look up what I cited. I don't
No,
also
you don't
have to hold your hand for that.
And what
If you do
exactly
not
is
know
that?
about the Jefferson Bible, I have told you about the Jefferson Bible.
Uh-huh.
You can fact check that. Go
Oh,
for it.
is that so? Well, where is it? What is the page number then? Where did you get your quote? Let's hear it. Where at in Jefferson Bible does he say that he's not Christian? Go ahead. I'm waiting, or are you just too busy to get me my evidence?
You are being absolutely childish and ridiculous and dishonest right now. I hope you know that.
No, I'm asking you for evidence and you don't have it.
I gave you evidence that you don't want to look up, and so you're suggesting I don't have any because it's one of your my feelings are hurt tactics.
All right, she doesn't like quotes or actual historical
I
information.
gave you quotes. The fact that you can't type them in and look up some stuff about it is your problem. Do you understand that?
Again, he says,
Again,
I believe in Jesus.
you're
And
being a
dumb ass,
dishonest
you actually
prick.
said he's a follower of Christ and you serve his philosophy.
A follower
I mean,
of
pretty
his
much,
teachings, not a
pretty
follower
much
of
own
his
yourself.
divinity.
I don't
You
think
cannot
that's really
read
doing
context clues. That is also a you problem.
Sorry, you got spanked. Where's your receipts? Where's
No,
the
I
page
didn't. The fact that you think I did, it doesn't mean anything to me. It just shows me you have like no
book
reading
number?
comprehension
What
skills,
page?
and I'm dead
Where's your
serious about that.
information? Where's your information at? Where's the receipts?
Look it up. Look at the Jefferson Bible. Read the
I'm not gonna
Jefferson
do your
Bible.
damn work
Go
for
read
you.
it. The Jefferson Bible is not long. As a matter of fact, it's much shorter than the Bible. Go read it.
All right, so she's just gonna make claims and expect everybody to do her homework for her. Nah, no thanks.
No, that is not doing my homework for me.
Sorry, I'm working.
You want me to read the Jefferson Bible
I'm
to
too
you?
busy.
Telling you that the Jefferson
I'm
Bible
sorry, I'm
exists and you
working
can
right
look it
now.
up isn't good enough. You need me to read the Jefferson Bible to you because what? You're a toddler?
I'm working.
Really?
Sorry, I'm too busy to talk to you anymore. Sorry.
You are absolutely ridiculous. I hope
I'm
you know
working
that.
right now.
I
I'm
am
gonna-
working right now.
I'm busy.
Do you not hear me typing in the background? I have
I'm
been this
busy.
whole time.
Sorry, I'm working right now. I'm employed.
Oh my God, aren't you just a childish wonder?
Well, if it wasn't for me, you'd have nobody to talk to right now, so you better get used to it.
Oh, I'd have plenty of people to talk to, probably smarter people with more depth.
Are you kidding me? This room is as dead as King Tut. Come on. You need me in here. You ain't gonna
What
have
makes
nobody
you think
yell
I
at me.
need this room to talk to people?
Just
That was
makes you-
presumptuous of you. I'm just
you
waiting to
enjoying
see if
yourself.
Wildheart
You
comes back or if he's crashed.
You love it. You got a lot of anger you're wanting to vent, and I'm here for it.
Oh my God, you and your ridiculous ad homs. You're so pathetic at this point. It's
Very
getting predictable.
I'm here. Uncle Brett's listening. Go ahead, lean on my shoulder, cry it out.
You can find the Jefferson Bible online. You can read it. It's also at the National Museum of American History. Did you know that?
That's cool that he wrote a Bible.
Mhm. You can also see where he wrote a letter to the church explaining why separation of church and state was so very, very, very important. because
don't
he
have a
didn't think that
problem
our government
separating
should be
the church.
founded on Christianity, you
I
know?
don't have a problem with
Speaking
it.
of these things that I didn't cite over and over again, that you being too lazy to look up is somehow my problem.
It is your fault. I showed page numbers and receipts. You showed jack shit.
Oh, since you're so desperate and incapable, let me hold your hand through this.
Oh, let's go ahead. Hold hands. Take me to the promised land. Let's see the evidence. Well, doubting Thomas, she did say
Thomas
earlier,
Jefferson
as God,
wrote in an
seen it.
1801 letter that the Christian
God.
philosophy is the most sublime and benevolent, but that it had been converted into the most perverted system ever shown on man by religious leaders aiming for power and wealth. Jefferson, a critic of established church dogma, believed that the original teachings of Jesus were corrupted by later followers. Jefferson wrote this in his letter to Joseph Priestley on the Christian philosophy versus the perverted system created by clergy.
And
Perversions by priests in every country and in every age that has been hostile to liberty.
right.
He,
So he's
he considered
criticizing
himself,
religion,
hold on. Jefferson considered himself a follower of Jesus's moral doctrines, but rejected miracles, the Trinity, Jesus's divinity, which he thought were fabricated or misunderstood. So no, he did not believe in the divinity of Jesus, meaning he is not what you would today consider a Christian. When he said what he said it as a flowery step aside. He said, I am a follower of him in the only way he wished me to be. I uphold his teachings. He did not believe in the divinity of Jesus or of Christ, and you pretending he did is a really weird cope. And it's not a me problem.
All right, are you gonna slow it down for a little bit? So you're saying that he believed in a God that actually created the universe, but didn't believe in the supernatural, didn't believe that God actually intervened or interacted, yet he believes that God actually created the universe. How do you create a universe and be a living entity unless there's supernatural involved? Go ahead and
No,
explain.
I don't mean supernatural is in like that. I'm saying he didn't believe in the supernatural intervention of God on earth. Right? He thought of Jesus as like a really, really great teacher and the closest, probably the purest man had come into yet. And that this was perverted by a bunch of clergy and government people who wanted power. He went
And
through
I got
great
no issue with that.
he did not think of Jesus as divine, and he thought of miracles and things like that as like superstition and a manner of controlling people. He cut it out of what he called the Jefferson Bible, and the only thing the Jefferson Bible contains is the teachings of Jesus. When he says, I am a Christian in the only way he wished me to be, he means that he follows Jesus's philosophy. He is not equating himself to what is today known as a Christian, not by any stretch of the imagination.
Jefferson, according to this Bible that you're speaking of, this is what Grok threw up here. It says Jefferson admired Jesus as perhaps the greatest moral reformer and sage in history, whose teachings promoted universal love, reason, and benevolence, far superior to ancient philosophies or corrupted Christianity. You see, his problem wasn't Jesus or God. His problem was religion. And you won't find a damn Christian out there that's going to assert that Christianity's always been on the up and up. There's a lot of us out there who will criticize some of the bullshit and mistakes religion has made, but that's not our issue with Jesus or God. So this doesn't surprise me that he had problems with religion. He wouldn't be an intelligent man if he didn't.
He didn't just have problems with religion, right? That's not why I say he wasn't a Christian in today's sense of the word. It is because although he greatly admired Jesus and he thought of him as a moral sage and philosopher, he did not believe in the divinity of Jesus. He did not think Jesus was God. He did not believe in the Trinity. He did not believe in the miracles. He did not believe those things.
the universe
from his own testimony.
the universe coming into existence from a God is a miracle in itself.
Right. When I say supernatural divine intervention, right? He doesn't believe Jesus was God on earth. He doesn't believe Jesus was divine. He doesn't believe in the walking of the water, the turning the fish into the two fish and loaf of bread and to feed 5,000. He didn't believe Jonah got swallowed by a whale. He didn't believe Moses threw his staff down and it became a snake. He didn't believe these things. He did not believe that God interacted with the world in that manner. And you can argue that that's a byproduct of him being from the Enlightenment age or post-Enlightenment age, around that time. And sure, it could be, but he did not believe in those things, which means he would not be considered what is considered today a Christian. To be considered a Christian today, you have to believe in the divinity of Christ, right? Not just that he was some great teacher. You have to believe in the divinity of Christ. And this is he did not. He just didn't.
Well, he did believe in the supernatural. Unfortunately, he may have cut out some stuff that he didn't agree with in the Bible, but by stating that a God created the universe, whether he put a label on it or not, that is a supernatural claim, and you know it. If right now you say, I don't believe in
said
Jesus,
three
but I
words
believe in a higher
together. I
power,
said three words
it's
together,
still,
and you keep wanting to separate them in that dishonest way. I said he
is
did
it
not
a
believe.
miracle to
I
create
said
the universe?
I keep saying three words together on purpose, and you keep trying to separate them. I said he did not believe in supernatural or divine intervention. Right?
Did
I
you
didn't
read what
say
Doubting Thomas wrote over there on the screen? He still believed the country should be founded on Jesus's teachings, though.
yes, Jesus's philosophy, but he also believed in the separation of the church and state, because he believed that the church itself, that the system itself was a perversion of Jesus's teachings.
I know,
So
we
acting as
established
if
that.
he didn't want that kept away from the government or that he was some typical Christian is absolutely nonsense.
But I also have the same view. I believe that separation is good as well. There's too many versions of Christianity out there that will have conflict with each other, especially in public schools. I believe the same thing that Jefferson thinks about that. I also believe there has been corruption in Christianity, but that doesn't stop me from actually believing in Jesus and his philosophy. I get what you're saying. He was pissed off at religion. I get it. Me too. But that doesn't take away the fact that I'm a follower. By suggesting, well, he didn't believe like you do. Sure, he was from a different time
No,
period.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Christians
saying this. That's not what I'm
are
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you believe in the divinity of Jesus?
I
Brett,
do, but not all.
okay.
Some
Do you
Christians don't
believe
want
that
to
Jesus
believe it.
is? Do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
I believe that he actually is. He was born through a human virgin. He was human as well as God in spirit.
Do you believe Jesus died to pay for your sins?
Yes.
Then do you think that you have to believe that to be a Christian?
No, not completely, even though some
What
Christians
part
would
do you
argue
not
that.
have to believe?
Well, the thing is that there were many people throughout the Old Testament that did not exist during the time of Christ. They believed in
Christianity
God.
didn't exist in the Old Testament.
Moses didn't actually have a conversation.
No, they were Jews. They followed Judaism. Christianity didn't exist back then.
Yes, but it's the
That's
same
not the
God.
point. I am saying right now, today, which one of those components can you give up and still be a Christian?
Christianity. Christians
Can
have
I
Are you going to let
okay,
me
let's say
answer, or are you just too interested in hearing your own?
no,
head
I'm
rattle?
giving an example. Let's say I can take away the Trinity and still be a Christian, right? So
I don't
how
believe that that's an issue for God. If you think that Jesus is the Son of God, yet there's a Father, as long as you accept the Father and you accept Jesus Christ, fine. If you don't know how to associate the relationship between them, or if they're the same being, I don't think that really matters. Jesus never said in the Bible, you got to accept the Trinity or you're fucked. He just said, believe in me, I am the truth, I am the way. And what leads through me is to the Father. So if someone thinks they're two separate beings, I don't think that's going to get them spanked over it.
Okay, so that's fair. So if I don't believe in the divinity of Jesus, if I think he's just a good teacher, am I still a Christian?
I think that it's possible for a person to live their entire life with doubts and all that and question the whole thing.
No, I don't mean
But as
doubts.
long
I
as
am
they live as godly as possible, there's a chance for anybody. I'm not the judge. God can do whatever he wants. He may love
No,
you
no, no,
for
that's
who
not what
you
I'm
are.
asking. That's not what I'm asking. I don't mean doubts. If I say Jesus taught some pretty cool things, I think he had some good standards, I'm going to follow that, but that's it. I don't believe he's any kind of God or whatever. Or that, like, would I be a Christian?
There may be a little bit of debate and argument with other religious folks on, do you believe he died? Do you believe he resurrected? These seem to be some important tenets. But over the Trinity or how old the earth is or did Adam and Eve actually exist, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think that God's going to
Resurrection,
whip your
good
ass
point.
over it.
He didn't believe in the resurrection. So if I don't believe in the resurrection, am I a Christian?
I think that there's some tenets that actually fit the definition. If you believe that he actually existed, if you believe that he did some of the things and you're a little bit doubtful about some of the miracles, sure, I think that you can follow. I don't think that
No,
all
not
brain-
doubtful. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not doubtful or skeptical, right? Right. There's writings to attest that this is the way he thought. There's the whole Jefferson Bible. This is not like doubts. I am absolutely sure that Jesus was a good teacher who taught some really good things, and I'm also absolutely really sure that up until now I haven't seen a better philosophy to follow. However, I'm also absolutely sure that this man is not any form of God on earth and that he did not resurrect after 30 days. And I'm also really sure that this is not a divine being. I do think we were created, but I think these things are like unrelated, right? And I think any like sort of establishment representing Jesus is also highly corrupted and very insanely perverse, right? And I don't
Right.
believe Jesus is divine at all. Am I a Christian?
Well, the thing is, for me, from my view, if you want to know my own personal view, I do think that there's going to be an opportunity for you to see the evidence of God one day. And here's where the issue comes in. You're either going to say, yes, you are truly God. Yes, you are the figure that was spoken of, or you're not. It's going to come down. That's the point where it's no longer about faith. It's about, are you going to make the right choice while standing before God?
Okay, but that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is I understand that Jefferson valued the teachings of Jesus, right?
Yes,
But I
understand what you're saying.
also think that trying to call that man a Christian is very like in the sense that we would accept that label today is a dishonest stretch.
Pixie, I don't know a rat's ass about Jefferson. I didn't hang out with him. Alls I know is that when you brought it up, I simply went over to Grok, same toy you got over there. I looked up, I said, what was his theistic beliefs? Did he believe a God created the universe? Did he believe in a higher power? All that other shit about religion sucks balls and it's corrupt and all that. Man, I say that on a daily basis. That doesn't take away from the fact that he had absolute admiration and respect for Jesus. And he did, in fact, believe in a God. Was it Jesus to him? Don't know. But the fact that he did believe in a God that used supernatural abilities to create space, time, and matter, that's all that matters to me.
Well, I don't know if it was supernatural. I mean, they often refer to him as the clockmaker God, which makes him sound like he put something together out of what was already there. Oddly enough, so does the original interpretation of that sentence, but that's neither here nor there. I don't really know his stance on that one.
Well, Pixie, the reason why I make the assertion that the universe is a miracle or a supernatural outcome is because, according to scientists, they claim that before everything existed, there was no nature. If there was no nature, there was no laws. The very definition of supernatural is something that exists beyond the laws of nature. The Big Bang Theory, if you believe in it or accept what scientists are saying, is a supernatural assertion. In fact, atheists have been pissed about that for quite some time.
I don't know that I'd call it supernatural. I do see it more as less of an answer and more of another question, of another possibility. But I don't really know a whole lot, so that is what it is. I don't know that I accept it um so much as I accept that there's a lot of things that I just don't know. I don't find the Big Bang um any more or less satisfying of an answer than I do the Bible, right? I don't know. I can't prove either, and I really don't have evidence of either. I can't demonstrate either. Um,
Well, join the club. How about that? We're both in the same boat, it looks like. Doubting Thomas out here says science doesn't claim that, Brett. Well, actually, the guy who actually came up with the Big Bang, who worked with Einstein on the whole damn equation, he was a Catholic priest who came up with the shit. They originally had a different name for it about the expansion of the universe and the singularity and all that, but it was originally by a guy who actually believed in the supernatural, who said that God actually used his own essence to create space, time, and matter. Why do I say that you actually use the word supernatural? Again, nature did not exist, nor space and time. There was no fucking laws laid down because the universe didn't exist. The initiator was outside of what we know as the model of reality. And as far as the Big Bang Pixie, I'm a little scratchy on that as well. There are other models. The Big Bang just happens to be the one everybody's going for in the science community at the moment. It could change. Pixie, by the way, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry for getting you all riled up and shit. I didn't mean any kind of harm with you. I was just trying to get you to chill out so we could have a conversation.
no, we were having a conversation. The problem is when I talk about Christians being a particular threat, and don't get me wrong, I don't mean Christians at large, like every Christian you run into in the street, right? There's a particular faction. I jokingly refer to them as Al Qaeda because they do want the biblical version of Sharia law. They really do. Anyway,
Yes, and you're right. There
and
are
that
some
hurt your
dangerous Christians
feelings,
out
and I
there.
didn't mean
No,
to.
it doesn't. I know for a fact there's dangerous Christians out there. There's Christians that belong in fucking insane asylums and prisons. But I can also think of people from other groups that also too. I'm just not pointing the focus all on Christianity. I know for a fact there's evil ones. I've gotten into fights with some of these bastards, so I know.
When I say it's a particular problem, it's not because I think that the majority of Christians are a problem, right? So let me start there. Maybe that'll change my statement in a little bit. It's not. How do I put it?
Well, while you're thinking about that, I want to answer
I got it.
Doubting
I got it.
Thomas. Go
So,
ahead.
okay, yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say to Doubting Thomas, you may want to read a book called Universe from Nothing by Lawrence Cross. And by the way, the guy's an atheist. He's the one that argues that there wasn't shit before it. He said that some protons ended up coming into existence in and out of reality or some weird shit like that. But it sounds like a fucking fairy tale to me. That's the story of an atheist.
It sounds like he's describing a state of vacuum, actually, but that's neither here nor there. Not that I agree with this theory, but it sounds like he's describing a state of vacuum. So what I meant by that is, all right, the reason I think it poses a particular problem is not because Christianity itself as a religion is more dangerous than other religions. That's not what I mean by that. So if I gave that impression, I apologize because I can see where that got us off on the wrong foot. What I mean by what I said is because Christianity is so popular in the US, right? That whether you're a bad actor or not, someone using biblical terms or the Bible itself or Bible verses in order to forward their agenda can manipulate things in ways that sound favorable but aren't necessarily favorable, right? And because there is a push to mix that with the way we produce legislation, I think the topic as a whole becomes viewed as more problematic and therefore more talked about within the people it could possibly affect in a way that other religions aren't, either because they don't have the numbers and the popularity or the control or the perceived support.
Right. And I'm not a fan of the government in our modern day. I think that Republicans and Democrats are fucking garbage, and I think they're going to get us killed. That's where I'm at personally on it. I don't like any of them, and I don't give a shit if they label themselves a Christian. So, as you can see, again, you and I are on common ground. We're still in the same boat here. Just because someone claims to be this or that, it doesn't impress me. I got to see it through action. Remember, we talked earlier, Pixie. I told you I'm in the same boat on the trust issues. I don't just listen to some asshole that looks like a pumpkin head up by a podium yapping and go, oh, yep, I'm going along with that shit.
Now, I really am working and distracted, so I may not choose my words carefully, but I was attempting to convey something I wasn't doing well at if you thought that what I was suggesting was that Christianity was the worst religion in the world. I think every religion is bad because people suck. We use it badly. Even Buddhism, look at Myanmar. Hinduism, look at the caste system.
Pixie,
I don't know
I
one
was
that's
not
not
offended
perverted.
by any words that came out of your mouth. Trust me, what the conversation we just had, as radical as it was, it's nothing compared to the hostility I actually deal with in some of my own rooms. This was a
I don't
piece of
like to talk like that, and I don't like when people put words in my mouth or misrepresent what I say. That really bothers me.
Well, believe it or not, it is shockingly difficult to have a conversation when two people are yelling over each other. So I get you. That's why I apologize. I obviously wasn't benefiting the conversation and you were having your issues. Perhaps you're right. You were distracted. You got shit to do over there, and that's important. I hope you understand, Pixie, that I wasn't annoyed by the words that were coming out of your mouth. What bothered me is we got to a point where it got so passionate, we weren't actually giving each other the opportunity to speak. I'm not just aggravated about that, I'm aggravated with myself. Shouldn't get all excited like that.
It's all good. I don't know you well enough to hold a grudge.
Takes too much energy to do that shit anyway. So, what else you want to talk about?
No, sometimes it takes too much energy to forgive them and let that shit slip back in. Fuck that.
So, you got anything else in your mind that you like that'll cheer you up a little bit? Take the heat off?
No, I really am just working and haven't bothered to hit the X button yet, and I keep hoping Wild will come back so I'll know how he's doing.
I think that he's probably snoozing at this point. He's falling
I'm
asleep
hoping so.
repeatedly in my room.
I'm hoping so. I'll probably just leave.
Don't you have his phone number? Don't you have a way to email him or contact him?
I do have his phone number.
So call him up real quick. Say, old man, you all right? You didn't crack out on me, did you?
No, if he's not back at his computer by now, he's not going to answer his phone.
Well, if we leave the room and we're not using the voice ability, eventually the shit will automatically turn itself off if there's just dead silence. That's how they got it set up.
I'll probably just do that then. All right, later days.
All right, see you later. You have a good one.
You too.
All right, folks. Well, unless anybody, I don't think anybody can actually get in anyway. if you don't have any mod ability. So I suppose I'll take off. I'll come back later, see if Wildheart's doing okay. I'm a little worried as well, even though he does consistently fall asleep in my room. But I'll check on him later, see what's going on. Or I'll get back with Pixie since she actually has contact with them. See you later, Doubting Thomas. See you later, all the people in text chat. It was fun.